The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to episode 158 of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, and here is what happened on June the 26th. In 363, Roman Emperor Julian is killed during retreat from the Sassanid Empire. General Javan is proclaimed emperor by the troops on the battlefield. In 1794, Battle of Fleurius, major victory by forces of First French Republic under General Jean-Baptiste Jourdan over the coalition army. Great Britain hand over Dutch Republic Habsburgs. First use of reconnaissance balloon. In 1857, the first 62 recipients are awarded the Victoria Cross for valor in the Crimean War by Queen Victoria. In 1917, first U.S. troops arrive in France during World War I. In 1945, United Nations Charter signed by 50 nations in San Francisco. In 2016, Panama Canal's third set of locks opened for commercial traffic, doubling the canal's capacity at an estimated cost of $5.25 billion. In 1925, The Gold Rush, directed and starring and written by Charlie Chaplin, is released. In 1870, Richard Wagner's opera Valkyrie, second in his Ring cycle, premieres in Munich, featuring Ride of the Valkyries. Good job on getting that right for once, Matt. I'm very proud of you. Now, if we could only do something about your bulbous gut. Watch it. I still own a club. In 2017, American Cup Amaranth Team New Zealand defeats Oracle Team USA 7-1 in Bermuda. Peter Blurring, 26, youngest ever helmsman. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. That's right, folks. B for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Yes, they spell Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos that brings you the Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Now,
Where is Costello's house? Well, there's 204. There's 205. 205 and 7/8. 205 and 9/16. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Oh, Mr. Abbott, I never thought you'd get here in time.
How's Costello?
Oh, I'm so worried, Mr. Abbott. I've never seen him this way. I'm afraid he...
Don't say it. Don't say it, my pal Costello. Oh, Mrs. Adams.
Yes?
If anything should happen to Costello, promise me one thing.
What?
Promise me you won't rent his room until you hear from me, please.
I promise. Won't you come in? You'll have to excuse the appearance of the place. I haven't had time to pick up any of this junk on the floor. Try not to step on my husband. It's his birthday.
Yes, I'll be careful.
Well, I'm so sentimental, Mr. Abbott. Do you think I ought to stick a candle in his mouth?
Yes, by all means. Look, where is Costello's room?
Right over there.
Thank you.
Come in. Mother!
Mother?
Yeah.
Costello, don't you know me? I'm Abbott.
Oh, those green slacks fool me. Oh, Abbott. Am I glad to see you?
What in the world is the matter with you?
I'm afraid there's a screw loose in my mind.
Oh, my goodness, you had me worried. I thought there was something serious.
It is serious. Very serious. My mind is just like a brain to me. Abbott, you gotta help me.
Well, what is the matter with you?
Remember that dream I had where the fella said every time I told a lie or did something bad, he'd blow a horn?
Well, what about it?
Do you know where I can reach Petrillo?
Oh, come. You just imagine it.
No, I don't. All day long, night and day, he follows me around, blowing that horn. Now I know how Betty Grable must feel.
Oh, Costello, you're acting like a child. You probably haven't had enough sleep. Did you drink anything last night?
You know I don't drink.
Were you out late with a girl?
You know I never have anything to do with girls. Did someone say Costello? There it goes again. Abbott. It's the guy with the horn.
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
Abbott.
Yes.
Is there anyone in back of me?
All there is in back of you is more you.
Abbott, there's something wrong with me. I knew it the moment I walked through that door.
How did you know?
The door was closed.
Mr. Costello, 4 o'clock, time for your medicine.
Wait a minute, Costello. That's a dog biscuit.
They work. I haven't howled in 2 days.
Will you stop this foolishness? You need a change of scenery. We'll drive to the beach and give the girls the once-over. What do you say?
Oh, that stuff bores me. Abbott.
What now?
I heard that music.
I didn't hear a thing.
I heard the music. Oh, I wish my mother was here.
Why?
She'd dance with me.
Costello, you're going to drive yourself nuts.
Don't say that. Life couldn't be that cruel to me. I'm a nice guy. Look at me. I'm in my prime. Everything to live for. A perfect specimen. Yes, I am, Abbott. I'm a perfect specimen. 260 pounds of bulging muscles. Flabby muscles? Teensy-weensy muscles? Blubber? Blubber.
Hey, who are you talking to?
The guy with the horn. He just gave me another argument.
Look, Costello, there's nothing wrong with you. You're just as normal as you ever were.
That's right. Kick a man when he's down. Oh, how could this happen to me? I'm good to my mother. I got money in the bank. I love animals.
Hey, wait a minute. You say you've got money in the bank?
About $400. $28.
$28, eh? Oh, boy, if I could only get my hands on that.
What'd you say?
I said that's a lot to have on your hands. Let me look at you. Mm-hmm. Ha-ha!
Uh-huh. I'm dying. He's cleaning his teeth.
Costello, you're not dying. What's happening to you is far worse.
I know it. I knew it last night when the landlady brought up that pot roast.
Why, pot roast is very good for you.
That's why I think I'm going batty.
Why?
After I ate the pot, I had no appetite for the roast. What am I going to do, Abbott?
Well, Costello, anytime something like this happens to a man, Someone has to administer his estate. Now, you don't want to leave all of that $28 to the government, do you?
Oh, no.
No.
Some foreign country might hear about it and try to make a loan.
Sure.
Besides, I always figured I'd leave it to my Aunt Marie.
Your Aunt Marie?
Yeah, she was so good. She was like a mother to me. A father, a sister, a brother, an uncle, a grandmother. And we all lived together in one little room.
Now, Costello, we have to put the money where it'll do the most good.
I'd like to leave something to my girl Gladys.
Oh, why worry about her? She's got a good job with the carnival.
Yes, I know. But one of these nights, someone's going to throw that baseball straight and knock her head right off. Now, let me see. $28. That's not enough to start a college, is it?
No.
How about a small college?
No.
Junior college?
No, Costello. You're thinking all wrong. Who is your best friend?
You.
Now you're thinking.
Hey, if you'll forgive me, I'd like to ask a silly question.
Uh,
How do I know you won't spend the money?
You're forgiven.
Thank you.
Okay, now, now don't forget, we want to make this all legal and binding. We'll get a lawyer and put everything in writing. Is that okay?
Well, if you want a good lawyer, call my uncle.
Where can I get him?
Well, call Fiedelhofer Binks, Fernswager Binks, Immelflocker Binks, and Spendolian Binks.
Why so many Bings?
It's the same guy. He'd just like to keep an eye on the others.
Look, which one is your uncle?
Jones.
Jones.
Yeah, of Jones, Fairness, Graham, Retner, DeWitt, and Mulrooney.
Then why did you tell me to call Fiedelhofer Binks, Bernschweiger Binks, Immelflocker Binks, and Spondolian Binks? If your uncle is with Jones, Fairness, Graham, Retner, DeWitt, Mulrooney. Why did you tell me that?
Because Jones, Fairness, Graham, Rittner, DeWitt, and Mulrooney's phone is out of order, and Fiedelhofer Binks, Fernswager Binks, Immelflocker Binks, and Spendolian Binks will take the message.
Wait a minute. Look, will you please repeat that?
Are you kidding? I'm lucky I got it out there.
Wait a minute. Come on, let me hear what you had to say.
I can't. The line is busy.
The line is busy.
Yeah.
Costello, I don't think we should engage anyone you know. Let's be impartial about this. Let's get my lawyer.
Uh-oh. That's good. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What do you mean impartial? If you can get your lawyer, why can't I get my lawyer?
Well, now, you see, my lawyer doesn't know your lawyer. That makes it impartial.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Ennis.
Hiya, fellas. Skinny, brace yourself. Costello has blown his top.
Yeah?
Yep.
What's new?
Oh, Hey, wait a minute.
Now, Costello, don't excite yourself. Skinny.
Yeah.
The boy is emotionally upset, and I understand that musical therapy is prescribed under such conditions. Is that true?
Well, old therapist will be glad to oblige.
That's swell. All right, Costello, compose yourself. Skinny is going to play some pretty music for you. Now, sit back. Come on.
Okay.
Sit back, sir. Now, relax. Now, I'll turn the lights down low.
Okay.
Now, close your eyes.
I got it.
That's wonderful. Now, put your head right on my shoulder. Are you comfy?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's wonderful. Anything else I can do for you?
Uh-huh.
What?
Kiss me goodnight.
Yeah, well, you go lay down. Oh, let's sleep.
Hamilton, City Ennis in the orchestra. The song, I Don't Know Why. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why I just do. I don't know why you thrill me like you do. I don't know why you just do. You never seem to want my romance. The only time you hold me is when we're dancing. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why I just do.
seem to want night romancing. The only time you hold me is when we're dancing. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why I just do.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Surgeons, research doctors, throat specialists, general practitioners, men in every branch of medicine were included in the survey. Doctors in every single state of the Union were questioned. 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors this question. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. That's easy to understand if you smoke Camel yourself. After all, a doctor can appreciate the rich, full flavor and cool mildness of Camels as much as you can. If you are not a Camel smoker now, try Camels on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. See if the rich, full flavor and cool mildness of Camel's superb blend of costlier tobaccos don't suit your T-zone to a T.
Oh, get up, Costello, please. Oh, I can get him up. Come in, Counselor. Sorry I'm late, Abbott. I was detained at court. How did you make out? I was acquitted. Good. Mother got 20 years.
Are you having a party?
Oh, what makes you think that?
What's that beer barrel on the bed?
That's no beer barrel, that's Costello.
Oh. Well, that's the chump you're taking for the $28, huh? What's the deal?
Hallucinations.
Can't you break his leg? I'm terrific at assault and battery.
No. We haven't got time for that. Hey, Costello, wake up. Wake up!
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay. Goodbye, Gladys.
Will you forget Gladys? Costello, I want you to meet Counselor O'Toole.
Oh, glad to know you, Counselor. Know anybody over at Cedar Hopper, Furnace, Grand Binks, Retina, Penicillin,
Quiet, Costello. Will you please, enough of that. Proceed, Counselor.
Costello, multiply 3,485,112 by 6,791,844. Sorry, time's up. You're hopeless.
I got hopeless fast.
Now, in this $28 estate, are there any debts outstanding?
Well, I owe the drugstore 30 cents for a quart of perfume I bought for my girl.
Wait a minute. A quart of perfume? That's pretty extravagant. Most fellows give their girl a dram.
Well, I guess I'm one of those fellows who just don't give a dram. Hey, here's her picture. Name is Gladys. Isn't she beautiful?
Yes, she is.
She's got pretty eyes, hasn't she?
Yeah, her eyes are very pretty.
Which do you like better, the brown one or the blue one?
I can't decide.
The blue one fascinates me. But then again, the brown one goes nicely with the truck she's driving.
Will you stick to the case, Costello?
Are there any other outstanding debts against the estate?
Yes, sir. I still owe Abbott 10 cents for the tickets he got me to see up in Central Park.
10 cents? Where did you sit?
Up in Central Park.
Now, are there any other provisions you wish to make?
Well, yes, sir. If I am taken away, someone will have to look after my little friend. For instance, for breakfast, Rover must get a bone.
Well, okay. A bone for Rover. Go ahead.
Yes, and Tabby, just a little warm milk.
Well, okay. Warm milk for Tabby.
And for Flossie, just orange juice and toast.
Orange juice and toast?
Yeah, Flossie's my sister.
Still, I'll treat her just as if she's human.
And she'll appreciate it very much, too.
Now, please sign your name here, Costello.
Okay, I'll sign my name down here. I gotta sign Costello. C-O-S? Let me see. Gee, I know it as well as I know my own name. C-O-S-T-E-L-L-O. What comes next?
Look, what do you have with your crumpets?
A bib. I get jelly all over me.
Will you please stop stalling and sign that paper?
Well, let me read it first.
Take your time. Go ahead.
Come here, Abbott.
What's the matter?
Got everything set, huh?
Yeah, I got Harry, the hypnotist from the carnival. I'm giving him a third. He's going to set up the whole works. We'll call him the professor. Costello will never know the difference. We'll take him over. We'll take him over there to be examined. You know,
Okay.
right in front of him.
Well, Costello, have you signed it?
No. And I ain't gonna until I get the candy.
What candy?
It says right here, Tasty Mints.
Tasty mints. Where?
Mhm. Right
Oh,
there.
that's last will and testament.
Okay, I'll sign it.
Now all we have to do is see the professor.
Who is it?
It's Marilyn. May I come in?
Oh, Marilyn Maxwell. Gee, fellas, I'm bashful about a girl coming into my room. Would you fellas mind leaving?
Now, she's just the person we want to see. Come in.
Hello, boys. Oh, hello, Louis.
Louis. Oh, she called me Louis again. I haven't been so thrilled since I took my first bubble bath.
Louis, what are you doing in bed?
Miss Maxwell, do I look all right to you?
No, but then you never did.
You see, fellas, you must be framing me.
Miss Maxwell, Mr. Costello is having hallucination.
Oh, Louis, I'm heartbroken. Would it make you feel better if I sang a song for you?
Would you, Miss Maxwell?
Uh-huh. And just because you are so upset, I want to do everything I can to make things pleasant for you. I want you to hold my hand. That's it. Now put your arm around my waist.
Oh.
And snuggle real close to me. Mm-hmm. Yes, I want to do everything I can for you just because you are in this condition.
Oh, brother, the years I wasted in my right mind.
From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Three Wise Fools, comes that lovely singing star Marilyn Maxwell, accompanied by Camel's own Skinny Ennis and the orchestra. The song, It's a Pity to Say Goodnight.
It's a pity to say goodnight, because I never saw stars so bright. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. It's a pity to say farewell, because the man on the moon won't tell. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. How's about tomorrow night, just you and me? I'll be waiting for you, darling, underneath the apple tree. It's a pity to say goodnight, because I want you to hold me tight. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. Every time we get to my door, I get a kiss, just one, no more. Can't you see what I'm talking of? This kiss and run is nowhere, my love. It's a pity to say goodnight, 'cause I want you to hold me tight. But if you gotta get lost, you have to go home. Be sure you're heading for home, baby, don't roam. And if we really must part, we really must part. Give me a good kiss goodnight.
A 5-year-old child today has the life expectancy almost 10 years longer than was her mother's, and a good 18 to 20 years longer than that of her grandmother. You can thank your doctor and thousands like him, for it's the amazing strides of medical science that have added years to life expectancy. The makers of Camels are understandably proud of the standing of camels with the medical profession. 3 leading independent research organizations recently made a survey of doctors' cigarette preferences. They questioned doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in every state of the Union. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? They put that question to 113,597 doctors. The brand named most was Camel. Yes?
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Hello? This is the office of Professor Wilkins, hypnotist, geologist, archaeologist, and Egyptologist. Office hours 12 to 3, which is exactly the score by which St. Louis beat Boston. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Abbott, I don't like the looks of this place.
Oh, quiet. Oh, miss, we have an appointment.
Please be seated.
Hey, you can't catch me!
What was that?
What was that?
Nothing.
You can't catch me!
Hey, there he is again. Hey, miss, what's wrong with that guy?
Oh, nothing. He thinks he's an apartment. He's playing hard to get.
He thinks he's an apartment. All he has on is a pair of shorts.
Well, he's probably unfurnished. Look, Abbott, I'll give you my $28. Just get me out of here.
No, this must be legitimate. I just want you to tell the professor that,
Abbott.
you know, that you
Abbott,
can't...
Abbott.
Now, don't interrupt.
Abbott.
Tell the professor that you can't remember. You can't think it. You're going off your... What's the matter?
Abbott.
What do you want?
Don't look now, but is that a horse standing over there?
Certainly it's a horse. But don't be afraid. Go over and pet him.
Okay.
Please, sir, don't touch my horse. He has me terribly upset.
Something wrong?
I'll show you. Dobbin, would you care for a lump of sugar?
Merci, no. J'ai déjà eu trop de sucre.
Well, tell me, would you care for some oats?
Non, je voudrais une pomme.
You see why I'm worried? That horse has never been to France.
Abbott, I'll give you $30. Get me out of here.
Quiet.
Professor Wilkins will see you two gentlemen now.
Come on, Costello. Professor Wilkins?
Be with you two gentlemen in a moment. Goodbye, Mr. Snodgrass. Feel better now?
I feel swell. Never felt better in my life.
I feel awful. I'll be glad if I live through tonight. What are you doing tonight, Mr. Snodgrass?
Oh, I'm going to stay home and read. I'm going out to stick up a bank.
Fine.
Well, goodbye, Professor. Nice seeing you. Drop dead.
Hey, what's with that guy?
Split personality. Now, which of you need help?
I do. I can't find my way out of here.
Hold on, Costello. Oh, Professor, this is the young man I told you about. You know, the one with the M-O-N-E-Y.
Who's got the mumps?
Oh, yes. Yes, I recall. Now, just what was your trouble?
Anytime I do something wrong or tell a lie, I hear music.
Very unusual case. Kindly answer these routine questions. Name?
Costello?
Born?
Once.
Height?
5'2".
Width?
5'2".
Chest?
5'2". There's no use wasting your time. I'm the same in all directions.
Will you shut up, please?
Age?
24.
Neck?
Never. Like an ostrich. Hey, I hear that music again.
That's what I was telling you about, Professor. He's hopeless, isn't he?
Only a further examination will justify a conclusion. Now, in your family history, is there anything that you could consider abnormal?
Oh, no, sir.
What do you mean, no, sir? What about that aunt of yours who sits in the street banging the cement with a mallet?
Well, that's not her fault. Her husband told her to hit the road.
Please, none of this bickering. Now, Mr. Costello, please lie down here. That's it. Now, relax. Let yourself go. Tell me everything about yourself. Think back through the years.
I'm a little barefaced boy skipping merrily over Smith and Dale to the little red schoolhouse. I'm hurrying toward it. Faster, faster. I don't want to be late. I've never been so happy in my life. The school is on fire.
Persecution complex. Continue.
I see myself now. I am 16 and coming home from high school. I'm coming home from the 3rd grade. I had a swell day at the reform school. Walking down the road is little poinsettia Fiedelhofer, whose father's with Fiedelhofer. I'm a flock of retina Fennis Grand.
Oh, no more of that. No.
I'm carrying little poinsettia's books. Suddenly, out of the woods come 4 bears. They knock me down. 2 sit on my arms and 2 sit on my legs.
And you're terrified?
Not at all. They just want to sit around and chew the fat.
All right, Costello, you said enough for $28.
$28? What are you talking about, Mr. Abbott?
I told you over the phone I'd split his estate with you, didn't I?
Estate?
Yeah.
You mean we went to all this trouble to convince your best friend he's screwy, have a lawyer draw up papers, have me set up an office, all this for a measly $28?
Well, you see,
Schizophrenia paragoric.
What's that mean, Professor?
Mr. Abbott, you lie down on the couch.
Yes, you lie down, Abbott.
me.
Now tell us, what's your name? What's your sex?
Wait a minute.
What Caucasian are you?
Wait a minute,
Where
I
were you
don't-
birth?
I'm not
What's
sick.
your whip?
Listen,
And you want
I'm all
$28
right.
from me?
You're the one that's got
I'll take
the money.
$15. I'll take anything at all. Abbott, you should have never did this to me. Oh, Abbott, never.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
During the war, the makers of Camels offered a weekly salute to the men in the armed forces. Not just words and music, but also a definite actual gift the men valued and wanted. Cigarettes. Free Camels by the tens of millions. More than 150 million free Camels were sent to fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Brecksville, Ohio, U.S. Army Bruns General Hospital, Santa Fe, New Mexico, U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, U.S. Marine Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee, and Veterans Hospital, Legion, Texas.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, a rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Look, Costello, I wouldn't take your $28. It was all a gag. Always remember, I'm your pal, your best friend.
I know, Abbott, and I like you, too. Do you really need money?
Well, I could use a fin.
Well, will you sign a note?
Well, sure.
Good. We'll go over to Fiedelhofer, Bingsburn, Swagger, Emma, Flocker, Spondola.
No, forget the money. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Ask any woman if she doesn't like to see her man smoking a pipe. And ask any man if he doesn't like the rich, hearty, fine flavor of cool-burning, tongue-gentle Prince Albert. It's no wonder more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco. Saturday night, tune in to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. The new singing star Red Foley will be on hand to sing American folk songs just the way you like to hear 'em sung. The Duke of Paducah and Minnie Pearl will be there, too. Remember, Saturday night on NBC, Grand Ole Opry.
This is Jim Doyle in Hollywood, reminding you to listen again next Thursday to another Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You're smiling and all the while your heart just pounds away. The training builds and ends on this fateful day. It's the Pepsi generation face to face at a frog jumping race. Come on, come on, come on and have a Pepsi day. Come on, come on, come on and taste the Pepsi way. Come on, come on and have a Pepsi day.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Greetings, R.C.
Greetings, BC.
Now, would you step in here and take over, R.C.?
I'll be very happy to. Thank you, BC.
Not at all, R.C. The mic is yours.
must confess what you say is true. I had a rendezvous with somebody new. That's the only one I ever had. Baby, baby, don't you go away mad. Oh, cheating shows and it never goes. You got a reason to be mad, I suppose. But he only was a passing fad. Baby, baby, don't you go away mad. His kind's a dime a dozen. I should have passed him by. But whoever dreamed that your cousin would come along and give us the eye? I understand that you feel upset. What do you say that we forgive and forget? Come and kiss me just to show you're glad. Baby, baby, don't you go away mad. I understand that you feel upset. What do you say that we forgive and forget? Come and kiss me just to show you're glad. Baby, baby, don't you go away mad.
I got a new Sarah Lee limerick for you, Rosie.
Shoot, man.
A man named John Ebenezer, who once was a nasty old geezer, is now sweet as spice. Treats everyone nice.
Thanks to Sarah Lee cakes in his freezer.
How'd you guess?
How could I miss? Friday's the day everyone makes sure they have enough Sarah Lee cakes on hand for special weekend breakfasts.
Sarah Lee all butter pecan coffee cake?
Of course.
And cinnamon nut coffee cake, too?
Wouldn't be without it.
Makes breakfast worth getting up for.
Makes breakfast so easy, too, because all Sarah Lee cakes are completely baked and iced. All you do is serve them and enjoy them.
Oh, it sounds good enough to sing.
Merrily, merrily, only Sarah Lee tastes so good.
That's real slick, Rosie. Say, buddy, could you mood me into something listenable? You'll never know just how much I miss you. You'll never know just how much I care. And if I tried, I still couldn't hide my love for you. You ought to know, for haven't I told you so? About 1,000,000 or more times. You went away and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now. You know me. I like to take things easy, except when it comes to relieving cold distress. And then the faster, the better. That's why you should listen to this.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
Nice going, buddy. You and the group displayed your talents most admirably.
Pour a little in the tub of bubbly matey, new matey.
Watch the bubbles rise, they can't sting our eyes, that's matey, new matey. Your kids like the bubbles, so they jump in the tub. Then matey gets them clean without rub or scrub. So get new matey, mama matey. Matey gets your family clean.
We sing the same song in our house. The kids just love the way Matey bubbles them clean automatically while they play in the tub. There's practically no rub or scrub with Matey. Matey's pure, mild bubbles are so gentle they can't sting eyes. I'm happy because it leaves no bathtub ring. Matey has been awarded the Parents Magazine Commendation Seal.
So get new Matey, Mama Matey. Matey gets your family clean, so clean. Matey gets your family clean.
Rosemary and I offer a moonlit medley of dreamy songs now.
Wait till I turn on the moon, Bing.
Right.
We begin then, buddy?
First a song of reunion.
Then a song of optimism.
Followed by a smoocher.
A smoocher?
Yeah, you know, a kissy song.
Oh, yeah. Anyhow, that makes 3.
Let's make it a medley of 3 then, shall we?
You're Ron. Just kiss me once.
Then kiss me twice.
Then kiss me once again.
It's been a long, long time. I haven't felt like this, my dear, since can't remember when. It's been a long, long
time. You'll never know how many dreams I've dreamed about you.
Oh, just how empty they all seemed without you.
So kiss me once,
Then kiss me twice.
then kiss me once again.
It's been a long, long time. Life is just a bowl of cherries.
Don't make it serious. Life's too mysterious.
You work, you save, you worry so, but you can't take your dough when you go, go, go.
So keep repeating it's the berries. The strongest oak must fall.
The sweet things in life to you were just loans.
So how can you lose what you've never owned?
Life is just a bowl of cherries. So live and laugh at it. Live and laugh at it.
Live and laugh at it all. Give me a little kiss, will you, huh?
What are you gonna miss? Will ya, huh?
My poor wrist is bare as it can be. Won't you buy a golden band for me?
Ah, say that you're giving in. Will ya, huh? Anything you ask, I'll do.
I'll take an aeroplane, a motorboat, some pearls or diamond rings.
Oh, now listen, honey. Suppose I feel that I can't afford to buy those things.
Then give me a little kiss, will ya? And I'll give it right back.
Ooh, I don't want it back. I'll throw it right back at you. I'll give it back, toss it back, throw it right back at you.
Rosie, do you believe that love makes the world go round?
Oh, very definitely. Of course, love songs help a great deal, too.
Would you care to give the world a little spin?
Gladly.
No other love have I, only my love for you, only the dream we knew, no other love. Watching the night go by, wishing that you could be, watching the night with me. Into the night I cry, hurry home, come home to me. Set me free, free from doubt and free from longing. Into your arms I'll fly, locked in your arms I'll stay, waiting to hear you say, no other love have I. Other love have I, no other love have I.
Say, Miss Clooney, what's this I hear about you continuously pulling strings in our drapery hardware department?
It's those Eastern or Traverse rods, sir. They work so smoothly, I just can't keep my hands off them.
Well, the department manager reports that because you're standing in front of the Eastern Drapery hardware display all the time, people are, well, they're discouraged from stopping.
Yes, but they always come back. Sales aren't falling off, are they?
Oh, of course not. No. Because of the Easterner's smart, modern design and heavy-duty construction, because it's guaranteed for 5 years, and because no other line offers such quality features at anywhere near its price. That's why we're selling more Eastern Drapery hardware than ever. That's not the point, Miss Clooney. We must have some discipline around here, you know.
Mr. Crosby, all the people, they're listening.
If a customer wants to see how easily an Eastern rod can be installed or how smoothly it operates, it's all right to demonstrate, or you could show them all its different types, such as window widening and one-way draw. But otherwise, well, you should be straightening up stock or something like that there.
Mr. Crosby, look at the crowd of people.
Good. Now, Miss Clooney, let's see you sell them some Eastern Drapery hardware.
Oh, folks, we can't promise you'll be waited on by Rosemary Clooney, but for the store nearest you selling Easterner Drapery hardware, call this station.
I've got a crush on you, sweetie pie, all the day and night time. Hear me sigh, I never had the least notion that I could fall with so much emotion. Could you coo? Could you care for a cunning cottage? We could share the world. Will pardon my mush, 'cause I've got a crush, my baby, on you. We could share the world. Will pardon my mush, 'cause I've got a crush, my baby, on you.
We must toddle along now, Rosie.
We'll return Monday, friends.
Oh, we'll toddle back Monday for sure. See you then, friends.
5 times Saturday, 5 times Sunday. That's the current schedule for former Yankee star Jerry Coleman's Weekend Report on Sports. He keeps you posted with latest scores, as well as timely highlights on the personalities, coming events, and back of the bat rack yards. Keep up with sports with Coleman on Sports throughout the weekend on this CBS radio network station.
All mufflers are not created equal. Take a Walker muffler. Over the years, it helps your engine run efficiently, which means it helps you get the most for your gasoline dollars. Why? Because it's been engineered specifically for your car. That's why I put on Walker. A Walker exhaust system helps your car perform at its best, so you can get the most for your gasoline dollars. Just look for the Walker sign at service stations and garages everywhere.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Lever Brothers, makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the Screen Star's own beauty soap, spry, and other fine products, bring you the Bob Hope Show. Yes, transcribed from New York City, it's the Bob Hope Show with Doris Day, Jack Kirkwood, Irene Ryan, yours truly, High Aberback, Les Brown and his band of renown, our special guest, Fred Allen. And here he is, Bob Hope!
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. How do you do? This is Bob, finishing his second week at the Paramount Hope. Telling you the returns at the box office were fat. I expected to dine at the Stork Club like an aristocrat, but the income tax man came with a bat and held out his hat. Tell me, which way is the automat? Yes, sir, I've been at the Paramount 2 weeks now, doing 6 shows a day. In fact, I've been in that hot spotlight so long the Wilson Ham Company comes over every hour to base me. It's been real wonderful. I'm living at the Waldorf, you know. I'm not living, I'm stopping there for my stationery. I'm living at the Mills Hotel. But it's been great here in New York. After tonight, I go on tour again. I'll be in Syracuse the 15th, Cincinnati the 16th, Owensboro, Kentucky the 17th, St. Louis the 18th, Kansas City the 19th, and Denver the 20th. I haven't got a joke here, but the tax department made me throw those in so they can keep track of me. Income tax time. Yes, sir, income tax. That's government talk for put something in the pot, boy. And it's awful the way the government doesn't trust people. I had 3 dates with a blonde cashier of the Paramount Theater. Then I discovered she was Secretary Snyder in a wig. But the new tax forms are very simple. There's only 3 brackets this year. Low, medium, and reach, brother. I went down to the income tax office yesterday with Jane Russell. I didn't want him watching my form too closely. I tried to help Jane Russell with her income tax, but all I got was a scolding. I don't know what she was so snooty about. It says right on the form, withholding. I gotta be careful, though. She's married to Bob Waterfield, you know, the all-pro football player. And I don't want to get drop-kicked over the Empire State Building. Crosby and his son Gary are having a little trouble with their income tax. They're tossing to decide who will declare who is a dependent. And Sinatra had a lot of trouble with his income tax. The collector disputed one item Frankie had down, living expenses. Sinatra not only mails in his tax return, he rides along in the envelope to argue. And Arthur Godfrey is so loaded the government doesn't collect from him in the usual way. President Truman just sends Bess over with a market basket. And everybody's afraid they won't have any money left when they die, but Jack Benny discovered a way to take it with him. He had his appendix taken out and a piggy bank put in.
Tonight I heard the wild goose cry, winging off in the lonely sky. Tried to sleep, but it wasn't no use, 'cause I'm a brother to the old wild goose.
Those new Studebakers scare me. Yes, I am, the Wild Goose Boy. No matter where I am or what I'm doing, when I hear the cry of the wild goose, I must follow. I've had romances all over the world. There was Olga in Sweden, Sonia in Russia, Katrina in Holland, Fifi in France, and Sam in England. Boy, was it foggy that night. But I left them all to follow the cry of the wild goose. I remember the day the wild goose lured me to the far north. I was mushing across the frozen wasteland on my dog sled. Get up, Rex. Get up, Yukon. Get up, Whitey. Get up, Prince. That'll teach you to ad-lib. I'm the star here now. Come on, mush. Mush. Oh, I forgot. Wheaties. Thank you, Jack Strongheart, All-American Dog. Thank you very much. Yeah, I traveled all day through the icy wilderness, and tonight I came across a lonely igloo with a sign outside. Hudson Bay Trading Post. I knocked on the door, and as it opened, I asked, "Is this the Hudson Bay Trading Post?"
Yes, step down into it.
This is the Hudson Bay Trading Post. That's about all we can do with that, I guess, huh?
It's Eskimo custom. When boy and girl meet, must rub noses.
Well, if you insist. What's the matter?
First time ever been so close to nose, so far from man. My name Nakapua. That Eskimo for flower of the north. What your name?
Robert.
Robert? That's not right for you. I give you Eskimo name. I call you Kini Namba Igma Hamak Pudutuma Uklu.
Gee, thanks. What does that mean?
Blubber.
Wait a minute now.
Oh, no, get mad. Make yourself at home. Almost time for dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't stay long. I have to leave when I hear the cry of the wild goose.
Oh, no go yet. Sit down here in igloo. Me like you.
You do? You know what a kiss is, don't you?
Oh, no. Me never been out of front yard.
Well, it's easy. All you have to do is pucker your lips and then... You've never been out of your front yard?
No.
How long ago did Admiral Byrd go through here? Oops, there's the cry of the wild goose. Sounds like Petrillo with a sinus condition. Farewell, Nakapua. I must leave.
Oh, but why do you have to go?
My heart knows what the wild goose knows, and I must go where the wild goose goes. Wild goose, brother goose, which is best? A wandering foot or a heart at rest? Again, I followed the wild goose. This time it went south to Savannah, Georgia. And there on the porch of an old plantation, I found romance again. As I stood there on the steps, a lovely southern maiden walked toward me. I could tell she was a true daughter of Dixie.
Are you Southerner? My aunt has forbidden me to speak to anyone but Southerners.
Am I a Southerner? Will chip my chitlins and hock my ham. Ma'am, I'm Robert Beauregard Hope.
I just adore the little old way you say those little old things, you little old.
Anyone for Saratan?
Somebody calling me.
Oh, Robert, it's my auntie. She must be here to chaperone me.
Doorbell, I see we have company.
Yes, auntie. This is Robert Beauregard Hope. Robert, this is antihistamine.
Antihistamine? How'd you all get a name like that?
Mother was expecting a cold.
Gesundheit.
I'm here to chaperone y'all, so I'll just sit here with my knitting. And you two little old darlings can go ahead as if I'm not even here.
Oh, that's mighty mine, mighty fine. That's mighty mine of you. Annie, histamine. Doorbell, how about a...
Oh, I'll never forget when I was engaged to Colonel Beaumont, the famous Kentucky colonel.
Oh, really?
Yes, but we had to call the marriage off. We were incompatible.
How come?
Well, he was bow-legged and I was knock-kneed. Every time we danced together, they had to untangle us with a crowbar.
Doorbell, how about a...
My, that colonel was a romantic one. He used to take me in his arms, hold me close, and whisper in my ear.
Doorbell, how about a...
Wouldn't you like to hear what he whispered in my ear?
All right, Auntie, I'd like to hear what he whispered in your ear.
So would I. It must have been wonderful. It blew out the fuse on my hearing aid.
Doorbell, how about it?
Pardon me, I have to go and get some more yarn for my knitting.
Oh, Robert, Auntie's gone at last.
Yeah, Doorbell, we're alone.
Oh, come here, my little ham hock, sugar pie, corn pone, sweet pea, poke chop, apple dumpling.
I feel like a counter at the farmer's market.
Oh, hug you tight, honey. I'm going to give you a kiss like you've never been kissed before. Come here.
Well, this is what I've been waiting for. Not yet, you fool. Look, I don't get a chance like this very often. Go bother Artie's show. But it was no use. It was the cry of the wild goose. I had to be off again, down life's highway. My heart knows what the wild goose knows, and I must go where the wild goose goes. I'm coming. Wild goose, brother goose, which is best, a wandering foot or a heart in rest? The wild goose flies fast, and soon I found myself in sunny Mexico. My search for romance brought me to a little cabaret in Acapulco. It was run by a fabulous character named Dirty Pancho. As I entered the door, he came rushing up.
Buenos dias, boy. Come right in.
Wait a minute. Is your place safe for an American tourist?
Oh, first class, boy.
Tell me, there's one thing I'm curious about. How'd you get the name Dirty Pancho?
Can't hear you. Come a little closer.
Okay.
A little closer.
Okay.
What was your question?
Never mind. I got the answer.
Are you enjoying your visit to Mexico, seeing all the sights?
Yeah, the only thing I haven't seen is a bullfight.
Nothing to 'em, boy. A guy waves a cape and the bull chases him around and around and around. When that's over, another matador comes out and they start,
Another round?
Oh, you're so kind.
Well, look, Pancho, I didn't come here to talk to you. I wanted to meet that gorgeous dancing girl you have here, Carmelita.
Carmelita, you have the next dance with the senor.
Oh, come, senor. The music is starting. Arriba! Ole!
Pepsi, Cole!
Ah, you rumba magnifico, senor. I have never seen anyone dance like you south at the border.
I thought I moved my shoulders pretty well, too.
Tell me, senor, what is your name?
Roberto.
Roberto?
No, not that one. I'm the one from America. Enough of this dancing, Carmelita. Let us go out on the terrace.
I will go on the terrace with you, senor, but we must be careful. Dirty Pancho is my lover, and he is very jealous.
Who cares? You're the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Soon the wild goose will call, and I will be gone. But before I go, you must kiss me.
Aha, boy.
Pancho!
I catch you kissing my Carmelita. I'm going to kill you, you filthy pig.
Pancho's got a gun. He's going to shoot.
Wild Goosey, where are you?
Oh, no, you're not going to get away.
He got me.
Senor, he didn't hit you.
You mean?
Put something in the pot, boy. It's wild goose for dinner tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, once upon a time, I was unlucky enough to be out of work on Broadway. Since that time, I've always been willing to help any unemployed actor, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Mr. Hope.
Well, it's nice to have you back with us, and man, are you looking great, Fred. Where'd
Really?
you get that tan? Bermuda? Sun Valley? Palm Springs?
No.
Miami Beach?
No, Bob. They just put a sun lamp in the unemployment office.
I'll tell you, you don't have to worry about the unemployment office this week, Fred. I got your check right here.
No, Bob, please. Now, do me a favor. Skip the check. Tear it up.
No, Fred, I insist. I
No,
paid you
Bob.
the last time you were on my show, and I'll pay you this time. You can use the money.
Well, I know that, Bob, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. The last time you paid me, I couldn't collect my unemployment check. And you have no sun lamp on the program either. I'm have to pale during the half hour.
Look at me, much. Well, look, Fred, you were on my show 4 weeks ago back in California. I thought you were going to stay out there.
Me stay in California, Bob?
Yes, you were beginning to look healthy.
Well, I don't know. I still have these bags under my eyes here.
Yes, but now they're full of orange juice. I tell you, we've got a healthful climate out there.
Well, it didn't help me any, Bob. I actually, you may not believe this, I lost weight out there.
No.
Now, you may think I'm rugged at first glance, you know, but when I take off this Superman tweed, I am so skinny underneath, when I take a bath, I have to starch my ears to keep from going down the drain.
That's what I can't understand, but it's funny. You're skinny, and yet you have a pot.
Well, Bob, every man, as you will learn in later life, every man my age has a pot, Bob.
Yeah, but your cover doesn't fit. Fred, what have you got against California?
Well, everything out there is so phony, Bob.
Phony, Fred. Don't exaggerate.
Now, it's the
Please,
truth.
I've got to go back. Now, stop this, will you?
It's not exaggeration. It's the truth, Bob. For example, there aren't any real trees out there at all. The birds haven't got any place to sit down. In California, Bob, if you are tall and wearing a green suit, you have got to keep moving.
You're really exaggerating.
No, I'm not, honest. But look, Gary Cooper stood still too long one day, and a squirrel shoved 2 acorns up his nose. In the one nostril.
That's quite a tour up Gary Cooper's tour. You know, Fred, you may be right about those trees. I never see any birds' nests out there, come to think of it.
Well, that isn't the reason you don't see any birds' nests, Bob. Jack Benny steals them all.
Jack steals birds' nests?
He puts sideburns on them and uses them for toupees. In fact, that is not a pot that you see in his hair. It's a worm that a careless He has a limp pot in his hair.
That explains it. I wonder why the last time I saw Jack, his eyebrows were molting.
Oh, they...
But, gee, Fred, you shouldn't knock him like that. He told me he's known you since he was a kid.
Oh, Jack never was a kid, Bob. Not many people know this, but Denny wasn't born.
Wasn't born?
Oh, no. This is a secret, but it all happened down at the automat. His mother put in a nickel for some
Which one are you working on?
No?
She's still working on the part in the hair, I think.
No, Jack wasn't born. It all happened down at the automat. His mother put in a nickel for some Van Camp's pork and beans, and out came Benny playing Love and Bloom on a salami. Well, enough about the Beverly Hills rag mop, Bob.
So you really love it here in New York, don't you?
Yes, Bob, I'm happy. Happy to be back in little old Manhattan.
Well, what have you been doing since you came back? Have you had any television offers?
Frankly, I'm not interested in any offers at the moment, Bob. I just want to relax for a while.
I've been thinking about it, too. It would be nice to do something easy in radio. You know, the kind of a show Arthur Godfrey does.
Arthur Godfrey, you say?
Look, he takes it so easy, Fred, he doesn't even go to the studio to do that show. He broadcasts from his home.
From his home?
Sure. When he's saying, "Good morning, everybody. I'm glad to see everyone so full of vitality to fight life's battles," he's still in bed.
Well, then where does that applause come from?
Oh, it just sounds like applause. Godfrey is shaking the wrinkles out of his nightgown.
Well, there's no getting away from it, Bob. There's no escaping it. Arthur has sure struck it rich.
Yeah, what would it be like if I worked like Godfrey?
Oh, don't be silly, Bob.
Wouldn't be very hard. Stand by, Fred, and I'll give you my impression of Arthur Godfrey.
It's time again for your Talent Scout show. And here's your genial master of ceremonies, Arthur Hopefree.
Hello there, friends and neighbors. This is your old friend Arthur Hopefree with another Talent Scout show. Before we meet our guests, I'd like to tell you that the first 5 seconds of my program is sponsored by Tipton's Tea Bag. The tea bag that really floats around in your cup. There's a reason for that. Inside every tea bag, there's a Chinese girl with an outboard motor. So remember, ask your grocer for genuine Tipton's tea, the tea that has all America drinking coffee. Just a minute. Yes, folks, this is your little boy Arthur coming your way again. But first, I want to tell you my sponsors on tonight's program are Fink's Flea Powder, Comfy Mattresses, Snodgrass's Shampoo, Strong Heart Dog Food, Dutch Boy Paint, Dutch Girl Paint, Bazooka Bubblegum, Humpledinger's Home Permanent. Oh, why go on? Just go out and buy anything.
First contestant. I'm right here, Mr. Hopefree.
Honey Boy Allen.
It's a real privilege meeting you, Mr. Hopefree.
Oh, thank you.
I listen to your radio program all the time, and I buy them by the carton.
Cigarettes?
No, aspirin.
Let's see, and what's your name, son?
Well, I'm Alan. You've heard of Victor Moan the Moan, Frankie Lane the Throb, and Jack Smith the Quiver?
Yes?
I am Freddie the Twitch. Another nickel in the Nickelodeon. You clapped me there.
Well, there's nothing unusual about your act, Alan.
Are you kidding, sir? I'll be great for television. I've got a new thing where I act out the song I'm singing.
Act out the song?
Yes. Now, for instance, if I'm singing The Old Master Painter, I draw a picture at the same time. When I sing It's Later Than You Think, I wind the clock. But my greatest number is There's a Bluebird on My Windowsill.
You mean?
I take a bath in a saucer. Are you ready, Mr. Hope?
I'm ready. Where am I going?
Okay. Well, here goes. All I want is loving you and music, music, music.
Sounds like the mating call of the Staten Island Ferry. I know what's wrong with your act. You need a harmony singer. I'm a natural-born harmony singer, so I'll team up with you. Let's see what it'll sound like. Hit it.
Put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. All I want is loving you and music, music, music. Say, pardon me, is that your nose, or have I misplaced my pick? Is that...
Hurry,
another nickel in the Nickelodeon. Arthur, you shot him. Who was he?
The sponsor.
Arthur, you shoot sponsors on your program?
Yeah, I like to thin them out once in a while.
this should happen to me. For that another day to live in, I never
All thanks for the memory. Thank you, Fred Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a wonderful 2 weeks at the New York Paramount. The only tough thing about our 2 great weeks at the Paramount, it made us miss the Orange Festival at San Bernardino, California. And, brother, there's a show no Westerner should miss. That's the Orange Festival at San Bernardino, a colorful and thrilling event. Tonight, we board one of United Airlines' DC-6s for shows Wednesday in Syracuse, Thursday in Cincinnati, Friday in Owensboro, Kentucky, that is, Saturday in St. Louis, Sunday in Kansas City, Monday in Denver, and then home to, you should pardon the expression, sunny California. Next Tuesday from Hollywood, our guest will be the bat boy of the Pittsburgh Pirates, the money belt that sings, My Father, Mr. Crosby. Bing Boy will be out from the ether by that time, and that's all for now. And how about it? Is everybody given to the Red Cross? And for the lowdown on Chicago, take a peek at Jack Late and Lee Mortimer's Chicago Confidential. Good night, folks.
Company has brought you the Bob Hope Show, transcribed from New York and Hollywood.
Here, Fibber, McGee, and Molly, next on NBC.
On ABC's World News Tonight, Crime, the Forgotten Victim, tomorrow.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, the only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a burglary detail. A string of store burglaries takes place in your city. The thieves work at night. They leave no physical evidence behind. Your job, get them. Thousands are changing to Chesterfield, both regular and king size, because Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to give you premium quality in both sizes.
That means king-size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette.
The same fine tobaccos as in regular Chesterfield. There is absolutely no difference, except that king-size Chesterfield is larger, contains so much more of the same tobaccos, it gives more than a fifth longer smoke. Yes, more than a fifth longer smoke from king-size Chesterfield.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Buy 'em either way you like 'em, regular or king size. You'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder. Yes, Chesterfield is best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, January 23rd. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 10:36 a.m. when we got to the corner of Constance and Westlake. Nichols' dry goods store.
Yes? Something I can do for you, gentlemen?
Yes, ma'am. We're police officers.
Oh, yes, about the robbery.
Yes, ma'am. Were you Gladys Nichols?
Yes, I am. I'm the owner. I found out that the safe had been robbed.
I think you mean your safe was burgled, Mrs. Nichols.
What?
Well, your safe, it's a technical term. We refer to it as having been burgled, not robbed.
Burgled. Robbed. They took the money out of it.
Well, you see, ma'am, a lot of people make that same mistake. A safe is burgled and a man is robbed.
Oh, yeah. Well, I came in this morning. I didn't get your name.
I'm sorry. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you.
How you do?
Like I said, I'm Gladys Nichols.
Yes, ma'am. Now, if you just tell us what happened here.
Oh, sure. Well, I came in this morning, 8:30, just like I always do. Been doing the same thing for the past 10 years. 8 years at the old location. Always opened exactly 8:30 on the dot.
Yes, Miss Nichols.
Miss Nichols. I took my maiden name when my husband died.
I'm sorry. You go right ahead, please.
Oh, sure. I came in at 8:30 this morning, opened the door, and came on in. Everything looked just like it should have. Hung up my coat, then I rolled up the shade on the front window. After that, I opened the safe, and that's when I knew that I'd been burgled.
That's right, ma'am.
I could tell it right away. Safe was empty, not a bit of money left. Cleaned it right out.
Do you know how much money there was in the safe, Miss Nichols?
Oh, yes. $423.76. I know exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
Can't understand it either. It should have gone off. Should have worked. Can't understand why it didn't.
What's that, ma'am?
Burglar alarm.
Oh.
Yes, not a peep out of it. Nothing. The man that sold it to me said that if anybody so much as looked at something and thought about stealing it, the alarm would go off. But like I said, not a peep. Oh, I wonder if you'd excuse me for a minute. There's Mrs. Johnson, old customer.
Yes, ma'am.
It won't take a minute.
You bet.
Good morning, Vera.
Morning, Gladys. I want a pattern and some material.
All right. What pattern do you want?
Oh, I was over to the Pomquits the other night. Barbara made some of the cutest pillows I ever saw. Looked like pieces of fruit. You know, watermelon, strawberry.
Oh, yeah, I know the ones you mean.
She said she saw them in a magazine. Sent for the pattern, but I thought if anybody had it, you'd be the one. Have you?
Sure. It's new. I just got it in a couple of days ago. I guess you heard about my being burgled.
No. Really?
Sure, last night. Those two gentlemen back there from the police come in to talk to me about it.
And you were really robbed?
Burgled, Vera. A safe is burgled. A man is robbed.
Oh.
Now, is this the pattern you want?
Yes, that's the one. See there? I want to make the slice of watermelon and the strawberry. Think they'll look real nice on the bench in the parlor.
Oh, yes. Yes, they sure would.
Faye saw those things. Said she wanted to make some. You see them, Joe?
No, I never have.
They're real nice. Probably not too comfortable, but they sure look pretty.
How much material do I need for just the two?
Well, I'm not sure. Have to look at the pattern. Do you want just the melon slice and the strawberry, that right?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Well, for the melon, you need, let's see. You want it out of cloth or plastic?
What?
Cloth or plastic. You can make them out of either.
Cloth, I think. Yeah.
Faye's going to use plastic. It's better for the kids.
Yeah.
You'll need 3/4 yard of red and 1/4 yard of green felt for the hull and the stem. That's for the strawberry. And then for the melon, you'll need 1/2 yard of white, 1/2 yard of pink, and 1/2 yard of green.
All right.
Well, how about embroidery cotton? You'll need 4 skeins of 6-strand black.
I have plenty of that.
Well, I'll measure it out for you. Sure had some excitement around here this morning. All those policemen running around looking for fingerprints and clues. It was real excitement.
Mm-hmm. They caught the man yet?
No, that's what those 2 men are here for now. Want to ask them some questions.
Certainly don't look like policemen.
Now, why do you say that?
Well, they don't look anything like they do in the movies.
Never do. Now, you will need some muslin for this, too. You want to get it now?
No, I'll pick it up later. Got to get some batting, too.
All right.
That's the stuff that gives Faye trouble.
What?
Batting. You know, the stuff you put inside the pillows. Faye always has trouble with it. Stuff always creeps down to one end of the pillow. You got one real fat end, and the other one just hasn't got anything in it. Kind of uncomfortable when you sit on it.
Yeah.
Just put that on the bill, will you, Gladys?
You betcha.
Sure hope you get the burglary all straightened out.
Oh, I know they will. Thanks for coming in. Now then,
I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right, ma'am. About that burglar alarm.
Yes?
Well, about the switch. Are you sure you turned it on when you left the shop?
Sure, you just bet I did. I always do. Right after I pull the shade down, I always switch on the system. It's supposed to ring when anybody tries to get into the place. Didn't work this time, not even a peep.
Well, now, you say this time. Do you mean that something like this happened before?
Oh, no, just a figure of speech. No, never been anything like this before.
I see.
Did you notice anything disturbed in the place when you came in? Anything that made you think something might be wrong?
No, not a thing. Came in, rolled up the shade, and then opened the safe. That's the first I knew about it. Somebody opened it up. Must have known the combination. Just opened it up and took the money.
Well, does anyone else have a key to your front door here? Anyone besides yourself, I mean?
Well, there's Alan.
Alan?
Yes, Alan Hoffman. He comes in, straightens up for me. He's a decorator. Or at least he's trying to be one. He likes to come in and putter with the material. He works in some sort of store during the day, and then he comes in here in the evenings and works with the material. You know, tries out different things.
Yes, ma'am. Does he have the combination to your safe?
Oh, no. I'm the only one who has that.
Do you know if he was in here last night?
No, I don't. But I know that Alan wouldn't do a thing like this. I'm sure of that.
How is it you let this Alan have a key to the place, ma'am? Let him have the run of the place when you're not here?
Oh, well, I've known Alan for a long time. I knew his mother. We've always been good friends. Once in a while, he gets a commission to a house, and he always gets the material he needs from me. Oh, he's awfully nice. You'd like it.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know where we can get in touch with this Mr. Hoffman?
Sure, I can give you his address. Lives over on 9th. Got a real cute place. All modern and all. He does those mobiles. You know those things made out of wire and plastic? Hangs from the ceiling? Just hang there and go round and around. It's a new art form.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't understand them myself, but I guess there are a lot of people who do.
Yeah. Are you insured against theft, ma'am?
I beg your pardon?
Do you have any insurance against theft?
Sure, I have insurance. By golly, that's the first time I thought about it. I always thought that it was kind of a waste of money. Sure glad I have it now. This whole thing won't cost me a cent.
Well, now, outside of this Hoffman, do you hire anyone else in the store here?
No, well, I don't pay Alan anything. He just comes in and putters. There's no need for anyone else in the store. I have a man come in once in a while to wash the front windows, but no one steady.
Has there been anyone around regularly? Anyone who'd be in a position to learn the combination to the safe, ma'am? And find out where the switch to the burglar alarm is?
No. No, not that I can think of. Of course, most of my customers are pretty regular, come in all the time, but I'm pretty sure that none of them would do a thing like this.
What if you could give us a list of the people who come in regularly, Miss Nichols?
Sure, I can. But I don't want you to go around bothering them, asking a lot of questions, causing embarrassment. I just won't have it. Money just isn't that important. It doesn't make that much difference, especially since I'm insured.
Well, we won't embarrass anyone. It's just that we'd like to have the list if we could.
Oh, well, all right.
What time did you close the store last night, Miss Nichols?
6:10, same as always.
Did you lock the store yourself?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you notice anyone loitering around outside? Anyone who might have looked a little unusual, like they were waiting for you to leave?
No, I don't think so. If there was anyone, I didn't notice them.
Did you leave any sort of a light burning in the place?
I beg your pardon?
Well, a night light. Do you leave one burning when you close up?
Sure. That lamp on the counter, old coffee grinder. I leave that on. Has a 150-watt bulb. Throws a lot of light. Of course, you can't see anything from the street when I close up. Just a lot of shadows.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I pull the shade down when I leave. Once I had some material fade that was in the window. Since then, I pull the shade down. When it's down, you can't see inside and the street is off.
Uh-huh.
Say, if you don't mind, I'd like to make a phone call.
Of course, ma'am.
I want to call those people and tell them what I think of them. If they're going to have to make good on that guarantee.
Who's that, ma'am?
Burglar alarm people. Thing didn't work at all. Not even a peep.
11:18 a.m. Frank and I checked by the crime lab to see if they'd been able to come up with any physical evidence from the scene of the burglary. As in the previous cases, there was nothing to work on. For the past month, a series of burglaries had been taking place in the same one-block area. The M.O. in every instance was the same. Somehow, the doors to the shops were being unlocked, the safes rifled, and then closed up again. In those stores where there wasn't a safe, merchandise was stolen. In all of the burglaries, whoever was responsible for them got away without leaving a trace of physical evidence behind. Store employees were interrogated. Owners were questioned. None of them could give us any lead. The M.O. had been run through the stats office, but they couldn't help us. Stakeouts had been placed on the stores. Extra men were sent out from Metro Division to patrol the streets. The men saw nothing, but the burglaries continued. The thief or thieves seemed to know just what stores were under surveillance and seemed to keep clear of them. Wednesday, 12:14 p.m. We ran the name Alan Hoffman through R&I, but we got no make. Frank and I drove out to his home address on 9th Street. He met us at the door and asked us in.
I'm doing some work back here. Mind if I go on with it?
No, sir. You go right ahead.
Right back here, sun porch. I got a commission to do a place. I'm working on some mobiles for it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think I'll call it Doves at Sunrise. Sit down. Any place.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of questions we'd like to ask you, Hoffman.
Sure, what about?
Were you in Miss Nichols' shop last night?
Oh, no, why?
Can you tell us where you were last night?
Yeah, I think so. I went to an exhibition in Mobile, a place down on Pico. A friend of mine had a one-man show. Great ideas. Bad color, but great ideas.
You prove you were there?
Oh, sure, if I have to. What's this all about, anyway?
I understand you have a key to the shop. Is that right?
Yeah, Gladys gave it to me. I go down there and check the material, get ideas for decorating.
Where do you work, Mr. Hoffman?
Right now in a store out on Beverly, antique shop. I want to go in business for myself, interior decoration. I've been working for it a long time. A couple of more good commissions, I'll be able to do it.
Mm-hmm. Do you work at night down there very often?
You mean at Gladys's?
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe a couple of times a week.
What time do you usually get there?
It depends on what I'm doing before. Usually I have dinner, then go by. Well, what's this all about, anyway? Something wrong?
Well, you probably know that there have been several burglaries down in that area lately.
Yeah, I heard about them. You figure I had something to do with them? Is that it?
Well, we're trying to find out who's responsible for them.
Well, it isn't me.
You ever notice anyone around the place when you were there at night?
No, not that I remember. Hand me that piece of balsa, will you?
Miss Wood here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Here you are. Thanks. No, I've never noticed anyone around there.
What time do you finish up at the shop there?
Sometimes as late as 2, maybe 3 in the morning.
Uh-huh. Miss Nichols tell you where the burglar alarm switch is?
Sure, I know. Couldn't move around the place without knowing about it. Have half the police force there if that thing ever went off.
You got any idea as to how that safe could be opened by someone other than Miss Nichols?
No, she's so touchy about that safe. She'd never let anyone get near her when she's opening. Even after she finishes the combination, she twirls the dial so you can't tell what number she stopped on.
You've looked, have you?
No. I don't like what you're trying to say.
Well, we're not trying to say anything, Hoffman.
Well, you imply that I might try to knock over that safe.
No, we didn't say that.
You said the same thing, asking me if I'd try to see the combination.
Well, now, just take it easy, Hoffman. If you haven't done anything, you got nothing to be afraid of.
I've got nothing to be afraid of. I just don't like your remarks, that's all.
You ever been arrested? I say, you ever been arrested?
Oh, no. A couple of tickets for running red lights, that's all.
Can you give us the address of the place where you were last night?
Yeah, I suppose so. You guys really think I had something to do with this, huh?
We got to check everybody out, Hoffman. You came up on the list.
Well, that's all it is, huh?
That's all it is.
No, I'll give you the address. You can check there. They'll tell you I was there till about 3:30 this morning, and then we all went out to get something to eat. I came home about 5 this morning. Went right to bed.
Anybody see you come in?
No, I don't think so. You guys figure it might be an inside job, these burglaries?
Looks like it might be, yeah.
Well, that's the way I've got it figured. From what Gladys tells me, it's almost got to be.
That right?
Sure. Oh, hand me that piece of red plastic, will you?
The what?
A piece of red plastic.
This here?
Yeah, that one. Oh,
there you are.
Thanks. Oh, sure, it's got to be somebody who knows all about the stores. You know, when to hit the safes, when not to. The way they walk into the places, no marks on the doors, nothing broken.
You seem to know quite a bit about the burglaries.
Well, I heard about him, talked to Gladys. Looks like an inside job to me. Say, officer.
Yeah?
Would you hand me one of those swivels there in the box?
Where? Here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Now, clip it on here and hang this thing.
Just hang it up like that?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, finished. Balance is good. Good movement. Huh. Doves at sunrise.
Is that all it does, just hang there?
Yeah. What do you think of it? Of course, it isn't as good as war recumbent, but it gets the feeling across, don't you think?
Yeah. Sure does. Doves at sunrise, huh?
Yeah. Doves at sunrise.
How about that?
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Joe?
Hoffman.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You get it?
Who?
What?
Oh. Doves at sunrise.
Sergeant Friday.
Yeah.
It's your office.
Oh, thanks, Hoffman. Hello. Oh, yeah, Captain. Mm-hmm. No, we're here now. Yeah. Oh, well, he seems to. Yeah, who? All right, we'll be right in. All right, well, we got a call to make. What? Over on Pico? Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, right after that. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Wisdom?
Yeah, he wants to see us.
Yeah?
We'll probably want to talk to you later, Mr. Hoffman. We can reach you at this number, is that right?
Yeah, either here or at the shop. If I'm not at either, Gladys knows where I am.
All right, I wonder if you could give us the address and the phone number of the place where you were last night.
Sure. Yeah. I've got a piece of paper here someplace. You never can find anything when you want it. Yeah. Oh, here we go. You got to go out there, huh? You can't take my word for it.
That isn't the point, Mr. Hoffman. We can't take anybody's word for it. If we don't know it, we got to check it out, see?
Suppose so. Oh, here you are. Ask for Rudy. He's the one who had the exhibition. He'll tell you.
Rudy, is that it?
Yes, that's right. I was with him all evening. He'll tell you.
Okay, thanks, Hoffman.
Oh, say,
Yeah?
I wonder if you could leave me your card and phone number.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thank you. I'd like to give you a call.
Sir?
I'm holding my own show of mobiles. I'd like to have you two guys there.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You bet. I'll be calling you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. What'd the captain want?
Oh, he's raising the roof. Says he just got a call from the corner pocket there leaning all over him.
Yeah?
Says he's tired of answering questions. Says we better come up with some of the answers for him. 12:58 a.m. Frank and I drove over to check on Alan Hoffman's alibi. We talked to Rudy Nixon. He told us that Hoffman had been with him until around 4:30 that morning. At that time, Nixon had dropped Hoffman off at his apartment. We drove back to the office and ran the name Rudy Nixon through R&I, but we got no make on anyone answering his description. 5:45 p.m. Frank and I reported for stakeout duty. The night went slow, and we came up with nothing. The next morning at 8:16 a.m., we checked back into the office. You know, as soon as we get this thing over with, I'm going to sleep a week.
Oh, man, you got company. I'm going to tell Faye to send the kids out of town. If anybody calls me, tell them I just left for Hindustan by fast freight.
Well, how'd it go?
Nothing, Skipper. Sat there all night, not a thing.
How about the other guys? Anything from them, Skipper?
No, I just checked with Metro. None of their cars saw anything. The other men out there came in with the same. I'll get it. Burglary wisdom. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Well, what time was that? Right, we'll send a couple of men right out. Here's the address. I hit again.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Chesterfield is best for you. But let us give you the facts, and then you be your own judge.
Chesterfield is the first cigarette to present this scientific evidence on the effects of smoking.
A medical specialist is making regular bi-monthly examinations of a group of people from various walks of life. 45% of this group have smoked Chesterfield for an average of 10 years. After 8 months, the medical specialist reports that he observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield. I'd say that means real mildness.
And Chesterfield is the first and only premium quality cigarette available in both regular and king size.
So buy 'em either way you like 'em, regular or king size. You'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder. Yes, Chesterfield is best for you.
Thursday, January 24th, 8:52 a.m. Frank and I drove out to see the latest victim of the burglars. The crew from the crime lab arrived and went over the place. The M.O. was exactly the same as in the previous thefts. The front door had been unlocked, the safe had been opened, the contents taken, and then the safe closed. There was no physical evidence. However, on one point, the thief had varied his method of operation. The latest victim was the owner of a radio and television store. A check of his stock showed us that an expensive record player and a large stock of records were missing. We checked Metro Division, but they told us that none of their cars had reported seeing anyone on the streets carrying anything that fitted the description of the missing merchandise. The serial number of the set was given to us, and a local and an APB was gotten out on it. We talked to Lieutenant Stevens at Metro, and he agreed to double the number of cars cruising in the area that night. 3 more teams of men from burglary were assigned to the stakeout detail. 6:02 p.m. Frank and I checked in for duty. Nothing happened. 2 days passed. Still no new leads. All employees of the stores that were victimized were checked and rechecked. Nothing. Saturday, January 26th. Frank and I were assigned to a toy shop in the middle of the block. We waited. 8 p.m., 9, 10:30 p.m. Nothing.
Boy, I'm stiff.
Yeah.
Joe.
Mm-hmm.
What time you got?
10:46.
I sure wish I could have a smoke.
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to show. What do you think?
I don't know. Been a long time.
11 o'clock. We waited. From time to time, we could see the lights of the undercover car go by the front entrance. Midnight. 12:30. Still nothing.
Joe? Want a piece of this candy bar?
No, I'm not hungry.
Sure you don't want some?
No. I don't know. We've been in every store in this block. Past months, I don't think the guy's going to show.
No. It's kind of stale.
Look at that. What's that?
Sounds like moving something.
Sounds like the ventilator, doesn't it?
Hey.
Wait a minute, hold it. Yeah, look, see the ventilator on the far wall?
Where? Is it moving?
Yeah, somebody's coming out of there, see? Going for the burglar alarm. See, look at that.
What'd he do?
Snapped off the burglar alarm.
Oh.
He's at the safe.
Yeah.
He's got it open. Come on, let's take him.
All right, mister, hold it right there. Watch it, Joe. He's going for the ventilator. I see him. Come on. You see him?
No. He's up in there somewhere.
Yeah. All right, come on out of there, mister. See him?
No, I think so.
Come on out of there, you. There he is, Joe. Gun flash.
Yeah, I see.
All right, come on, mister. Throw that gun out here.
Get out of here, cop. You come back here, I'll kill you.
You got no place to go up there. Now, come on, give it up.
I'm telling you, you come back here, I'll kill you. I will. I'm warning you, I'll kill you. Wait a minute. Wait. Don't shoot anymore. Please, don't shoot anymore, please. I quit, please.
All right, throw that gun out here. Come on.
All right. Here it is. There it is. You got it now. Don't shoot anymore, huh?
All right, come on out of there. Come on out of there.
What do you think?
You gonna come out of there?
All right, we'll have to go in after him. Easy now. Smoky in here. It's kind of a tight squeeze in it. Slippery, too. Looks like he's got some kind of a room up there, can you see? Okay, here we are. Hey, look at this. He's got himself a room. Yeah. Dug it right out of the earth here.
All right, come on. Come out from behind that crate.
All right.
Get your hands behind your head.
I'm doing like you say. See, I got my hands just like you said. I quit.
I can shake them down.
Yeah. Come on.
Stand still.
Put your hands against the wall.
Yeah, he's clean, Joe. Now, what is all this in here? Where I live.
All right, we'll take a look.
How about this, Joe? This room must be 20 feet square.
Mm-hmm. This all the stuff you stolen?
Yeah, most of it.
What's your name?
Warwick. Dan Warwick. Really had you guys going, didn't it?
All right, let's go.
Really had you. Couldn't figure it out. I used to watch you sit in the vents and watch you. Used to laugh how hard you were trying. Really had you going. Couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, sure. Come on, now let's go.
Really had you going. You never would have found me. Could have stayed here for years. Dug this room myself, every bit of it, all by myself. Stayed here when you guys were around, except when I watched you and the others. Couldn't figure out how I knew about the safes. Used to just sit there and watch them. Watch them open the things. Simple once you know how. Really had you going, all of you.
Yeah, you bet you did.
Running around in circles. Real fun.
Yeah, but we knew where we were going.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On May 17th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, it's getting a little closer to Christmas, and there's a man right near you, your neighborhood cigarette dealer, who has a lot of fine gift ideas. Of course, he's featuring the gift of the year, the Chesterfield Christmas carton. It's the ideal gift because Chesterfield is the only premium quality cigarette available to you in both regular and king size. Chesterfield is the one I smoke, and it's the one I'm giving for Christmas. Regular or king size. Premium quality Chesterfields are much milder.
Daniel Robert Warwick was tried and convicted of burglary in the first degree, 5 counts. Said counts to run consecutively. He received his sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 5 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 7 years of bigger and bigger enrollments, America's grade schools will need nearly 250,000 extra teachers, besides those to fill normal vacancies. Education holds America's future, perhaps your future.
Just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Gwen Delano, Paul Richards. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like 'em, regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight, more adventure with Barry Craig, confidential investigator, on NBC.
Last hand. 8 hours and 10 minutes. Fantastic. In summation.
9 hours and 5 minutes?
Amazing.
Vicks Sinex long-acting nasal spray is amazing. It can quickly have you breathing as easily as someone with no congestion problem. And then it decongests up to 10 hours.
The Grand Canyon proved to be...
10 hours? Fantastic.
The slideshow?
No, my nasal spray.
Vicks Sinex long-acting.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Orson Welles. The actor, writer, producer, and director. What does he do for a living? Nothing. He's a genius. Well, Duffy, you know how it is with geniuses. His wife works. His wife is Rita Hayworth. Huh? Yeah, that's what I said, but she picked him, you know. How's business? Well, so far tonight we have took in 80 cents. Yeah. 4 steak dinners. Well, Duffy, Grogan's joint across the street is taking all our business away. Well, he's got a floor show over there, 12 chorus girls. What have we got to equal 12 dames? Your big fat wife, huh? I don't know, Duffy. To me, 12 dames somehow is more attractive separate than when they're lumped together like that. Listen, Duffy, maybe Orson Welles could help our business. Well, he's a magician. Certainly. Just finished putting on a big magic show for the soldiers. Yeah, with Rita Hayworth and Marlene Dietrich. Huh? Oh, yeah, you should have seen the wonderful tricks he thought up. Huh? With them 2 dames, you could have thought up wonderful tricks, too, huh? Duffy, at your age. I'll call you back. Goodbye. Eddie, please, stop standing around. Why don't you wait on the customers?
Customers? Are you kidding?
Well, just don't stand around. Do something. There's a fly over there. Swat it.
If I kill that fly, we'll be all alone here.
Yeah, you're right, Eddie. I can't understand why our business should suffer such a retrench. After all, look at our location. A1.
Yeah, but look at the joint. 4F.
Well, Grogan's across the street is no better, and he's packed.
Well, he gives them chorus girls.
All right, that's 1 for Grogan. But he don't have a manager like me.
2 for Grogan.
Look, Eddie, it ain't my fault if Duffy is too cheap to spend money on a joint. Look at that electric sign outside. Duffy's. The DUFF is lit, and the Y and the S is blown out. That cheapskate.
Yeah, that's the DUFF. Did you tell Duff?
Certainly I told him.
What did he say?
He said just to call him Duff. Eddie, what we need in this place is showmanship.
What's that?
Showmanship? Showmanship, Eddie, is that certain something that you can't put your fingers on, yet when them 60 fan dancers walk across the stage, you know it's there. And that's what I'm coming to. I got an idea that's going to revolutionize things here.
You gonna put meat in the hamburger?
Even more gastric than that, Eddie. I'm going to hire Orson Welles.
Who's he?
Eddie, Orson Welles is to the theater, the radio, and the screen what I am to the restaurant business.
Oh, a freak, huh? Hello.
Speaking of freaks, well, hello, Finnegan. I'm glad to see you. It's good to see that one old friend of Duffy's is still loyal to us, not going on. Where you been?
Oh, with the Grogans.
The Grogans, Finnegan.
Yeah.
My bosom friend. My goon companion.
Oh, but you ought to see the striptease act they got over there.
Striptease act?
Yeah, Siamese twins. They call them double exposure.
Finnegan, my pal, going to Grogan's.
No, but I didn't mean it.
Finnegan, have you forgotten the many happy hours we used to spend together? I used to read you the words under the cartoons in Esquire. And now you turn out to be a fifth of a columnist.
I'm sorry, George.
Well, you should be going over there just because there's nudity. Tell me, was there anything over there with any punctude?
Come here. They got a wonderful bubble dancer. You ought to see her, Arch. She throws the bubble up in the air and catches it. Oh, boy, can that girl catch.
Finnegan, chorus girls. Does your mother know you go to see them things?
Oh, no, Arch. I covered my face every time my mother danced by.
Can you beat it? Gypsy Rose Finnegan.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
How do you like my new nail do?
Your new what do?
My nail do. Remember I used to wear a red do, now I wear a pink do.
You did do, huh? I see you're getting fixed up for Orson, huh?
Orson who?
What other Orson do you know?
Some Noels.
What's the matter, Miss Duffy? Just because Orson got married, are you getting perturbed?
Why should I get perturbed? If I got married next week, would Rita Hayworth get perturbed?
If you married Orson Welles, yes.
As a matter of fact, at the meeting tonight...
What meeting?
My sorority, the 10 Jolly Girls AC.
Oh. How are the 10 ugly girls?
Jolly.
Jolly ugly. Any of them catch a guy yet?
Oh, don't worry. They got all the fellas they want. Right now, you couldn't even get a date with them.
Tell me, what was tonight's meeting about?
Well, we held memorial services for Orson Welles. Poor Orson!
Miss Duffy, Orson is only wedded, not deaded.
To us, he is deaded.
Look, Miss Duffy, be brave about it. After all, look who beat you out. Rita Hayworth.
And why? Just because I'm a nobody and she is.
Well, maybe someday you'll be a nobody, too. Who can tell?
Bud.
Oh, that man is in again. What do you want, Johnson?
Well, I'm ready to kill the people.
Well, if your singing don't do it, nothing will.
Arch, you slay me. Well, go ahead with my build-up.
What build-up?
Well, the build-up, the one where you announce that I'm great.
The one where I announce you're great, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that great singer, Johnny Johnson, with that great orchestra led by the great Paul Weston, will now grate on your ears. Take it, Bud.
How sweet you are. How sweet you are, how dear your tenderly smiling face. Through days all bitter and gray and grim, through nights when even the stars are dim. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. This world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are.
Kid ain't bad at that. I think I'll give him a $5 raise. Hey, Johnson.
Yeah, Arch?
After this, your salary is $5 a week.
Oh, thanks.
But don't let it go to your head.
This place is very dull. Where's Orson Welles?
Who said that?
I did.
Who are you?
Orson Welles.
Orson Welles.
Spontaneous.
Orson Welles. Well, you surprised me. You spoiled your own entrance.
I spoiled an entrance.
Yeah, you got married. You know, it's an old custom. I was going to carry you over the threshold.
Archie, after a wedding, you don't carry the groom, you carry the bride.
Have to carry the bride? Well, Orson, you know better than I do. I don't know.
They may not be laughing, but you are.
Well, anyways, Orson, how is marriage life?
Well, after doing my magic show, sawing women in half every night, it's such a thrill to own a whole one.
Yeah, as the saying goes, that half a dame ain't better than none at all. Or is it the other way around? I don't know. Anyways, Orson, you're lucky being settled down. Here I am, a handsome, legitimate bachelor. No? Fairly wealthy, living in a duplex apartment, 2 bathrooms. Very attractive.
2 bathrooms, so I'll bet one is just for show.
Well, I don't know. You never can tell when a friend might drop in for a bath. Anyways, there I sit, just with myself.
That's really lonely.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. The guy is insufficient all to himself. After all, man was created to grow up, to marry, to brood.
Well, at least you've got them in the right order. I can see your trouble, Archie. You've been a bachelor so long.
Ever since I was born, Orson. That's the trouble. You get kind of set in your ways, you know. You take a guy like me. When I come home at night, I like things just so, you know. I like to know that there on the lamp is me shape. I like to know that under the mattress, neatly folded, is me pants. And I don't like to be looking for me socks. I want to know that there they are, on the stove, drying out for the morning.
Well, you just have to find a girl that likes a fop. Tell me, Archie, have you some fair creature in mind?
Katrinki Yabats.
Gesundheit.
Orson, Katrinka is a dame. And she's built somewhat like your wife, except where Rita goes in, Katrinka goes out. And where Rita goes out, Katrinka goes out further.
Let me think that over. That sounds ideal.
Yeah, sure. You know, I should have a wife like Katrinka. Have somebody to bring me paper, fetch me pipe and slippers, then curl up on the floor at me feet.
And before you retire, you walk her.
Naturally. That sounds wonderful. Oh, Miss Duffy, this is Orson Welles.
Oh, Mr. Wells, I'm very glad to meet... Orson, I hope you'll be very happy.
Miss Duffy, please. Orson, this marriage of yours has hit the dame pretty hard, you know. Coming right on top of Harry James.
Archie, what do you know about a girl's broken heart?
Miss Duffy, maybe you could forget me if I offered you a career.
I think I could.
You want to go on the stage?
Well, what pretty girl doesn't? Could you put me in your magic show, Orson?
Miss Duffy, you on the stage.
Why not? I'd be as good as Marlene Dietrich any day. After all, it ain't for nothing the fellas on 3rd Avenue call me Legs Duffy.
Well, they used to call me Ears Archie, but it was no compliment. What could you do in a magic show?
Well, Orson could read my mind. Would you like to try it, Orson?
Go ahead, Orson. It's light reading.
All right, Miss Duffy, concentrate. Now think. Are you concentrating on something?
Yes, Orson.
Miss Duffy, I told you I'm a married man.
Archie.
Oh, Finnegan, Finnegan, I would like you to meet Orson Welles.
I don't want to meet that guy. He married my girl.
Him she must have kept in the closet.
Orsie, I'd like to talk a little bit.
Oh, it says attic. It says attic in the script.
Yeah.
Him
Well,
she must have kept in the attic. Funnier that way, too.
Naturally, she kept them in the attic. They keep bats in the belfry. Listen, Horse, I'd like to talk a little business to you.
How is business?
To put it blankly, terrible.
That's funny. You have a good location here, right across the street from Grogan.
Grogan. That veritable swine.
I beg your pardon?
That veritable swine.
That's the worst kind.
Sir, he'll do anything to get business. Chorus girls, clean tablecloths, fresh fruit.
Say that again.
Take the R out. It's oyster season. There were oysters and there was no R in the thing.
What can you do with meat?
Huh? I can't do a thing with meat, and Gogan can't do nothing.
A rat,
He's
eh?
certain. Well, certainly he's a rat. Absolutely unethnical. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Orson. The only way we can compete with the guy is showmanship. Now, I'll give you 3 guesses. Who's the greatest showman of all times?
Well, who are the 2 others?
That's right, you're right. Now, look, Orson, I was thinking maybe you and Johnny Johnson, our singer, could put on a review.
Right, we could call it Duffy's a Poppin'.
Right, Duffy's a poppin'. With Orson and Johnson.
Right, in a review I could tell jokes. You know, I've been doing very well with comedy.
That's better than I've been doing. For instance, what is one of your jokes?
Jokes? Jokes.
Yeah.
When girls get jobs in fruit stores, everyone will have a date.
Finnegan, I think we should send him over to Grogan. No, we couldn't do that. Couldn't send him. That much of a rat Grogan ain't. Look, Orson, maybe we should do something that isn't so funny.
Maybe you're right. How about a little Shakespeare?
Shakespeare? Any schoolboy can do Shakespeare.
Can you?
I ain't no schoolboy. Look, Orson, you're a writer. Couldn't you write something? How long would it take?
Give me a pencil and paper.
Okay. Here.
Okay. Here.
The second act is a little too long. Orson, are you finished?
Pages ago.
Okay, everybody get their parts?
Right.
Good. Frame, Fred, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the Duffy Wonder Show, starring Orson Welles, a man who knows the unknowable, who does the undoable, who can unscrew the unscrutable. I give you that bombastic mastic of mystic, Orson Welles.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start with a fascinating trick. Has anybody in the crowd got a $10 bill? That's the best laugh we've had today. Now, quiet, gentlemen. Archie, have you a $10 bill?
Well, not personally, but I think I know where I can get you one. There you are.
Archie, that's Papa's money.
Don't worry, Miss Duffy. Orson will put it back.
Yes, thank you. Now, watch closely. I take the $10 bill, I fold it, I crease it, I tear it into small pieces, and presto.
Yeah?
Confetti. Thank you. Archie, I think you'll have to let me have another 10.
Another 10. Oh, this is going to bring back the first one.
Who can tell?
All right. There you are. There's the other 10.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, watch closely. I take this $10 bill. I fold it.
He folds it.
I crease it.
He creases
I
it.
tear it.
He tears it.
The hand is quicker than the eye.
And the 10 is dead in a duck.
Hey, Orson, what goes on here? Just a second. Hello? Hello, Duffy. What made you call? Oh, you had a dream that things ain't going so well in the joint, huh? What did you dream? That we was being robbed. No, Duffy, we're not exactly being robbed, but you're warm. Yeah, I'll call you back. Hey, Orson, Duffy, you'll kill me. What about the $20?
Please, have you an hard-boiled egg?
An hard-boiled egg? Why, certainly. What's your diction, Orson? Hey, this must be the trick where he cracks the egg and the money is on the inside. You know, we get the $20. Orson, we got the egg here.
Now, watch carefully. I tap it.
He taps it.
I crack it.
He cracks it.
I open it.
He opens it.
I eat it.
He eats it.
Delicious.
But, Orson, I thought the 20 was going to be on the inside.
For my next illusion.
But, Orson, what about the
Quiet,
20?
Quiet, please. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our next act from the mysterious East. Thank you, Princess. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The famous mind-reading princess, Madame La Zombie. The princess hears no evil, sees no evil, and speaks no English. Princess, I am ready.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Oh, this is going to be horrible.
Mr. Archie, I thought the place was empty, but 2 people just walked out.
All right, the princess is ready to read minds. I should like a subject. Now you, sir. You seem to be an intelligent man. Take a number, double it, triple it, add it to itself, now divide it by 2. What is the number this man's thinking of, princess?
89.
Is that correct, sir?
You want me to take a number, huh?
Whoa! That Bum Wells is a faker.
Just a second, sir. I will have you know that Bum Wells is not a faker. That's telling him, ain't it, Orson? Proceed ahead. Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy. I can't talk to you now. Orson's doing tricks. Well, pretty good, except they don't work.
And now?
Hold the wire a minute,
For my
Duffy.
next illusion, I need plenty of room. Clear the audience out. Get rid of these tables and these glasses.
Duffy, it's only Orson. He's doing a card trick. Okay, Duffy. Relapse. All right, I'll get rid of him. Well, I'll think of something.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the famous Wells trunk trick.
Eddie, we got to get rid of this guy.
I am tightly tied with ropes. I will be locked into this trunk and will escape in 10 seconds. Archie, please lock the trunk.
Why, certainly,
Archie,
Orson.
just pretend to lock it, Archie.
Oh, sure. You don't think I'd really lock it, do you?
That's right. Just pretend.
Yeah.
Folks, you see, the ropes are tied.
The ropes are tied.
I step into the trunk.
He steps into the trunk.
We slam the lid.
We slam the lid.
He locks the lock.
I throw away the key. Eddie, give me that phone. Hello? How far can you ship a trunk for $20? Siberia? Okay. You'll find the 20 on the guy on the inside. Okay, cool.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet to beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up.
Cloud drifted over kissed me and went on your way. The night we called it a day. I heard the song of the spear, like a minor lament in my ear. I hadn't the heart left to pray. The night we called it a day. So through the dark, the hoot of an owl in the sky, sad though his songs, no bluer was he than I. The moon went down, stars were gone, but the sun didn't rise with the dawn. There wasn't a thing left to say. The night we called it a day. We called it a day.
Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Where's that husband of yours? Okay, watch your back. Coming through. Is that all you carried up?
Is that all? This is Lowenbrow.
So what are we celebrating?
This is the second year we're sharing this house. I didn't think we'd make it through the second week.
When you want the taste of a truly great American beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
I shouldn't say this, because you might think I'm serious. But here's to good friends.
Lowenbrow.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Wells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Luster Cream Shampoo. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Love Somebody.
Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who. I get feeling warm and gay when she sends her smile my way. I would marry her today, but who she is I will not say. I love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who. Don't know why she acts so shy. Really, I'm a harmless guy. Hope she doesn't pass me by, 'cause if she did, I'd die. I know I'd die. I love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who.
Doctors, leading skin specialists prove Palmolive soap, using nothing but Palmolive, can bring lovelier complexions, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care.
Less oily skin for Helen Bixson, Minneapolis.
Fresher, brighter color for Clara Franklin, San Francisco.
Smoother, younger-looking skin for Rochelle Bruchot, New York City.
Yes, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised using Palmolive for 1,285 women, many with complexion problems. Some had dry skin, some oily, some dull and coarse-looking. And using Palmolive alone, nothing else, 2 out of 3 won fresher, brighter skin. Now here's the plan these doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, leading skin specialists prove this plan really works, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care. So try Palmolive soap this way, using nothing but Palmolive, as these doctors advised, for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
The town of Weaverville, having no harbor, has never witnessed the awesome spectacle of a giant ocean liner being eased into port by 2 tiny tugboats, one on each side. However, it does know what such a sight looks like, for every once in a while Mrs. Anderson goes out walking between her husband and our young hero, Dennis Day. And today, with summer drawing to a close and new fall wardrobes to be purchased, is one of the occasions. We find our threesome now at their destination, Weaverville's largest department store.
My, the store is quite crowded today, isn't it, Herbert?
Yes, there's a big sale on, Bunny Fluff.
Yeah, some things are marked clear down to only 3 times what they're worth.
Good morning. May I help you?
Yes. My husband here would like to pick out a suit. Tell him what you want, Herbert.
Yes. You know that snappy green and white checkered number you have in the window, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
He'll take the plain blue serge.
Yes, a plain blue serge with wide lapels.
Narrow lapels.
That's what I say, narrow lapels with a nice pleat running.
There'll be no pleats.
All right, you heard me, no pleats. Just a belt in the back.
You'll get no belt in the back either.
Could I have some padding in the shoulders, Poopsie?
You could not.
Boy, you better not ask for it with trousers, Mr. Anderson.
Denis, when we want your advice, we'll... Oh, my gracious.
Huh? What is it, Poopsie?
Look who's coming right toward us. That snooty Mrs. Van Nostrand, the head of the Weaverville Ladies Culture Society.
Oh, it was her club that turned you down for membership, wasn't it?
Yes. Not only that, but she's always giving very exclusive parties, and never once have I been invited. Can't figure out why.
Neither can I.
Does she know you?
Certainly she knows me.
Say, maybe we've stumbled on something.
Ridiculous. But she is giving another party tonight, and I'd give anything to be... I wonder.
Huh?
Do you suppose if I dropped her a few little hints in a very subtle way?
Well, it wouldn't hurt to try, Poopsie.
No, it wouldn't. Now, you stay here and try on your suit, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, lover girl.
Well, Mrs. Van Nostrand, fancy running into you like this. How are you, darling?
Mrs. Anderson.
Yes, and I'm so glad I saw you, my dear. You know, I thought possibly you could drop over to our house tonight, because you see we're absolutely free tonight and have no plans at all tonight, and I thought maybe tonight we could get together tonight.
I'm sorry, but that's quite impossible. I'm entertaining this evening myself, a little party for my house guest, Baron Morescu of Romania. Royal blood, you know.
Well, we also have a house guest with us, the Count de Bretteville, such a charming boy.
You have a count staying with you? A real live count?
Oh, yes, they're so much more fascinating than the dead ones, don't you think? What I mean is that if...
A count? Oh, Mrs. Anderson, I simply insist that you and your family come to my party tonight.
Oh, Mrs. Van Nostrand, how wonderful.
With the count, of course.
Oh. Well, we'd just love to come, but you see, the Count has a slight cold.
Oh, but surely a slight cold wouldn't keep him home.
Well, this morning it sort of developed into pneumonia.
Oh. Well, if the Count is indisposed, I think we'd better just forget the whole...
No. I'm sure he'll be all right. We'll give him an aspirin or something.
Splendid, yes. We'll expect you about 8 then. Goodbye, Mrs. Anderson.
Goodbye. Clara Anderson, you fool. Why did you have to tell her a thing like that? Now, where are you going
Mrs. Anderson, your husband wants to come over and look at his new...
Denis!
Huh?
Denis, you've just got to help me. I'm in an awful spot. I've got to have a French Count immediately.
Really? Well, let's see. I think it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, I'm talking about a man. But you'll have to do. Come on, there's work to be done.
Full dress suit, medals. Well, Count de Bretteville. Oh, Denis, don't you know any other French words besides oui?
Well, I know one, but I'd be afraid to say it out loud.
Why?
I don't know what it means.
Come on, tell me what it is. I know French.
We may be playing with dynamite, Mildred. Well, look the other way.
Well, that means
My mind.
Well, you just be sure. All right. Well, you certainly look like a count in that outfit.
Yeah, your father gave that to me.
It itches?
Yeah, he cut it off a pair of his red flannels.
Well, you'd never know it.
No, not unless it gets loose and the flap opens up.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. And now, we better review those questions about France again to make sure no one can trip you.
Okay.
All right. What's the most beautiful structure in Paris?
Charles Boyer?
No, silly. It's the Eiffel Tower.
Oh.
And remember, every Frenchman is supposed to know exactly how... Now tell me again, how...
Well, it's pretty high, all right.
But exactly how high? 984 feet.
Did they add a little?
Goodness, it's always been 984 feet. Dennis, can't you remember that? Why, a child of 6 could.
There's one thing I hate.
Well, almost ready? Oh, good, you're all dressed. Dennis, phone for a taxi while Mildred and I get our wraps.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, operator, will you get me?
Louis.
Sure, the
Hello, get up.
big chance.
Hello,
I don't
off the line, will you?
slip-ups now, Louis. Want no trouble with the cops.
Really, Van Eyck's, will ya? I got old hand, the nostril in the palm of my hand. Pearls are as good as ours.
Get 'em up.
Pearls?
Yeah, but how you gonna get out of the house after your nap?
Figure out something.
Crooks, pearls. We're gonna rob Mrs. Van Nostrand.
I'll be waiting.
What
is
God
it?
What are you yelling about?
I can't hear him, crooks. I can hear him on the phone, but they can pearl me. They're gonna steal Mrs. Van Nostrand's pearl. Me. They're gonna steal Mrs. Van Nostrand's pearl. Me. They're gonna steal Mrs. Van Nostrand's pearls.
What? Oh, don't be fat. Give me the phone. You happen to be out of what is left. There is no one on this phone.
Just like in a radio play I listened to once.
Sure, Dennis?
Of course I am. I heard them.
Heard them with his very own ears, Mother.
Very nonsense. Look what is...
Mildred, keep at it. We'll break her down yet.
You know perfectly well that this boy turns out to be a complete...
It's no use, Mildred. We can't fight the... Boy, that Sam and Louis sure...
With the next... We'll be back this day in just a moment. Meanwhile, see Denis to sing You Can't Be True, Dear.
You can't be true, dear. There's nothing more to say. I trusted you, oh dear, hoping we'd find a way. Your kisses tell that you are true, but oh, you can't.
My gracious, Mrs. Parties. Did you ever see so many people, Dennis?
There's a lot of them, all right.
Dennis Day, if you don't stop...
The eyes, that low forward, and the woman with him. She looks worse than he does. Oh, gee, what an odd place to hang a mirror.
Young man, if you...
Permit me to introduce myself. I'm the Baron Morescu, Mrs. Van Nostrand's house guest.
Oh, yes, of course. How do you do? And this is our house guest, the Count de Bretteville.
A pleasure, monsieur.
Touché, madame.
Monsieur.
Naturellement. So the Count is French.
Oui.
Ah. Permettez-moi vous souhaiter un séjour très agréable. Hein? J'espère que vous volerez les temps heureux ici en la mairie. Un pays admirable, ne croyez-vous pas?
984 feet.
Pardon?
Fromage.
Is it possible that you do not understand French? I do not comprehend this.
Oh, I explain on you. The reason that I do not speak French is because when I was only 3 days old, my mama and papa I bring me here to America. You follow me?
Yes.
Good. And of course they send me to a school in this country. You still follow me?
Yes, of course. Only if you are leaving France at such an early age and go to school here, why do you still speak with the French accent?
Ha! Now you lead and I will follow you.
No, I see some people I had better greet. If you'll excuse me, perhaps we can continue this conversation later, eh?
But certainement, Herr Baron.
Good. Pardon, madame. Monsieur le Comte.
Hello, Sam. Good. Louis, listen. I got a way to get the pearls out. There's a rum-dum here palming himself off as a French count. A phony if I ever saw one. So the minute I lift the pearls off the old girl's neck, I'll plant them in his pocket. Then when he gets outside, we grab him from him, huh? Sure, don't you see? He can't squawk. He's a phony, too. Right. He takes the chances, we get the pearls. Louis, it's in the bag.
But, Mother, it wasn't Denis's fault that the Baron could speak French.
I know that, but suppose Mrs. Van Nostrand speaks French, too.
Gee, we'd be dead.
Exactly. So we're taking no more chances. From now on, you're no longer a French count, you're an English duke.
An English duke?
That's right. And that way we can't miss. All you have to do is say petrol when you mean gas and tram when you mean... oh, my gracious. Look, she's coming right toward us. Denis Day, if you let me down this time, I'll... oh, how do you do?
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, so nice seeing you. And this, I know, is your distinguished house guest. Charmed, Your Excellency.
Oh, pip-pip, old garbage. Cheerio. Cheerio and all that sort of slop, you know.
Why, you're English.
Oh, quite, old porker.
But Mrs. Anderson told me you were a French count.
Bless my blooming soul, really? Must have been petroled up at the time.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, quite all right, old cow. No harm done. None at all. I say it was deucedly delightful of you to ask me tonight. Deucedly.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
I know, but still deucedly delightful.
Mrs. Anderson, did you really expect to get away with this?
Why,
Please! This man is no more an English duke than I am. You deliberately put him up to this fraud, and I never want... oh, my good heavens.
Huh?
Mrs. Van Nostrand, what is it?
My pearls. Where are they? They're gone.
Oh, good gracious, are you sure? Have you looked through all your chins?
Didn't I tell you, Mrs. Anderson? The crook's got him.
Oh, what happened to his accent? I know. You really expect to get away?
No, but still deucedly delightful.
Miss... oh, the pleasure is all mine.
I know, but still deucedly delightful.
Mrs.
I know of you to ask me tonight, deucedly.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
I know, but still deucedly delightful.
Mrs. Anderson, did you really expect to get away with this? I beg your pardon.
Oh, quite all right, old cow. No harm done. None at all. I say it was deucedly delightful of you to ask me tonight, deucedly.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
I know, but still deucedly delightful.
Mrs. Anderson, did you really expect to get away with this?
Why,
Please! This man is no more an English duke than I am. You deliberately put him up to this fraud, and I never want... oh, my good heavens.
Huh?
Mrs. Van Nostrand, what is it?
My pearls. Where are they? They're gone.
Oh, good gracious, are you sure? Have you looked through all your chins?
Didn't I tell you, Mrs. Anderson? The crook's got him.
Oh, what happened to his accent? I knew it. He stole the pearls.
No, wait, Mrs. Van Nostrand. I can explain everything.
Very well, then. Start with why this pipsqueak is posing as a duke.
Yeah, explain that. I mean, can you?
Certainly. You see, this young man knew your pearls were to be stolen, Mrs. Van Nostrand. He had inside information.
Yeah.
So he deliberately came here posing as a duke. Actually, he's Denis Day of the FBI.
No.
He'll find your pearls. And he better, because that's his last chance to live.
Boy,
Oh, Mr. Day. Mr. Day, do you think you can find my pearls?
Well, I'll try. Now, let's see. What's the first thing to do? Oh, yes. Mrs. Van Nostrand, don't wash your neck. There may be fingerprints.
Very well.
Now, lock all the doors. Nobody gets out. All your guests are suspects, and I'm going to bake every one of them.
You're going to what?
Broil them?
Do you mean grill them?
That's it. I knew it had something to do with cooking.
Oh, dear. To have my guests under suspicion. Oh, this whole thing is making me so frightfully nervous. Has anyone a match?
Oh, yes, ma'am. You bet. Got one right here in my pocket.
Why, Mr. Day, is anything wrong? Your face just turned green.
Oh, it's nothing, really. Just a new disguise I'm working on to make myself invisible while crawling over lawns. Oh, did you just hear the phone ring?
Why, no.
Good, I think it's for me. I'll see you later.
But, Mr. Day, my pearls.
Oh, Mildred, come here. Over in the corner. I gotta talk to you.
Oh, Dennis, what is it?
Mildred, the pearls, they're in my pocket. Look.
Good heavens, how'd they get there?
I don't know. Maybe I'm a juvenile delinquent and never realized it. You gotta get out of here, Mildred. If they catch me with these, I'm gonna...
Yes, I know, but...
Anything wrong, my friends? Oh, the young man looks a trifle ill.
Oh, yes, that's it. He is ill. He needs a breath of air very badly.
Oh, let me help you, sir. Come, right through this French door. Eh?
Oh, gee, thanks, Baron. You're a pal.
That you, Louis? Good work, Sam. Right in the dot. Okay, cover this guy.
Oh, that's all right. I'm not cold.
Quiet, you. See this thing? It could go off.
A gun. So you're the crooks. You're not a baron at all. Why, you...
Shut up, skite.
Hey, you can't talk to her like that. I got a good notion of...
Yeah, to what?
Better shut up, Scoit.
All right, my friend, let's have those pearls.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Okay, Sam, tie them both up.
Right. Lie still, you.
Dennis, are you going to let these men tie us up without even a struggle?
You bet.
There we are. Shall I give him a little tap with the blackjack?
First, let's have a look at the car. Make sure everything's set. Come on.
Okay.
Dennis.
Huh?
Listen, I have a plan.
Well, let's hear it. I gotta like it better than a hit in the head.
Look, our only chance is to get them fighting among themselves.
Fighting among themselves? Hey, yeah, I see what you mean.
Good. If they... Oh, here they come.
Okay, that's fine, Sam. I'll meet you in St. Louis with the pearls day after tomorrow.
Ha! St. Louis, he says.
Quiet, you.
Fair. Why don't you ask him why he got a plane reservation to Mexico City?
What?
What's the kid mean, Louis?
Oh, he's nuts. Don't listen to a dope like him.
Yeah, don't listen to a dope like me, Sam. Let him take the loot to Mexico and eat chili con carne and gringos and stuff. Well, you go to St. Louis and beat your feet in the Mississippi mud.
I'll cut that out, kid.
So that was your idea, huh, Louis?
Oh, don't listen to him. It was just a lucky guess.
So you dirty double-cross. Okay, Louis. This time you get what's coming to you. See this blackjack?
I'm warning you, Sam. I got one, too.
And I'm going to use mine first, you rat.
Yeah, well, I'm going to beat you with a play down.
Well, what do you know? A dead heat.
Dennis, look, they've knocked each other out.
Yeah.
And here comes everyone from the house.
Mildred, Dennis, are you all right?
Oh, yes, Mother.
Oh, sure. Fine, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, Mr. Day, you're a hero. You found my pearls and caught the two thieves. Oh, Mrs. Anderson, I am so grateful. My dear, you may consider yourself a member of my club right now.
Oh, Mrs. Van Nostrand.
Oh, tell me, Mr. Day, how did you ever do it?
Oh, he was wonderful, Mrs. Van Nostrand. He trailed them out here. They pulled guns on him, of course, but that means nothing to an FBI man.
Nah.
And then he beat them into unconsciousness with his bare fist.
Oh, good heavens. Did you really, Mr. Day?
Oh, sure. And look, the hard way, too, with both hands tied behind my back.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing It's Magic. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, you can see this come true, revealed by a luster cream shampoo. You'll see your hair lovelier, your wave or curls softer, more glamorous, easy to do quickly. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, easier to manage, brilliant with sheen. Don't wait. Tonight, use Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty, magical cream. Discover why it's by far the top favorite cream shampoo. Get the big jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, you can be a
dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With George Dooning and the orchestra, here's Denis to sing the romantic ballad, It's Magic.
You sigh, the song begins, you speak, and I hear violin. It's magic. The stars desert the skies and rush to nestle in your eyes. It's magic. Without a golden wand or mystic charms, fantastic things begin when I am in your arms. When we walk hand in hand, the world becomes a wonderland. It's magic. How else can I explain those rainbows when there is no rain? It's magic. Why do I tell myself these things that happen are all really true? When in my heart I know the magic is my love for you.
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best, and over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So, to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate tooth powder today.
This is Vern Smith reminding you that Dennis Day returns again next week, same time, same station. Join us then, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
When is a flexible line trimmer good enough to be a Toro? When it does the back-breaking job of trimming and weeding this neatly, this quickly. When it automatically feeds out new line and cuts it to the right length. When it's lightweight and adjustable for easy handling. Automatic line feed. Easy, effective trimming. That's when a trimmer is good enough to be a Toro. Haven't you done without a Toro long enough?
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Carnew, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. the traditional month for spring house cleaning is only 4 days away. In many homes this year, women won't be able to do so very much of that extra cleaning. War work, civilian defense, Red Cross, Victory Gardens, all these important activities are number one obligations. But in most of those homes, there's a silent partner helping to cut down on housekeeping work, helping to protect floors, furniture, and woodwork. That silent partner is Johnson's Wax. Day after day, month after month, it guards all kinds of surfaces, wood, leather, metal, against wear and dirt. An occasional application of either paste or liquid, Johnson's Wax, gives not only protection, but great beauty to your home. Rooms can be kept in tip-top shape with less work. Many spring house cleaning chores become unnecessary. At no time in its more than 50 years of service has genuine Johnson's Wax been more helpful to homemakers than right now. When a man is all out of meat coupons and is hungry for a big thick steak, his mouth is liable to water so much it drowns his conscience. So, as we glance down the alley behind the pool hall in Wistful Vista, we find a little business deal going on between a man who shall be nameless, though there is a number waiting for him, and an old friend of ours, Mr. Magee, of Fibber, Magee and Molly.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. A big, thick porterhouse. Wait till Molly loops a lip over this. I can hardly wait to fling a fang into it myself, Bud. You sure this is good and tender, Mr.
Just call me Eddie, chum. Oh. And don't worry about the steak. You just take it home, cook it about 45 minutes, smother it with onions, load it up with ketchup, and you never ate nothing like it. That'll be $5.
$5?
Sure, you got over 3 pounds of steak there, Doc.
Yeah, but the ceiling price is away.
Yeah, don't give me that ceiling price business, Doc. I'm an alley butcher, and alleys don't have no ceilings.
Oh, I just thought $5.
I ain't charging no sales tax, am I?
Well, no, but...
I didn't ask you for no coupons, did I?
No, but, I thought... Well, I thought at least I'd like to have seen it before you wrapped it up so I could tell
No, don't worry, Doc. That steak will make your eyes water. I mean your mouth. And look, if any of your friends need anything, tell them to ask for Eddie, see?
Oh, okay, Eddie. Well, I guess I better trot home and get this steak on ice.
You ain't kidding, brother.
Huh?
I says no kidding, Doc. You're going to enjoy that steak. Well, so long.
So long, and much obliged, Eddie. Oh, boy, a 3-pound porterhouse. Don't catch me standing in line like a dummy. When I want something bad, I get it. Magee, where are you? Here I am, Molly. I just put something in the refrigerator. It's a surprise for dinner tonight.
Oh, a surprise?
Yeah.
Has one of your friends been on a hunting trip?
Oh, but I have. This is really going to knock you over, baby.
Magee, have you been buying Limburger cheese again?
No, sir. This is something you'll love. And don't ask me what it is. It's a surprise. And don't you go opening the package.
Well, how I know which package not to open?
Well, it's wrapped in newspaper and fastened with a piece of tire tape. It's about this big. Who's that?
Let me peek. Uh-oh. It's Abigail Uppington.
What's that old bat looking for? A belfry? Hey, now, don't ask her for dinner. She eats too much.
I know she does. You know, whenever I see anybody with a carriage like hers, I know they eat like a horse. Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, Abigail, dear, what a surprise.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. Magee.
Hi, Uppy. That's quite a fur jacket you got there. You look like a perpendicular fox farm. Hey, what's the matter with you, Uppy? If you looked any more upset, you'd have to walk on your hands.
Oh, I am perturbed, Mr. Magee. Oh. I'm having a group of naval officers to dinner tonight.
Oh, well, they're used to having dinner in a mess. What's wrong, Abigail?
Oh, everything, my dear. I can't buy any meat.
Oh, my.
My butcher is entirely out. He says the black market is taking so much meat that the legitimate dealers have a hard time getting their quota.
Well, be that as it may be or may not be or not, Uppy. It's all in knowing the right people. I can arrange for you to get some meat.
What do you know about meat, Magee? You always thought Chuck Beef was off a steer named Charlie.
I just know my way around, that's all. If anybody wants meat, I know where they can get it. Now, look, Uppy. You're an old pal of mine.
Let's say acquaintance, Miss Magee. My regard for you falls somewhat short of complete adoration.
It does? Well, that's darn decent of you, Uppy. I always spoke well of you, too. Now, look, you know where the pool hall is on 14th Street, next door to the Friend in Need pawn shop?
Why, certainly I know where the, I believe I could locate it.
Well, all you got to do is go down there, duck up the alley.
Are you suggesting that Abigail duck up an alley, McGee?
Well, how does she usually go up alleys? On a calliope? Just sneak up the alley, Uppy, when nobody is watching, and there's a door at the end, see? You just whistle twice like a snipe. And a guy named Eddie will open the door. You tell him that...
Mr. McGee, this sounds suspiciously like the black market to me.
Don't be silly. This ain't a market at all. It's just a back room off the pool hall. And it ain't black. It's kind of a bilious green. There used to be a bookmaker in there, and he
McGee,
was...
how do you know all about this?
How do I know anything?
I have often wondered.
Oh, I just go around with my ears and eyes to the ground, that's all. Now, look, Uppy, when you see this guy, Eddie, he whistles like a snipe, you see? You tell him you know me. You don't need any coupons.
McGee, I don't like this.
Well, gee whiz, if you really want meat bad enough, you got to do
I
something.
don't want meat badly enough to patronize a back alley dealer, Mr. McGee. Do you think I could face those servicemen tonight after dealing in the black market?
Oh, my gosh, Uppy, you
Do
said
you
you didn't...
think that I would have the unmitigated effrontery to invite servicemen to dinner and serve them meat which was practically stolen from law-abiding citizens?
Well, gee whiz,
to
yes.
offer them something which was damaging the legitimate business of the country they're fighting for?
Well, gee whiz.
If you do, Mr. McGee, you know as much about me as a hyena knows about international law. And if you've read the reports from Japan the last few days, you know how much that is. Goodbye.
So you see, Molly, that's why I can't tell you about Eddie. It's a secret.
Well, all right, but I wish you wouldn't recommend this Eddie, whoever he is, to our friends. He sounds pretty illegal to me.
Well, so what? Nobody thought anything of recommending a bootlegger in Prohibition, did they?
Well, that was violating a law that everybody knew would be repealed. Nobody can repeal a war, dearie. This is a serious business. Speaking of Prohibition, have you seen Uncle Denis tonight?
I don't think he's in yet.
Oh, dear. You know, sometimes I worry about him.
Yeah, so do I. He's like having an old shotgun around the house. You never know when he's loaded. Hey, ain't it about time for dinner? I'm going to cook it, you know.
You're going to cook the dinner?
Sure. How are we fixed for onions?
We're just out. I looked this morning and...
Come in.
Hello there, kid. Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, old-timer, you old fossil. Haul up a chair and give your friend Arthur one, too.
Arthur who?
Arthritis. Did you get it, Molly? I says, give your friend Arthur a chair, and he says, Arthur who? And I says,
ain't funny, McGee.
That's odd. I pulled that one at the Elks this morning, and they killed themselves.
I don't blame them, Johnny. They had nothing more to live for.
How are you making out with meat rationing, old-timer?
I don't pay any attention to it, Johnny.
Oh.
As the suit salesman said when he seen a 44 stub wouldn't fit his customer, I'll get along.
Oh, dear, the Elks can have that one, too.
I was going to say, old-timer, if you ever run short of meat, I know a guy.
Don't worry about me, Johnny. I never eat the stuff.
Oh, you're a vegetarian, eh?
Sure am, Johnny. Can't stand the sight of them.
Well, if you don't eat meat or vegetables, what do you live on?
Got a little pension, daughter. Not much, but it keeps me going.
She means, what do you eat?
Just breakfast and dinner, usually, Johnny. You see...
No. What do you have for meals?
Oh, fella next door, most of the time. He comes over, brings a pail of
Look,
stuff.
old-timer, we're trying to find out what kind of food you eat.
Nothing but the best, Johnny. Mama made me promise once that I wouldn't eat no cheap...
Mr. Old-timer. Look, you don't eat meat, you don't eat vegetables. What do you eat?
Chickens, daughter. Chickens and eggs. Eggs and chickens. Fried eggs, scrambled eggs, boiled eggs, shirred eggs, stuffed eggs, deviled eggs, and eggs been a dictionary. Roast chicken, fried chicken, stewed chicken, minced chicken, cold chicken, chicken a la king, and I've threw away my alarm clock, kids.
What for?
Had so much chicken I don't need it anymore.
Huh?
Whenever I crow in the morning, I know it's time to get up.
Now, if he'd have wanted meat, Magee, were you going to send him to Eddie in the alley?
Why, sure, I'd send him to Eddie in the alley. Eddie done me a favor, and I want to reciprocate. After all, fellas Hey, I got to order some onions. Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Jimmy Sales Grocery on the Bully, Mert. How are you, Mert?
Oh,
How's every little thing, Mert? This, eh? What say, Mert? Your uncle? Caught a spy at the airplane factory.
good for him, Magee.
I'll say. He knocked his lunch bucket off the shelf and dropped all his sandwiches that caught his pie. What say, Mert? Well, the guy was reaching for his pie, too. Okay, I'll call you later, Mert. Thanks, Mert.
Now, look, Magee, about this package you've got in the refrigerator. I want you to tell me exactly now what...
Hello, folks.
Good evening, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. What's cooking?
Well, the restaurant, as far as I'm concerned tonight, we're out of meat at our
Now,
house.
Magee?
Out of meat, eh? Don't worry about that, my friend. You can have a nice big steak tonight if you want it. And every night, in fact, you can have a nice big steak.
Sure, but I've already told you the Army turned me down.
Now, don't listen to Magee, Mr. Wilcox. He knows an acrobatic meat dealer.
Acrobatic?
Yes, alley up.
Now, look here, son. As it happens, I got a few connections in this town.
Yeah, you're on your way toward forming a few more, too, dearie. With derby hats and flat feet.
Oh, no. Not me. I know what I'm doing. Now, look, Junior. I happen to be in a position where I can get you all the meat I want, see? And any friend of
Hey,
mine...
what's the idea, pal? You a personal friend of the OPA?
What's OPA got to do with it? He's on information, please. Now, look. Here's all you got to do. You go down the alley next to the snooker pool room on 14th Street, see? And you whistle twice, like a snipe. And when the guy opens the door, his name's Eddie. He's a friend of mine, see? You just tell him...
Hey, what is this, black market meat?
Well, if it was any blacker, it would make midnight look like high noon.
Well, gee whiz. If a guy is hungry for meat,
Well, I'm not so hungry for meat. I want to patronize a rat in an alley to get a steak.
Huh?
What's the matter with you, Fibber? I always thought you were a pretty decent guy.
Pour it on, Mr. Wilcox. Pour it on.
Oh, my gosh, what's a little thing like
It
that?
isn't a little thing, pal. This is the dirtiest racket that's come out of the war. These crooks are buying up meat and selling it illegally without any sanitation or inspection and throwing the whole business of supply and demand out of kilter. How can the Army and Navy and war workers get the meat they need when so much of it is chiseled away into the black market?
Well, yeah, but gee whiz, if I...
You don't know where this meat came from or how old it is or what condition it's in or anything.
We ought to revise the old Spanish-American War slogan. Remember the ptomaine.
Well, now, look here, Junior. I was only trying to be helpful.
Well, I don't want that kind of help, pal.
Oh.
I buy no bacterial beef from any back alley butcher. I'll pay with coupons and know that the dealer's responsible to the government.
My very words, only louder.
When I buy things, I want to know where they come from and who's back of them and what the quality is. That's why I'm proud to be selling Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Got a tradition of 50 years of conscientious quality behind it.
Yeah, and I know where you can get some of that, too. Just sneak up an alley and back a Racine and ask for Pete.
Why, for year after year, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat has become a household symbol of your money's worth. The way it saves hours of housework with its shines as it dries feature. The way it protects and preserves linoleum floors against dirt and dampness. You don't find any black market for products like glow coat, Fibber. Housewives are proud to be seen buying it, and dealers are proud to handle it.
Okay. Quit shouting at me. I ain't selling meat. I was only trying to help you.
Yeah, you were only drumming up business for a few thieves, dearie. Nothing to be ashamed of course.
Oh. Well, Fibber, if I were you, I'd be ashamed of... Say, what am I raving about? You couldn't have been serious. You were kidding. And I bit like a chump. Here I thought you were actually recommending a black market. A good citizen like you. Oh, gosh. I'm going home and take off my pants and kick them all over the house.
Well, McGee, why are you so red in the face?
You know, Molly, this black market might be a serious thing at that.
Sweetheart, sometimes you're quicker-witted than at other times. And this is one of the other times. Why, of course it's a serious thing.
Well, gee whiz, I still can't see why it's so doggone representative to buy a couple of pounds of steak.
You don't mean representative, you mean reprehensible.
I thought reprehensible meant being able to pick up things with your toes.
That's prehensile.
Go on. Prehensils are stuff like frying pans, kitchen prehensils.
You're thinking of utensils.
Utensils? I am not. Utensils are kind of like an appendix in your neck.
Those are your tonsils.
Well, then what's represented?
That means somebody who asks for it.
That's what I mean. Next time I want a steak, I'll send somebody else.
McGee, that package you have in the refrigerator, will you tell me truthfully just what it is?
Come in. Thank goodness.
Hi, Miss McGee.
Hi, sis. Oh, I'm mighty glad to see you all. Mighty glad. Sit down. How are conditions in the little red schoolhouse?
It isn't red, I bet you. It's brown.
Oh, it is?
You have to make allowances for Mr. McGee, dearie. Whenever he passes the schoolhouse, he sees red.
Well, come on, sis. Don't let that throw you. Just sit up here on Uncle Fibber's lap and let's have a nice long chat, eh? What do you say?
Oh, gee, mister, I don't know. Always before you never had time to talk to me.
Well, yeah, but that...
It isn't that he wants to talk to you now either, little girl. He's just trying to put off talking to me. Go right ahead, McGee. I've got to sort out the laundry.
Okay. Well, sis, what do you know? I says, what do you know?
2 times 2 is 4, and cats have 9 lives, and kangaroos carry their babies in their pockets, and there are 10 dimes and a dollar.
Hey. What is this?
I was just telling you what I know, mister.
Huh?
And 6 times 6 is 36, and there are 48 states.
No. That was just a metaphorical question, sis. What I meant was, how are things in general?
All right, I guess, mister. Anyway, they don't rattle.
Huh? What don't rattle?
Things in general.
Well, doggone it, sis, why should things in general rattle?
'Cause he swallowed them.
Who did?
General?
Huh?
That's my puppy's name, General.
Oh.
And he swallowed a spoon and a little perfume bottle and a watch chain and a marble, but they don't rattle. I shook him and I listened.
Well, puppies are pretty hardy characters, sis.
You mean like Mickey Rooney?
What about Mickey Rooney?
He's a hardy character, too. My mama took me to the movies one night, and I saw him. Gee, he's wonderful.
Yeah, he's a good little actor, sis. Ever see me in the movies?
Well, I guess I gotta go home now, mister.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Quit ducking the issue. You ever see me in pictures?
No, but my daddy did, he said.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, what'd he say about him?
I'll see you tomorrow, mister.
Oh, no, you don't. I want to know what your old man or what your father said. Come on, now, tell me.
Oh, yeah, and get my mouth washed out with soap. Nothing doing, mister. Goodbye now.
No.
Oh, boy. Wrong door, I guess. So long, mister.
The King's Men sing Clementine.
In a cavern, in a canyon, excavating for a mine, well, the miner, 49er, and his daughter Clementine. Oh, my darling, Clementine, you are lost and gone forever, very sorry, Clementine. She was light and like a fairy, and her boots were number 9. Packing cases strung with laces were the shoes for Clementine. Oh, my darling, sorry Clementine. Oh, she was driving little ducks to water while the steeple clock was striking 9. When she caught her foot and stumbled on a root and tumbled down into the brine. Oh, my darling, oh, my pretty little darling, oh, my darling Clementine. You are lost and gone forever, dreadful sorry Clementine. Her ruby lips above the water blowing bubbles, soft and fine. Alas, I could not swim, the fisher boy say Clementine. Oh, my darling Clementine. And now she's married to the fisher boy, that's how I lost my Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my pretty little darling, oh, my darling Clementine. My Clementine, you are lost, you lost to me, and gone forever, dreadful sorry Clementine, dreadful sorry Clementine.
All right, Magee, tell me.
I'll tell you what, Molly.
Tell me what it is you have in the refrigerator, the package you brought home.
Oh, the package. The one I brought home,
Yes.
you mean? Oh, that one, yeah. I know the one you mean, I think. Well, it was like this. I'll tell you later, Molly. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Wimp, old
Hello,
man.
Mr. Wimple. Have a nice Easter?
Oh, just splendid, Mrs. McGee. Did you see us in the Easter parade?
No, we didn't, Wimp. Did we miss something pretty spectacular?
Indeed you did, Mr. McGee. Sweetie Face was there with her new spring outfit on and violets in her hat, and there I was in my striped trousers and cutaways.
Oh, striped trousers and cutaways.
Yes, my striped trousers were cut away around the ankle so Sweetie Face could attach a chain to my leg. She's always afraid I'll run away. And I will, too.
Well, good for you, Wimp. Did you and Sweetie Face go calling Sunday afternoon?
Sweetie Face did, but I didn't.
Oh.
She had arranged an Easter egg hunt for me. She hid the eggs and told me I couldn't go outdoors till I found a dozen. Any 12 of them, she said.
How many eggs did she hide?
4. Well, I've got to be running along now, folks. I've got to go buy some meat for Sweetie Face.
Meat? Hey, look, Wimp. If you want to save your coupons, I know a guy named Eddie.
Magee, no, I won't have it.
I have enough coupons already, Mrs. McGee. And a good thing, too. Sweetie Face eats so much meat. Though, of course, she should right now, you know.
Why, Wimp?
Well, I suppose I shouldn't really tell, but you see, Sweetie Face is, well, she's eating for 2 now.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Mr. Wimple, isn't that wonderful?
Well, what do you know? So she's eating for 2 now, huh?
Yes, herself and me.
Have it.
Huh? Have what?
The story of that package in the refrigerator.
Oh, yes, package. Well, sir, it all started way back in Peoria in 1912. Or was it 1913?
For goodness sakes, how could a package in our icebox today start back in Peoria in 1913?
It wasn't 1913. It was 1912.
What was?
The way this all started. In 1912...
Just skip that part, dearie. Get to the package in the refrigerator.
Okay, it was 1912. Years went by, and here I was in Wistful Vista, married to the most wonderful woman on earth. So one day...
Does your black market handle baloney, too? Now get to the point and stop stalling me.
Well, I was trying to. Well, sir, at 10 o'clock this morning...
Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Come right in, Doctor.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Fibber. Say, I left my gloves here last week, I think. Or did I?
You sure did, Doc. Here they are right here. If they'd have fit me, you'd have never got them back, too, either. You know that.
Oh, sure. Well, thanks very much, folks. Sorry I can't stop to chat, but there's an epidemic of ptomaine in town. I'm pretty rushed.
Oh, is it the water, Doctor?
No, the city water is perfectly pure, Mrs. McGee. I think it's this black market meat some people are buying. Not that any of them will admit it.
You mean the meat ain't very good, Doc?
Good. Why don't you grow up, McGee?
Huh?
Why should it be good? Does it go through the hands of government inspectors? Certainly not. Is it properly refrigerated? No. Do black market operators care if it's sanitary or not? No. As long as they get their filthy money, they don't care if their customers live or die.
Well, you seem to feel very strongly about it, Doctor.
Why shouldn't I, Mrs. McGee? I'm a doctor, and it infuriates me to know that some men are so low as to butcher meat illegally and throw away the parts that are needed for medical extracts and surgical sutures and insulin and adrenaline. People may think they need a steak now and then, but believe me, when they need adrenaline, they really need it. Magee, you look bilious. What's the matter?
I am.
Go on a milk diet the rest of today and tomorrow.
Huh?
You're a nuisance when you're well. I don't want you to get sick. Good day.
That's it. I'm convinced. I've been a fool. I've been a chump to 29 decimals. You wait here, Mom.
All right, dear. Now, about that package, Magee.
There ain't any package in the refrigerator. I threw it out the window.
I know. I was watching out this window. And I'm afraid I did you an injustice.
Huh?
I thought you had some meat in that package.
You thought, well, what makes you think I didn't?
Well, when you threw it out, Toofs' hound dog came by and sniffed at it and walked away.
Oh, my God.
There's one piece of advice you've probably all heard so many times that you'll duck your head if I hand it to you again. And yet there are so many car owners who aren't taking proper care of their automobiles that they need constant reminders to do so. What I'm suggesting is that you do not overlook the finish of your car. Perhaps you don't realize that the salt and other chemicals that are used on streets and roads in wintertime may be on your finish right now and will eat into the finish if they're not removed. If you haven't cleaned and polished your car since winter, you should do so right away. Use a cleaner that removes all that scum and dirt without injury to the finish. Such a cleaner is Johnson's Car New, the easy-to-use combination cleaner and polish that does two jobs at once. Both cleans and polishes with one application. You apply Car New, it dries to a white powder, you wipe off the powder, and your car sparkles with almost forgotten newness. Make a note now to buy some Johnson's Car New this week. The cost is little, the benefits are great.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to make a point, we've tried to have fun with a subject which in itself is not very amusing. There's nothing humorous in children becoming ill from eating doubtful meat. It isn't particularly laughable to find crooks and saboteurs disrupting a fair and just system of distribution of essential foods. So in the interest of your own health and your own Americanism, buy only from a reputable dealer. And when anybody offers you a piece of beef without coupons, refuse it.
Yes, it's probably a bum steer or part of one.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Whipple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This program has reached you from Hollywood. Harlow Wilcox speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Look at yourself, sitting there watching other people play games, while your once hard body grows softer, and another weekend goes down the tube. We say, come on, stop spectating and get in the game. We're AMF. We make what it takes to renovate the body and raise the spirit. We make quality products, Voight balls, Ben Hogan golf equipment, Harley-Davidson motorcycles. AMF. We make weekends.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, the Martins, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
Just remember that so sweet would be endless streets. Don't come near Lover's Lane. Let that old moon shine in vain. Keep the coast clear, there's no telling, dear, what the moonlight will start. Keep your mind and your keepers by, and you're keeping on your heart.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that merchant of merriment, that lovable buffoon, that one and only Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, now look, Jimmy, before we start, I always have trouble with you here right at the beginning of the program. Now, what was this tonight? That composite introduction. Who were those people?
Oh, just a gang I picked up to help with the opening announcement.
You mean I am paying that migratory ensemble?
Yes. You owe them $3 apiece, Mr. Allen.
Oh, I do. Well, who told you to...
Well, I did it for you, Fred. You know, the old hoorah build-up. It makes the show sound big.
And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Now, wait a minute, Kenny. Wait a minute. Now, what is this?
I missed it, huh? Yeah. Don't I get my $3?
Kenny, you were supposed to be in on that mass announcement?
Yeah, I was an end man.
Well, you certainly were at the wrong end, I might say. But I am surprised at you, Kenny Baker, a singer with your reputation, stooping to group hawking to pick up a paltry $3.
Well, it's your fault, F.A.
My fault? How?
Last week, you made me make a resolution not to take a raise this year.
So?
I gotta pick up a little chicken feed some way.
The tenor is jesting.
The tenor is hungry.
Well, all right, Kenny. If you want $3 so badly, I tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a chance to earn it. Now, there's a spot for you. There's a spot for you in the sketch tonight, if you can act.
If I can act? Why, they used to call me the Orson Welles of the Boy Scouts Drama and Wigwag Club.
They did? The Boy Scouts
Sure.
Drama and Wigwag Club, huh? Well, what plays were you ever in?
Mostly Shakespeare stuff. You know, Merchant of Venison, All's Well That Ends Much Ado About.
Well, I know, but that's a different type of acting. That's all light miming, Kenny. Now, the acting in this sketch tonight runs the gamut of emotion.
Oh, I can do it, F.A. I'll give you an audition.
Well, all right, then. Now, look, here's a line from the sketch. You are supposed to be a cowboy, and you meet another cowboy, you know, just riding along. You meet this other cowboy, and you say, I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch. Now, read it.
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch.
Very good. Now, we'll try it in a little different way. Now, let's say we want to test your emotional capacity here. Now, let's say there has been a killing in Tombstone Gulch. You run 200 miles into town. You stagger up to the sheriff to report this killing. How do you read the line?
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, Sheriff.
Not quite after running 200 miles, Kenny. Now, look, try and put something into it this time. We'll make it even more dramatic. You are mortally wounded. An Indian has looked out from behind a totem pole and shot you through the heart with a poisoned dart. Your dying words are...
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, Sheriff.
No, Kenny, you won't do, I'm afraid.
Well, how about if I use a dialect, F.A.? I'm great on Spanish.
Well, maybe that will help, Kenny. Now, let's have that same line in Spanish dialect.
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, senor.
Very, very good. Words cannot describe how I feel about your reading. And as we leave Kenny to perfect his dramatic technique, we turn with relief to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Worst fog in New York City history blankets the city for 4 days, slowing down highway traffic, endangering navigation, and causing an estimated $1 million loss to airlines. To check on effects of fog in local area, Texaco News interviews several fog victims to bring you their unusual stories. First, however, let us hear from weather expert Fielding Slush. What branch of weather service do you specialize in, Fielding?
Well, I'm on the staff of a certain soft drink company.
In what capacity?
I am vice president in full charge of barometric prognostication.
But what does a soft drink company need with a weather expert?
Well, have you seen the big Coca-Cola sign at 60th Street, you know, the one that forecasts the weather?
Oh, yes, the neon lights up at night, fair, cold, rain, warmer, like that.
Well, I am the man behind that neon.
You must be cramped for space when you get there. Well, tell me, Fielding, did this recent fog bother your Coca-Cola sign?
Oh, the fog was terrible. No one could read my prognostication on the sign on account of the fog.
What did your sign say?
Fog.
Really? No one could read it? Well, what a dilemma. What did you do?
What did I do? For 4 days, I sat up on top of that sign yelling, yoo-hoo, fog, yoo-hoo, fog, yoo-hoo, fog.
Brilliant strategy, I must say. Now, as a weather expert, Fielding, what would you say caused this intense fog?
Well, the new Congress convened last week.
Yes?
Congress is always in a fog, you know.
Oh, and you think?
Somebody must have left the door open, and that fog got out.
You are a Republican, if I have ever seen one. And I passed through Vermont as a boy, and thank you, Fielding Slush. A man who had a most unusual experience in the fog was Captain Narcissus Bilge. Captain, what is your craft?
I'm skipper of the SS Dolly Dombrowski.
Out of Santo Domingo to New York?
Out of Weehawken to 42nd Street.
The Dolly Dombrowski is...
The Weehawken Ferry.
I see.
I'm running them commuter cruises on the half hour.
Oh, I see. Well, what about this fog, Captain?
I've been sailing the Hudson River crosswise for 40 years. And blow me down, I never seen nothing like it.
What happened?
Well, Tuesday morning, I'm docked in Weehawken. I'm up on a bridge. It's just rung 8 bells. I'm trying to figure out what time it is.
Yeah?
Well, the mate comes running up. He says it's a heavy fog, Captain, off of starboard.
A pea super, huh?
Oh, this was a pea super with croutons in it. I can't see the wheel, and I got it in me hand.
And in this terrible fog, you sailed for New York regardless?
What can I do? It's the tradition of the sea. I gotta make 42nd Street.
What if you couldn't see anything?
I'm sailing from memory. I set me course. I ought to be there in 12 minutes.
Yes?
The Dolly Dombrowski's creeping along. I'm blowing the foghorn. I'm watching the clock.
Yes?
At the end of 12 minutes, if I feel a bump, I'll know it's 42nd Street.
And?
The 12 minutes is up. I don't feel no bump.
Yes?
14 minutes. I don't feel no bump. The Dolly Dombrowski's creeping along.
Yes?
17 minutes. I don't feel no bump.
What did you do?
I pulled tree blasts on me foghorn.
Yes?
And I hear a voice yell, "Hey, you pull over to the kite." It's a mounted cop.
A mounted cop in the Hudson River?
What river? The Dolly Dombrowski's at the corner of 33rd and Broadway.
Well, what did you...
The cop says, "What are you doing with this frigate in traffic?" He's fixing to give me a ticket. I think fast. I talk him out of it.
Well, how could you account for being in the middle of Broadway in a ferry boat?
I says to the cop, "Which way did the Macy Parade go?"
And the cop?
He says, "They went that way. What kept you?"
A stoker. And thank you, Captain. A young lady who lost her job on account of the fog was Sappho McGuire. What was your job, Sappho?
I was hostess at Coconut Charlie's.
Coconut Charlie's? What is that?
It's like Sloppy Joe's, only with coconuts.
Oh. It's one of those open-air drink emporiums.
Yeah, I'd slink around the counter wearing a sarong.
And what were your duties?
When a customer come in, I'd slink over, give him a glass of coconut milk.
Yeah?
Then I'd take me mallet, whap open the coconut, and pass him the inside. It's got vitamins in it.
Really? Well, tell me, what about the fog?
Well, it's a busy day. I'm slinking and passing and whapping, going along like always.
Uh-huh.
All of a sudden, it's foggy. I can't see nothing.
Well, did it slow up business?
Nah, voices is coming out of the fog. I'm slinking and passing out coconut milk.
Yeah?
Then I'm feeling around on the counter, whapping a coconut, handing out the insides, and all the time the fog keeps getting white. Then it happens.
Then what happened?
Well, I'm slinking and whapping and passing. I rolls out a coconut.
Yeah?
I can't see it in the fog, but it feels like a beauty. The hair is long and silky.
Uh-huh.
I pick up my mallet and whap it. Bang! There's a thud. I light a match, and what's on the floor?
What?
Coconut Charlie. He's out like a light.
You mean his head?
Charlie's coconut was on the counter, and I whapped it.
And you got fired?
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing today?
I'm with a burlesque show. The work is easier.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'm still slinking, but I ain't whapping and passing.
Well, watch out for my coconut on the runway. And thank you, Sappho McGuire. A gentleman who had a most unique experience in the recent fog was Mott Murtry. You had a difficult time in the fog, Mott.
Don't mention fog to me.
Well, why not?
I got pneumonia, chilblains, beat up, and a $10 fine.
Out of the fog?
Wasn't out of a clear sky, brother.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, confidentially, I'm a dipsomaniac.
Well, you don't look like a drinking man, Mott.
Well, I fool everybody. It's 'cause I don't stagger, and I ain't got no vein to me nose.
No veins in your nose?
No. They must have give up and went back into me head.
No doubt. Well, you seem sober now.
Oh, yeah. I spent last week in a Turkish bath in the steam room.
But what about this fog dilemma of yours?
Well, I wake up Wednesday morning. My mouth tastes like a camel just took his foot out of it.
And your head?
My head feels like somebody's playing badminton in there with cannonballs.
You were still in the steam room.
Yeah, I can't see nothing. I put on my sheet. I start groping for a towel.
Yeah?
I keep walking through the steam, groping. I don't feel no towel. Seems like I'm walking for miles.
Yeah?
Finally, I feel a towel. I start wiping my face. The next thing I know, sheet and all, boom, I'm in the patrol.
Arrested? Why?
Yeah, the door of the Turkish bath must have been open. With the steam and the fog, I couldn't tell the difference.
And when they picked you up?
I'm out in Times Square with a sheet on, wiping my face on the back of a traffic cop's coat.
What did the judge give you?
$10 fine.
For stealing the sheet?
No, for impersonating Mahatma Gandhi.
Thank you a lot, Mott Murtry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, a young man who is always in a fog, emerges from it long enough to sing for you, You Walk By.
As a dream, you walk by and dim the sunlight's gleam. You speak words and shame the birds that sing. Your smile is softer than the touch of spring. Walk by, and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above when you walk by my magicians can make things disappear or pull a rabbit out of a hat. But your loveliness, my dear, does greater things. and by. You walk by, and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above when you walk by, my
That was very nice, Denny.
Oh, say, Fred, excuse me. Did you drop this cigar out of your pocket?
Oh, the cigar? Yes, thanks, Larry. Say, I'm glad you found it. This is an exploding cigar.
An exploding cigar?
Yes, I've got a little score to even with Jimmy Wallington, you see. So I went to Al Goodman's brother-in-law, and I bought this El Bango. Now, I'm going to give it to Jimmy right now. You stick around. You'll see that mustache of his hit the ceiling. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, want me, Fred?
Yes, James, old boy. Here, my friend, have a cigar.
Gee, thanks, Fred. Say, this looks like an expensive one.
Oh, yes, Jimmy. Cigars like this are going up every day. Put it in your mouth. I'll light it for you.
Thanks, Fred. Say, this tastes pretty good.
Take a good deep drag, Jimmy. You'll get a big bang out of it.
Oh, yeah? Well, for your information, Fred, this cigar won't explode.
Why, Jimmy, how did you know?
Well, I overheard what you said to Larry Elliott.
Oh, shucks. But how did you know it wouldn't explode?
Didn't you say you bought it from Al's brother-in-law? Well, he sold you a dud. Thanks for the smoke and the object lesson.
What object lesson?
Well, an exploding cigar that won't explode is a dud, Fred. Just like the duds in gasoline, those useless slow-action elements that won't go off. And duds are not only a drag on your engine these cold mornings, they can be a drain on your battery, too. Remember, for a quick start, you depend on just a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And in those few ounces, gasoline duds show up at their worst, because they won't vaporize readily, won't take the spark instantly. That's why duds are a cause of long, drawn-out starts and consequent battery trouble. But the duds are out of Texaco Fire Chief, removed by an important refining process. They're out so you can enjoy fast Fire Chief starts, quick pickup, and economical power. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief at regular gasoline prices. Remember, there's not a dud in a tank full.
Maestro Goodman and his zither ensemble have just come out even in a musical composition called Perfidia. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen, I think I've got it.
You've got what, Kenny?
I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch. How's that?
Oh, no. No, you've got to put more feeling in it, Kenny.
Well, do you want the feeling as I'm writing in, or shall I start feeling around Tombstone Gulch?
Well, you've got to feel the whole thing, Kenny.
Okay, I'll keep rehearsing. I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch with feeling.
Gosh, that kid's got me worried. I don't...
Something with Kenny is wrong?
Oh, no. It's nothing, Mr. Goodman. I just promised to put Kenny in the sketch tonight. Now I'm afraid he can't act.
I, Goodman, can help Kenny, maybe.
No, you keep away from Kenny. He's apt to catch a dialect if you...
I, Goodman, just from Tombstone Gulch. Wrote in? I can show Kenny how to read it.
You are an actor?
By any chance you are seeing years ago on a billboard the name Tomaszewski?
Tomaszewski? Why, certainly.
In English, it means Goodman.
Now, don't tell me that you were an actor in the old country.
For 5 years in Russia, Goodman is the matinee idol.
And then?
They are cutting out matinees. Goodman is just idle.
Well, you want more money now. You get applause on it. First thing you know, you give up music altogether. Well, you go over now and see. How did that line go again? Just from Tombstone Gulch. Could you read it over again to make sure?
I, Goodman, just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch.
Well, you go over and show Kenny how to do it. What I go through on this program.
I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch.
Not you, too. What is this?
Well, I can say it better than Kenny.
Well, that still doesn't make it good.
Can I be in a sketch sometime?
Well, we'll see.
On Jack Benny's show, Mary's in everything.
Well, she's got something on Benny, you see. I lead a good, clean life.
And poor Denis Day. Jack makes him see Love Thy Neighbor every day.
Why, Benny makes everybody on his program see his pictures every day.
It's compulsory?
Oh, yes. You know, when Benny makes a picture, he gets paid in tickets. And, of course, it's really a big due bill on the local Paramount. And he tears it up into little pieces that become tickets, you see. And he has this is all he gets for making the picture, these tickets, and he pays off his cast, you see, on the program in tickets. So where can Denis go if he's using Paramount tickets for money?
To the Paramount.
Correct. Now, what about our guest tonight?
He's a smokestack watcher.
What is a smokestack watcher?
He's a man who watches smokestacks.
What kind of a profession is that?
You'll have to ask our guest. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Patrick Brennan.
Well, good evening, Mr. Brennan. Good evening, Mr. Allen. Portland's explanation of your profession has left me a little bewildered, Mr. Brennan. Now, just what is it you do for a living?
I watch stacks, Mr. Adams.
You watch stacks. Well, I must say that is a most unusual occupation. May I ask what company employs you in this odd capacity?
I work for the Consolidated Edison Company of New York.
And you watch the stacks in case any smoke comes out?
That's right.
In other words, Mr. Brennan, you are in the coke and soot business. Tell me, what is your purpose in watching these stacks?
Well, Fred, if black smoke is coming out of the stacks, it means there is some trouble.
In other words, a certain amount of the company's coal is being wasted.
That's right.
Now, is there any other purpose served by your funnel kibitzing, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, it fulfills a public service.
In what way?
The New York air, for sanitary reasons, must be kept as free as possible from impurities.
A laudable crusade, Mr. Brennan, to keep the air free from impurities, and you certainly are right about the smoke content of New York air. If Santa Claus ever went down a chimney in New York, he'd come out looking like Rochester's father. But now, Mr. Brennan, I think folks might be interested in hearing what constitutes a day's work for a stack watcher. Would you mind if I took one of your days apart?
Not at all, Fred.
Fine. Now, you report for duty early in the morning. You station yourself in your tower opposite the plant. Now, what is your first move?
I start watching the stacks like this.
Good. Well, now, let's say the boiler rooms below are functioning perfectly. Nothing but a colorless vapor floats from the chimneys. No passé coal is on the wing. Things continue to run smoothly for an hour or two. Now, what do?
I just keep watching the stacks.
Well, doesn't this get monotonous after a while?
Not to me, Fred. It's my job.
Well, tell me, what happens if you see a little smoke start to seep from one of the funnels? Do you yell bingo and call it a day?
No, I press a button.
And what does that do?
It signals the engineer in the boiler room.
And after you've pressed the button and the funnel stops ad-libbing, what do you do then, Mr. Brennan?
Nothing. I just keep watching the stacks.
But working on a job like yours hasn't given you a one-stack mind by any chance, has it?
No, Fred. We have 4 stacks at our plant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I underestimated the thing. Well, now, during an average 8-hour day, about how many times will you have to signal the engineer?
Maybe once or twice.
And what do you do the rest of the day, Mr. Brennan?
I just keep watching the stacks.
Well, Mr. Brennan, it's been very nice having you over. What MGM has done for Edison the boy and Edison the man, you have done tonight for Edison the company.
Thank you, Fred.
But before you go, I have a little job for you, if you'd care to undertake it.
Well, what kind of a job is it?
Well, as I understand it, Mr. Brennan, you are an authority on smoke of all kinds. No murky vapor is too thick for you to catalog. And so tomorrow night, I'd like to have you come with me as my guest and analyze some smoky air that should defy anything you have ever seen.
Where are you going?
To the opening of a new nightclub on 52nd Street.
No, thanks, but I'd rather keep watching my stacks.
And save the cover charge, eh?
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Stacks, Mr. Patrick Brennan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins rehearse a number for their Roxy Theater debut tomorrow. It's called The Story of a Haunt.
Young man, if you keep playing this way, you'll blow your brittle world to bits of glass, change your horn to a thing of twisted grass. Young man, you're sure to crack from the strain. Stop to low. There comes a time when just an empty sack can be the straw that breaks your back. Lord only knows just why he was born. No time to learn how to read or write. He sleeps all day, but he plays all night. He's that young man with a horn. When he's sending, he goes for notes that horns will never play, but still he keeps on sending out of the world and far away. So if you hear a tune being torn, just like a life that's been ripped apart, some way down deep in his soul and heart, it's that young man blowing his horn. Do, 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 do. notes that horns will never play, but still he keeps on standing out of the world and far away. So if you hear a tune being sung, just like a life that's been ripped apart, from way down deep in his soul and heart, it's that young man, blowing his horn.
D. Martin singing Young Men.
Hey, move over, brother. This is where I begin.
Well, who in the
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now listening to the voice of Swami Sam. Swami Sam, the smartest spiritualist, psychic, and soothsayer this side of Siam.
Just a minute, Sam.
Quiet, Bud. You're interrupting my commercial.
What commercial?
Well, I'm advertising my fortune-telling service for motorists. For a small fee, me and the spirits will sit in your front seat and help you with your driving problem.
What driving problem?
Well, supposing your windshield gets so spotty you can't see through it. I gaze into my crystal ball, and I tell you what lies ahead. Now, if you worry about your antifreeze, I'll go right down...
I'm sorry, Sam, but the motoring public isn't interested in your crystal gazing. And Jimmy Wallington here will tell you why. Tell Swami, Jimmy.
It's true that there are always a lot of little driving problems that crop up in winter weather. Windshields seem to be forever getting spotted and grimy. And there's that guessing, too, about the strength of your antifreeze. And perhaps that doubt in your mind about the battery. But you don't need a Swami. Just remember that it's no trouble at all for a Texaco dealer to take care of these things for you. Just drive in. A Texaco dealer will quickly clean the rear window as well as your windshield. He'll gladly test your radiator, tell you whether or not you need more antifreeze. He'll also check the battery and tires. Moreover, he's planned for your personal comfort, too, by providing a neat and tidy place in which to freshen up, identified by the green and white Texaco registered restroom sign. So stop in anytime. You're always welcome at a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some unimportant issue of the day. Fred takes his place at the round table, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. You ready, Fred?
Yes, I am, unfortunately for the world, Jimmy. Portland, will you kindly introduce our first guest?
Yes, Mr. Richard Rossback from New York City.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Rossback.
Good evening.
May I ask your profession?
Well, I'm a statistician.
A statistician? And what, in any particular business, or just a statistician at large?
Well, I'm a statistician in the investment banking business.
Oh, and you're not an investment counselor by any chance, are you?
No, fortunately not.
You're not. But you are close enough to the investment business to know a little about money. Is that right?
Well, I don't know. A
lot about a little money or a little about a lot of money?
Frankly, I find that I don't know much about anything after the administration gets through.
Well, of course, that is probably will be the end of us for all time at the old stand here. Well, that's only a personal opinion, Mr. Rossback, and we're just here at the little broken-down forum, and we are not big enough, really, to go into such weighty matters. I was going to ask you, though, in your remote connection with money, if you thought that money brought happiness, do you?
Well, I don't think that it's necessarily the case. I think that it can be helpful.
It can be helpful. I don't think that money brings happiness. Did you ever see an income tax collector laughing? I mean, it answers itself.
I've never seen one because I'm a statistician.
Oh, That is very good, Mr. Rossback. You can keep your chart clear until one shows up, which I'm sure one will shortly. And now, Portland.
Mrs. Stella Powers from New York City.
Good evening, Mrs. Powers.
Good evening. It's not Stella, but it's Bertine. I like it better.
Bertine?
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't care to appear semi-incognito on this program, would you?
No, not at all.
It's Mrs. Bertine Powers, is
right.
it? May I ask, are you in business here in New York?
No, not exactly in business, but I'm a seer.
A seer?
Yes. I have the developed faculty of looking into the records of life, and...
Really? You mean that you can as you sit there looking at me, you can read me?
Yes, I can.
Would you like to? Well, you have my sympathy, Mrs. Powers. As you sit there, it must be pretty dull going for you.
Not at all.
But, I mean, you really can. You can tell people's futures and things like that.
Well, I can detect cause.
Oh, can you?
And effect.
Oh, well, I would like to speak to you briefly after the program, if you don't mind.
I'd like to get into a huddle.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Powers. And now, Portland.
Mr. Og Fitzgerald from Larchmont, New York.
Well, good evening, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Hello, Fred.
Is Og your right name?
Some people think it's a noise, but it's the name.
Oh. Og is an unusual name, isn't it?
That's my mother's maiden name.
Og. Her first name?
That's a Gaelic... No, that's family name.
Oh, a family name.
A Gaelic word meaning young or the younger.
Oh, I see. You're leading an Og's life, and...
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't time to go into that, Mr. Fitzgerald.
That's a good thing, yeah.
Well, I mean... Of course, I haven't opened the forum here for so many weeks. I don't know what's going on anymore. I used to be able to control the thing, but you, Mr. Fitzgerald, and Mr. Rossback, and Mrs. Powers under another name, the whole thing is mixed up tonight.
Well, we'll go right ahead then.
Yes, we will. There's not much left to go ahead on confidentially, but we'll go ahead part of the way. That seems to bring us to our question, and tonight we take up a bit of marital trivia that has caused a million squabbles in a million homes. In a recent divorce case, the wife said that all of the trouble had originally started at the breakfast table. The husband insisted on reading the morning paper during breakfast and ignoring his wife. Many wives, I know, resent this practice, and our simple question tonight is, do you think a husband should read the morning paper at the breakfast table, or should he lavish all of his attention on the bacon and eggs and his wife? Now, Mr. Rossback, are you married?
No, I'm not.
You aren't?
No.
Well, you wouldn't be of much use for our purposes right now, would you?
I don't think so.
But what do you think offhand, I mean for the records? Do you think that a husband should read the morning paper at the breakfast table?
Well, it depends. If he's a Brooklyn Dodger fan, why, I'd say that he has a good cause.
Good cause. But then again, in the winter, he wouldn't have any excuse at all, would he? I mean, that would only months that the Dodgers are in with R in them, he'd be all right. Well, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about it, Mrs. Powers? Do you think you're married, aren't you?
Yes.
Do you think the husband should be permitted to read the morning paper at the breakfast table?
No, I don't. I loathe it.
You do?
I certainly do.
You think the husband should give all of his attention to the wife, huh?
To the breakfast and the wife.
In that order? Well, you have something there, Mrs. Powers. And Mr. Fitzgerald, are you married?
Yes, sir.
Do you read the morning paper at your breakfast table?
Well, being a newspaper man all my life, I would if I wasn't a mile from the station.
Oh, you use that mile to read and keep peace in the household, is that?
No, I get the paper when I get over to the train.
Oh, you don't get the paper while you're at the house?
No.
Well, I should imagine that would be a dangerous practice, reading the morning paper. But apparently we're getting no place with our little forum here, and I have 12 executives waving at me here that I'm already 17 minutes late, and after...
We have 18 minutes yet here.
Well, I know, but not for this. But But not as the Bolivar flies, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Are those kind of flies, too?
Yeah, you are on the Fitzgerald time. We are on the Columbia Network, and they won't extend us that courtesy after a certain hour. And I have lost track of how our forum stands, but I do doubt that our discussion tonight will revolutionize the literary tendencies of a single husband at a breakfast table tomorrow morning. If the husband is boss, he'll continue to read his paper. If the wife is boss, he'll continue to go without his paper. And if the marriage is 50-50 as a 50-50 partnership, the husband will show up at breakfast with a tabloid so his wife can look over the top and at least see him as he reads. On this bewildering note, our meeting adjourns, and thank you all a lot for your kind Kenny Baker.
I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch.
No, not yet, Kenny. This is your song. What is it again?
Oh, Beautiful Dreamer.
Could we trouble you, Mr. Goodman?
Unto me, starlight and dewdrops are waiting for thee. Sounds of the rude world heard in the day, loved by the moonlight, have all passed away. Beautiful dreamer, queen of my song, list while I woo thee with soft melody. Gone are the cares of life's busy throng. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me. On my heart, keen as the morn on the streamlet and sea. Then will all clouds of sorrow depart. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me.
And that's your cue, Larry Elliott. Now tell us about Sky Chief gasoline.
Well, thank you, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, Sky Chief is
Mr.
really...
Alice!
Now, Portland.
Oh, Mr. Alice!
Portland, please, you're interrupting Larry Elliott's dissertation here.
I know, but please don't let him talk about Sky Chief tonight, Mr. Allen. Mama's listening in.
Well, so what?
Mama's a daredevil. If she hears Mr. Elliott say,
Skay,
Sky Chief makes driving seem like flying.
Oh, you think she'll...
Yes. Mama'll fill up her car with Sky Chief and start looping the loop over fences and things. And at her age, it just isn't right.
Now, wait, Portland. I wouldn't say that Sky Chief will have that effect. On the contrary, I believe it will make your mother a better, smoother driver.
But how could it do that? Mama's only been driving about 5 months.
Oh, it doesn't matter whether you've been driving a car for 5 months or 5 years. When you step on the starter, you're eager for a quick getaway, aren't you?
Yes,
Well, when you reach a steep hill, you wish you were over it, don't you?
of course.
When you're in traffic, you don't like to shift, do you?
Of course not.
Well, that's why a different premium gasoline like Texaco Sky Chief can make your mental driving life easier and your performance as a driver smoother. And here's the reason. Texaco Sky Chief supplies you with flexible, surging power. Power that gives you satisfying takeoffs, thrilling glides over the hills, real confidence in traffic. Yes, Sky Chief has a way of bringing out the finest performance in any car. Try it. It's your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best at the usual premium price.
And now the Texaco workshop players, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, this battered little covey takes cognizance of the vogue that is sweeping radio at the moment. Tonight, they turn their artistic fluoroscope on the many programs that shower money on people in their studio audiences. You have all heard these philanthropic fiestas that clutter the networks. Whisk your dial to any number. What do you hear?
Hello? Hello? This is the Pot of Gold calling.
Basket is on the air.
Double or nothing.
Take it or leave it.
Here's your money, Mr. Dope.
20 crisp new $1 bills
50
go
crisp
to.
new bills go to.
1,000 crisp new bills go to.
Double or nothing.
Take it or leave it.
Double.
Nothing.
Take it.
Leave it.
Here's your money.
Money. Yes, folks, over your radio, an endless stream of dollars goes to others, not to you. Have you ever envied these lucky winners their good fortune? Well, don't, for winning quiz money seldom leads to happiness. To prove our point, we bring you a sketch tonight called All Is Not Gold That Glitters, or the true story of Timken Slaw. Our hero, Timken Slaw, was a humble commuter from Nutley, New Jersey. For years, as he sped through the Holland Tunnel on the 7 a.m. bus and mulled over the quizzes he had been exposed to the night before, Timken secretly envied the lucky winners. He vowed that one day he, too, would be a quiz winner. And finally, 2 years later, his big moment arrived. And one cold winter's night, Timken Slaw found himself a contestant on Professor Diz's program. Trembling, he stepped up to the microphone and heard jolly old Professor Diz say,
And here's our next contestant. Your name, please?
Timken Slaw. I'm from Nutley, New Jersey.
And what is your business, Mr. Slaw?
I'm a kite retailer.
You sell kites retail?
No. If the tail comes off your kite, I retail it.
Oh. I see. Well, here is your question, Mr. Slaw. Who is the only president of the United States ever to be elected for a third term?
President in third term? Gee, that's a sticker.
Oh, come. Come, Mr. Slaw, that's not too hard. I'll give you a hint. The initials are FD. FD.
Father Divine?
No, FDR. It's Franklin D.
Roosevelt.
That is correct. Absolutely correct. And for his brilliant answer to that difficult question, the makers of Minute Mom, the marmalade that moms in a minute, present Mr. Slaw with 2 shiny silver dollars.
Oh, gosh, $2. I did it.
Yes, Timken Slaw did it. Clutching his newfound wealth to his little chicken breast, Timken reeled into an orange Julius stand on Broadway. Here he toasted himself with a double orange Julius straight. But as Timken sipped his yokel zombie and waited for the owl bus back to Nutley, word of his good fortune was spreading like wildfire through the town. Mr. Blab, the Nutley big mouth, said to his wife,
Did you hear the news, Carrie? Timken Slaw won $10 on the radio.
2 minutes later, Mrs. Blab was on the phone calling Mrs. Dow.
Did you hear the news, Sarah? Timken Slaw won $50 on the radio.
A man named Kelly overheard the call on his party line. A little later, Kelly walked into Nutley's leading saloon and yelled,
Hey, did you hear the news, fellas? Timken Slow won $200 on the radio.
Yes, and the news kept spreading until it reached Nutley's radio station. A few minutes later, over Nutley's powerful 75-watter, came this message.
Flash, Nutley's leading citizen, Timken Slaw, has just won $500 on the radio in New York. Congratulations, Timken Slaw.
Meantime, totally unaware of the furor his prize-winning escapade had aroused, Timken Slaw, reeking of Orange Julius fumes, arrives home to be greeted by his wife.
Hello, Lydia.
Timken, you darling. I've been waiting for you.
What are all these bundles, Lydia?
A new fur coat for me, set of golf clubs for you, a new windbreaker for Grandma, and I made a down payment on a second-hand car.
But, Lydia, this extravagance, what does it mean?
Extravagance? Why, Timken, we still have $400 left. You won $1,000.
$1,000? I only won $2.
Timken Slaw, you're lying to me.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. Now that you're rich, you want to throw me aside like an old union suit.
Oh, honest, Lydia. I only won $2. You can ask Professor Diz.
Don't lie, you gigolo. You're going to spend that money on another woman.
But I don't know any other woman, except Mama. Gee, Lydia.
Oh, don't worry. False, Timken. I won't stand in your way.
Lydia, take off your gaiters. Where are you going?
To the Goodwill Court. Goodbye.
But fortunately, Lydia never got to the Goodwill Court. Timken hurried after Lydia and intercepted her before she could even reach We the People. Domestic peace was finally restored, and the following morning, Timken caught the early bus and went to work as usual. He had just punched the time clock a nasty uppercut when the boss, Mr. Otis, sent for him. Timken sensing a raise, entered Mr. Otis's office.
You sent for me, boss?
Yes, Slaw. Before you get away, I want to say goodbye.
Goodbye? I'm not going anyplace, Mr. Otis.
Don't tell me you're going to keep working in this dump after winning $5,000.
But, Mr. Otis, I only won $2.
All you rich are the same, hushing up your wealth.
No, honest.
Well, goodbye, Slaw.
You mean I'm fired?
Oh, pish-tush, Slaw, not fired. You've merely outgrown the organization. Well, goodbye, Slaw. Drop me a postcard from Palm Beach.
Palm Beach? I can't even get back to Nutley.
And so our lucky quiz winner, jobless and frustrated, hitchhiked his forlorn way back to Nutley. As he wearily opened the front door of the modest Slaw home and wondered how he could break the sad news to his wife, Timken noticed a sinister fellow lurking in the foyer. As Timken closed the door, he addressed the sinister stranger.
Are you looking for someone, sir?
Is your name Timken Slaw?
Yes, sir.
I'm the income tax department.
The income tax?
Yeah, you won $50,000. Uncle Sam wants his cut.
$50,000? I only won $2.
Evading your income tax, eh? You're coming with me.
Coming where?
I'm taking you to hell.
Hallecky?
No, Alcatraz. Let's go.
For many months, Timken, the lucky quiz winner, languished in jail. Finally, his time served, the ball and chain were removed from Timken's leg, and he was free. As an ex-jailbird, Timken found himself wifeless, jobless, friendless, penniless, and alone. Sinking lower and lower, he cursed the $2 quiz prize that had started his downfall. One day, as Timken shuffled along the Bowery, in his tattered Norfolk jacket, wearing a brisk north wind for underwear, Timken saw a crowd of beaten men milling around the front of a cheap hotel. As Timken joined this mob of derelicts, a dapper gentleman in the center of the scum addressed him.
Hey, you, step in here, bum.
Who, me?
Yeah, what is your opinion of the world situation, Treyas?
I don't know. Not so good, I guess.
Splendid. Very well put, Outcast. Our radio audience will get a kick out of your opinion.
Radio audience? Is this a broadcast?
This is the Box Drop program, bum. We're broadcasting from Happy Hyman's Flop House right now. What's your name, flea bait?
Timkin Slaw.
Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, for his brilliant answer to our box drop question, Timkin Slaw gets 2 shiny silver dollars.
Oh, no, not that. Anything but that.
A bum refusing money?
Well, I have my reasons, sir.
Quit kidding. You won these here $2. Here, I'll put them in your pocket.
Oh, no. Rather than that, I'll end it all.
Hey, come out of that shooting gallery. Put down that gun.
Goodbye, cruel world. Oh.
Hey, speak to me, Bud. Speak to me. Why wouldn't you take the $2?
I'm not going through all that again. Better death than be a quiz winner. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, you have just heard this mysterious suicide. What is the motive back of it? Send in your answers to Vox Drop, folks. Join this exciting new Timkin Slaw murder quiz. The person sending in the best answer will receive absolutely free 2 shiny silver dollars.
Thus, the fate of our lucky quiz winner, Timkin Slaw. Even Timkin's death started a new radio contest. The moral, ladies and gentlemen, is never envy the person you hear winning $2 on a radio quiz program. It's worth more than $2 to be seen in public with a master of ceremonies. The end. And now from Mr. Larry Elliott, a message of importance to the music lovers of this entire Western Hemisphere.
Each week, millions of radio listeners in the United States, Canada, and by shortwave to all of Latin America are guests of the Texas Company during the Saturday afternoon broadcast of the Metropolitan Opera Company. This week, you are invited to hear the 6th Saturday matinee of the season, Verdi's popular Il Trovatore, beloved for such favorite melodies as the Anvil Chorus and the Miserere. The Texas Company also invites you to enjoy, during intermissions, several interesting features, including the Opera Question Forum, with noted musical authorities, with Mr. Milton Cross as Master of Ceremonies, and curtain talks on our American way of living by distinguished guest speakers. The broadcast is heard over another network of 208 stations this Saturday, January 11th. Consult your newspaper for time and station.
Well, thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. And don't forget, next Wednesday evening, the Texaco Star Theater brings you skiing information.
When I feel myself falling on skis, what should I do?
Don't worry, lady. You'll do it.
Your song of the week. Well, wake up, John Charles. What about your song?
I ain't singing nothing on the radio till me lawyer gets here.
I understand. And our guest will be
Nelson Elliskew, the dog caterer.
And music. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
This is Columbia Broadcasting System.
Goodyear services cars? I thought they were a tire company.
Goodyear does transmissions? I didn't know that.
Tune-ups, too?
Goodyear does brakes?
500,000 brakes, Goodyear?
I didn't know Goodyear serviced mufflers.
Mufflers? I had no idea Goodyear did tune-ups, mufflers, or anything but tires.
If you still don't know Goodyear services cars, you don't know how good car service can be. Goodyear. Think of us for auto service, too.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office. The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal.
Okay, take him on the...
Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch, or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
Well, he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he's going to do now. Yeah, here he is now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
What, my 6-gun against your bowie knife? You wouldn't have a chance, Noli. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Noli.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Noli.
Didn't know that, did you? Watch.
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Noli?
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too.
Light and mild.
L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip. King size or regular, L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Nolly?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I'll put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of Triple X.
You sure learn hard, Nolly.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb brain in coffee. In great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
Well, I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's Zant coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleep, Nolly. You just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
Now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Where did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy. And he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them little buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zan about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's a funny thing about your job.
No?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Nolly Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks
Huh?
like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Sant and Nolly Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me. But even so, Zant ain't been much use since Nolly cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Nolly's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Sant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Nolly.
Oh, why do you need me?
Nolly killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was due in with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Nolly did it?
Well, Nolly tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Nolly killed him.
Does Nolly have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Santa. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Nolly Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Sant at the river, Marcy?
Oh, I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Nolly. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Nolly later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You gonna bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Nolly's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, Now, I ain't gonna miss Zant. But I ain't gonna watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Noli Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Noli and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Noli.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Noli ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Noli.
What's Marcy here for? You're still drunk, ain't you? No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Noli?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi. Alibi? What are you talking about? About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Nolly.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Nolly. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal,
Marcy.
What you...
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam is agent for the Santa Fe Railroad. I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Uh-huh. Zant's.
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking him. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. They'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So I told you. That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No. No.
shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zand anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter-tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter-tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Right on the heels of the Mazda RX-7 come two great new values, the new Mazda 626 Sports Sedan and Sport Coupe. Great road cars with a responsive 2-liter 4-cylinder engine, 5-speed, steel-belted radios, AM/FM stereo, split fold-down rear seat, all standard, all from just $54.95. The new Mazda 626.
The more you look, the more you like.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with That's What We Do Over Here. The Sons of the American Legion, Squadron Number 241 in Philadelphia, gave an officers' dinner a short time ago, and they sent us one of their menus. Well, here's what topped off the meal. Dessert a la Jack Benny. Yes, sir, you've guessed it, that was Jell-O. A swell combination of orange, lemon, and lime with that real extra-rich fruit flavor. and covered with whipped cream. Judging from the reports, it made a great hit. And after all, that's not so very surprising because everybody enjoys those 6 delicious, extra-rich flavors, as tempting and refreshing and satisfying as the real ripe fruit itself. And the Jell-O's 6 glowing colors are so bright and gay, they give a festive air to any meal. So when you want a dessert the family is sure to welcome, look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That's What We Do Over Here, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Jack Benny and Phil Harris are busy working on a new Paramount picture, Man About Town, and will not be here today. So in the meantime, Kenny and I are going to carry on and try to entertain you with songs and jokes. And I'm sure that we'll all have a good time. Now, first, ladies and gentlemen.
I got a sweet little headache. I was out late last night. I've been out celebrating since Joe Louis won that fight.
Rochester.
I got a sweet little headache.
Rochester, cut that out. This dressing room is no place for a serenade. And furthermore, I wish you'd help me get dressed. I'm chilly standing here in my underwear.
You shouldn't be. It's long enough.
Rochester, the only reason I'm wearing this kind of underwear is to fill my legs out. So no comments.
What are you going to wear today, boss?
Well, the scene is a very formal dinner party in an English mansion. So give me my full dress suit.
The one you bought outright?
Yes, the new one. Get it for me. I want to try it on.
Okay, here's the pants. Hold steady, boss.
Careful now. Don't get them wrinkled. I won't have time to get them pressed.
There you are.
Yeah. Say, these trousers are beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're too long. Shall I roll them up, tuck them in, or snip them a little?
Leave them alone. I'll pull them up. Let me try on the coat and see how that is.
Here you are, boss.
Thanks. Say, the coat's a little big, too.
Mr. Benny, where are you?
I'm right in here, Rochester. Don't get excited. Pull the collar down and give me some air. It'll be all right. Doggone it, I need a back collar button. I forgot to bring some. I'll go next door and borrow one from Phil Harris. Gee, here comes Claudette Colbert. Hello, Claudette.
Who is it?
Jack Benny, darn this suit. Well, here's Phil's dressing room. Look at that corny gold star on the door.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, pardon me, I've got the wrong room. I'm looking for Phil Harris.
These are his quarters. Whom shall I say is calling, please?
Jack Benny, I came to borrow a collar button.
I'm very sorry, sir. I can't disturb Mr. Harris. He's in a mood.
He's in a what?
In a mood. He's studying his part.
Well, I hate to break the spell, but tell him Prince Charming is here and he'd like to borrow a collar button.
I'm terribly sorry, sir, but Mr. Harris is fearfully temperamental and...
Elkins, I say.
Elkins.
Stop that dreadful chattering. Who is it anyway?
It's a gentleman about a collar button, sir.
Well, buy a couple and send him away.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. It's me, Jack.
Roper or Benny?
Benny. Roper isn't up yet.
Oh, hello, Jack. I didn't see you in that suit.
No, you didn't. Well, if you want to know something, the suit was imported from England.
Oh, heaven forbid.
I wasn't talking to you. Hey, Phil, I need a collar button. Have you got one?
I think so. Elkins, have we a collar button we can lend Mr. Benny?
Well, can he be trusted, sir?
Don't worry, I'll leave a deposit. Say, Phil, this is a lovely dressing room. Well, gee whiz, have you got a shower bath?
I sure have.
Well, it's very ritzy, Phil. I don't know how you rate this.
Tea is served, Mr. Harris.
Thanks, Elkins. I'm famished.
Tea? My goodness, what are those, crumpets?
No, that's corn pone. Mr. Harris. I say, Mr. Harris dotes on it.
That I can understand. Tea and corn pone. What a combination.
Mr. Benny, will you have your tea in a cup? or in a saucer?
Just bring it. How I drink it is my own business. And where's my collar button?
A collar button, sir?
Oh, never mind. I'll use a thumbtack. I'm getting out of here. See you on the set, Lord Harris. How'd he ever get a dressing room like that? More politics around here. Well, here's my room. Oh, pardon me. I've got the wrong dressing room. I wish they'd put my name on my door. Oh, here it is.
Say, boss, I was just coming to get you. Miss Livingston's here.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I thought I'd come down and watch you work. Have you got a big scene today?
Well, it's not so big, Mary, but it's very emotional and calls for every dramatic trick at my command. You see, it's pathos, yet mingled with comedy. And at a certain point, I have to make a transition that will convince the audience of my sincerity and complete domination.
Oh, brother.
Well, just wait and you'll see some real acting. Say, Mary, how do you like my new full-dress suit? I'm kind of dolled up, ain't I?
Yeah, top hat, white tie, and tent.
Well, I'll grant you the suit is a little roomy, but I like freedom in my clothes.
Well, you certainly got it. You could ring the Liberty Bell in there.
That's a good one, Miss Livingston.
You stay out of this, N-man. Anyway, I got other things on my mind. I just came from Phil's dressing room, and I don't know why Paramount gives him a better one than mine. Why, there's no comparison.
Oh, it's your own fault, Jack. Why don't you fight for things once in a while? This room is terrible.
Yeah, I'm ashamed to invite my friends here.
Well, that's too bad. I'm just worried sick about that.
Why, there isn't a chair in the room with over 3 legs. And look at that big hole in the floor.
That hole? Well, I'm really to blame for that.
We thought there was oil under here.
All right, Rochester, just for telling, I'm going to kick you right out of the syndicate. But you're right, Mary. I'm going to do something about this. Rochester, get Mr. Hornblow on the phone.
Okay, boss. Give me a nickel.
Here. And that's another thing. Everybody else has a free telephone. This thing has gone just about far enough.
Oh, you're always talking, but you never do anything.
I don't, eh? I'll find out in a minute just how I stand around here.
I can tell you now and save you a nickel.
Is that so?
Here you are, boss.
Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Hornblow. This is Jack Benny. Yes, it's me again. Now, look, Mr. Hornblow, I've been at Paramount for a long time, and I think I ought to have a new dressing room. I know, but how come Phil Harris has a shower bath, and I have to wash in the fire bucket? Why, twice this week, the brigade snatched it right from under me. I know, but Phil Harris, but...
Here we go again, folks.
Quiet. What? But look, Mr. Hornblow, I don't want to stay in this dressing room. I haven't got anything to sit on. Oh, that's very funny. Now, look, Mr. Hornblow, here's what I want. I want new chairs, a shower bath, Venetian blinds, a floor lamp.
Roller skates.
Roller skates. Mary, I'm not talking to Santa Claus. What's that? Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hornblow. I'll appreciate that. Goodbye. Well, that's more like it.
Gee, Jack, are you going to get all that stuff?
Only the roller skates, but it's a beginning. Hey, Rochester, tune in the radio. I want to see what they're doing on our program.
I can't. The dial's all rusty.
Well, use the pliers like I do. He never knows what to do.
I got it.
And here's another one, ladies and gentlemen. Little Jack Horner sat in a corner eating a dish of Jell-O. He stuck in his spoon and started to croon, J-E-L-L-O.
Well, that's very cute.
So you see, folks, you too can be happy with this tempting dessert. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Wilson is having a Roman holiday there.
And now, folks, Kenny Baker, our popular young tenor, will sing... what's it going to be, Kenny?
I'm going to sing a number called Strange Enchantment from Paramount's new picture, Man About Town, starring Phil Harris.
What?
You heard me.
Wait till I get my hands on him.
Strange enchantment fills the moonrise. There's a breeze like sandalwood and wine. Strange enchantment lies in your eyes, saying, please, oh please, tonight be mine. When the moon has gone in the blue dawn, and we go wandering apart, darling, I'll be dreaming of this moment with a strange enchantment in my heart. How can I but remember this delight wherever I go, whatever I do? The magic of this oriental night and you. Strange enchantment fills the moonrise. There's a breeze like sandalwood and wine. Strange enchantment lies in your eyes, saying, please, oh please, tonight be mine. When the moon has gone in the blue dawn, and we go wandering apart, darling, I'll be dreaming of this moment with a strange enchantment in my heart.
That was Strange Enchantment, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have some more of my original nursery rhymes. Jack and Phil went up the hill to get a dish of Jell-O. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Harris laughed like anything.
Turn off the radio, Mary.
Okay.
Thinks he's cute. And I'm plenty burned up about Kenny Baker. Imagine him saying Man About Town starring Phil Harris.
Phil must have put him up to that.
Yeah. You know, Mary, it's disgusting the way Phil tries to steal every scene in the picture. He's always doing something to draw attention away from me.
Well, you don't have to worry today with that suit you've got on.
Yes, if I can remember to keep my head out. Starring Phil Harris. I'm starring in that picture with Dorothy Lamour. And another thing, if Phil doesn't stop telling Dorothy that I've got asthma, I'm going to have him thrown right off this lot.
No kidding. Did he tell Dorothy you've got asthma?
Yes. Now, every time I do a passionate love scene with her, she feels sorry for me. I'll get even with that guy.
Hey, boss, here's your makeup man.
My makeup man? Oh, yes. Hello, Twinkle.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Are we ready for our daily tussle with Father Time?
I suppose so.
Then tuck this towel around your neck and let's get going.
Okay. And, Twink, don't put so much makeup on my chin. Yesterday, you buried my dimple.
I did?
Yes, and everybody was asking for it. So be careful.
Say, Jack, don't you think you ought to darken your hair a little bit at the temples?
Mary, I'm not ashamed of the color of my hair. I'm prematurely gray.
You've been saying that for 35 years.
Well, I was frightened when I was a baby. Oh, Twinkle, I think you ought to pluck my eyebrows a little. They've been growing like mad lately.
Okay.
Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Are you in the mood to reopen our monetary discussion?
Rochester, if you're referring to that $10 I bet you on the Lewis Roper fight, I do not owe it to you.
Well, Lewis knocked Roper out, didn't he?
Not entirely. Roper went down, but he started to get up.
Man, can't you tell the difference between getting up and bouncing?
You can talk all you want, Rochester, but you're not getting the $10.
Oh, why don't you pay him, Mr. Benny?
You stay out of this. Who do you think you are, Chamberlain? Just keep making me up. That's all you're supposed to do.
I never saw anybody like you, Jack. You're always welching on bets.
I am not. Anyway, Rochester will get his $10. I'm going to buy him that new vacuum cleaner he wants.
Who wants?
You wants, and keep still. More arguments about money around here. Ouch! Twinkle, watch those tweezers. You're awfully nervous today, aren't you?
Well, you'd be nervous, too, if your wife had twins last night.
Oh, well, that's marvelous. Congratulations.
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, that is news. Huh?
Hey, Jack.
What?
Look in the mirror and get a load of your face.
What's the matter with it? Oh, well, I'll be darned. Twinkle, what did you do before you became a makeup man?
I used to decorate chinaware.
Well, take those rosebuds off my cheeks. I'm not a teacup. Why don't you concentrate on what you're doing, Twinkle? See, my face is a mess. What are you laughing at?
Twinkle stinkles.
That's what I say.
Hiya, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Kenny.
Oh, it's you, Kenny. Why aren't you at NBC with Don?
Oh, I got tired of his old nursery rhymes, so I thought I'd come and watch you shoot a scene. Is it all right?
Sure, Kenny, but how'd you get through the gate?
I told him I was your business manager.
Oh, fine. So now you're my business manager.
Mr. Baker, can I have a word with you?
Rochester, forget about that $10. My goodness.
Say, Jack, are you going to shoot a big scene today?
Well, it's not so big, Kenny, but it's very emotional and calls for every dramatic trick at my command. You see, it's pathos yet mingled with comedy. And at a certain point, I have to make a transition that will convince the audience of my sincerity and complete domination. Yes, sir.
See, this is a crummy dressing room.
Kenny asked me a question, so I answered it. Incidentally, I heard that announcement you made of your song.
What about it?
You know what? I'm the star of the picture, not Phil Harris.
Well, he told me you were playing the part of a janitor.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, it so happens that I'm a lover in this picture, and I'm talking to Dorothy Lamour all the time.
Bet you're leaning on a broom.
Broom nothing. I'm carrying a cane. A beautiful ebony cane with a silver handle on one end.
And a
nail on the other. I knew you were going to say that. I knew it. A janitor, eh? A janitor. Wait till I see Harris on the set. I'll give him a piece of my mind.
We're all ready for you on the set, Mr. Benny.
Okay, come on, kids. They're waiting for me, all ready to shoot the scene. I'm going to rush ahead. Rochester, you bring my cane.
Okay.
Don't stick yourself.
See you on the set, kids.
Shall I bring the dustpan?
That belongs here. I'm not a janitor. So long. Gee, I hope I'm not late.
Say, Jack, there's Phil.
Oh, yes. Hey, pretty boy, I want to see you a minute.
What's on your mind, Droopy?
Listen, Phil, did you tell Kenny that I was playing the part of a janitor in this picture?
Yeah, but I just did that for a rib.
That's all I want to know. You and I are through, Phil. I don't want to talk to you again.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. It was just a gag. Who'd ever believe you were playing the part of a janitor?
Plenty of people. From now on, we're no longer friends. Come on, Mary. I want to talk to Mr. Sandridge, the director. Where's Kenny?
Over there on Dorothy Lamore's lap.
Oh, yes. And there's Edward Arnold. Look, there's Benny Barnes, too. She's beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, you think every blonde is beautiful.
I do not.
Name one.
Nelson Eddy. So there. The blonde, if I ever saw one. Anyway, I think Benny Barnes is simply gorgeous. Hello, Benny.
Hello, Benny.
Geez, very witty, too. Hey, Rochester! Rochester!
Quiet on the set.
That assistant director's always showing off. You can't even say boo around here.
Boo.
Hey, you quiet.
See? What a fresh guy.
Did you call me, boss?
Yes, where were you?
I was over in the corner acclimating Mr. Harris's butler. I'm teaching him Central Avenue ping pong.
Rochester, I told you not to bring those dice to this studio. Now throw them out.
Not unless somebody feeds me.
Don't be so stubborn.
Hey, Jack, look at Kenny.
Where?
Now he's on Benny Barnes's lap.
See, that kid sure gets around. Kenny, come here.
Okay. Hey, you quiet on the set.
Darn that guy. Look, Mary, here comes Mark Sandridge, the director.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mr. Sandridge. Say, I'd like you to meet Mary Livingston.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Livingston? I'm glad to see you.
Then why don't you smile?
Mary. Mr. Sandridge, this is Kenny Baker.
Hello.
Well, young man, are you having a good time here on the set?
Am I? I'm going to my third lap now.
You'll stay right here with us.
Well, Jack, we're about ready to rehearse the scene in Lady Trumley's drawing room.
Oh, then Miss Barnes and Miss Lamour aren't working today, huh?
No, they just came for the laughs.
Oh.
And incidentally, Jack, when you shoot the scene today, don't look right into the camera. You're not posing for a tintype.
Okay, I'll be careful.
Well, let's get started. Lady Trumley, Theodore, and Milford.
Mary, Phil is Theodore and I'm Milford. I got a better name than he did.
All right, let's have one rehearsal, and then we'll shoot it.
Why rehearse? I know my part.
Quiet on the set.
Oh, shut up. That guy drives me nuts. Quiet.
Now, Lady Trumley, you sit here on the divan.
Yes, sir.
And Theodore, you sit beside her.
Okay, pal.
Pal. You hear that, Mary?
And Milford, you sit over there on the ashtray.
Fine. I'll look like a Rube Goldberg cartoon. Great place to sit.
All right, let's start the scene. Everybody ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Take it, Phil.
You have a lovely place here, Lady Trumley.
Oh, I'm glad you like it, Theodore. You know, Reggie used to visit here quite often.
Ah, good old Reggie. I say, is he still at Monte Carlo?
No, he's been at Biarritz since he and Evelyn split up.
Split up? My word. But then Reggie always was a bounder.
No, I think it was Evelyn's fault. She's a terribly stuffy person.
Nonsense, my dear. Reggie's a cad, and you know it.
Oh, how can you say that? Poor Reggie has been terribly abused. Don't you think so, Milford?
You said it, sister.
Stop it!
All right, what's the matter?
Jack, you don't call a titled English lady sister. You just have 3 words. You said it.
Gee, Mr. Sanders, I was just trying to make it more emphatic, that's all.
Well, don't be adding to your part. Film doesn't grow on bushes, you know.
Oh, all right.
Now let's take it once more. And Theodore, I think it'd be a little better if you defend Reggie instead of Lady Trumley. It's more believable that way.
Okay, Mark.
Say, why can't I defend Reggie?
Quiet on the set.
Oh, shush! Don't say a word here, anyway. Oh, get out of here, Mary. Stop laughing.
Now let's run through it once more. Remember the change? Okay, let's go.
You have a lovely place here, Lady Trumley.
I'm glad you like it, Theodore. You know, Reggie used to visit here quite often.
Jack!
My throat was dry, for goodness sake.
Good old Reggie. I say, is he still at Monte Carlo?
Oh, no. He's been at Biarritz since he and Evelyn split up.
Split up? My word!
Jeepers creepers.
Jack, what's the matter with you?
Well, I want to say something. I'm an actor, not a sphinx.
Now, you've got enough to do, so be satisfied. Continue, Lady Trumley.
I don't blame Evelyn. Reggie always was a bounder.
No, I think it was Evelyn's fault. She's a terribly stuffy person.
Nonsense, my dear. Reggie's a cad, and you know it.
Oh, how can you say that? Poor Reggie's been a terribly abused boy. Don't you think so, Milford?
Poof.
Don't you think so, Milford?
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, Jack, why don't you answer, Phil?
We're not speaking, that's why.
Jack, we're trying to make a picture. I can't be annoyed with your personal affairs.
Well, I can't be annoyed with answering Phil Harris. Whose picture is this, anyway?
Quiet on the set.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
You would, you brute.
Fine cooperation I'm getting on this picture. Come on, Mary, I'm going home.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't get excited.
Excited? Now, look, Mr. Sandridge. I've been studying this scene for days. I know it isn't a big part, but it's very emotional. It calls for every dramatic trick I know. You see, it's pathos, yet mingled with comedy. And at a certain point, I must make a transition that will convince the audience of my sincerity and complete domination. Now, if you think you can get somebody else to do that, go ahead and get Barrymore. I'm leaving. Rochester, give me my top hat and cane.
Sorry, boss, the dice were against me.
Oh, that's all I need.
You said it.
That's my line. Come on, let's get out of here.
Quiet on the set.
Oh, nuts!
I bet that all of you women have said to yourselves, I don't believe there is anything new to have for dessert. Well, ladies, I'm glad to say that you're wrong. And here's the proof. It's the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding, rich with true butterscotch flavor, the kind you've loved since you were a youngster. It's creamy and mellow, and it has a delicate golden taffy color that really makes you hungry just to look at it. Jell-O butterscotch pudding has that old-fashioned homemade goodness, a marvelous flavor and texture. Why, it all but melts right in your mouth. Then try Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey, the kind your family loves. And a Jell-O vanilla pudding, delicate and creamy, so tempting to look at that you know that you have a real treat. All three new Jell-O puddings are made with fine, wholesome ingredients. They're quick and easy to prepare. You'll find the simple directions on every package. Why don't you buy 3 packages at a time? Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 30th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night. But I'd like to announce, folks, that daylight saving time goes into effect over some of these stations next week. So if your community is affected, don't forget the change.
Say, Jack, what's daylight saving time?
Well, you see, Mary.
I know. It's pathos yet mingled with comedy and calls for every dramatic trick at your command.
That's not it at all. Good night, folks.
Next week, daylight saving time goes into effect in many places. With this result, there will be a change in time for this program on some of these same stations. Consult your local newspaper for the time on your station. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. The part of Mark Sandwich was played tonight by Russell Hicks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tuesday on Happy Days, Chachi's Miracle Wax puts Fonzie on the hot seat. Then Laverne and Shirley try and catch a thief to learn the naked truth. Then Jack moves in on another man's woman on Three's Company. And a movie director takes the cabbies for a ride on Taxi.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Wallace Beery, Mickey Rooney, Fay Ray, and Noah Beery in Stablemates. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time of year for spring tonics. So tonight we've mixed you one of the best. a large dose of Wallace Beery and Mickey Rooney. It's a combination that's very pleasant to take and a sure cure for what ails you. In fact, after a week of rehearsing Wally and Mickey in the Lux Radio Theater, we're all in the spirit of spring. We bring these two lads to you tonight in a story called Stablemates, adapted from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture in which they scored such a great hit. And with them, we present Fay Ray, who adds a decided touch of glamour to the whole occasion. We borrowed both of our leading men from MGM, where Wally has just finished The Bad Man, and Mickey has been working in Men of Boys Town with Spencer Tracy. As you might surmise from the title, Stablemates has a horse racing background. And against that background is a drama of deep emotion. The story of a man who has lost his self-respect and a boy who helps him find it again. This is the kind of story that makes horse racing human instead of merely sport. They call it the sport of kings, but the people who get the biggest thrill out of it don't live in palaces. You'll find them at the rail at 5 a.m., when the thud of hoofs is beating a rhythm with the love in their hearts, and breakfast is less important than the time on the stopwatch. We have a great cast and play tonight, but spring always promises great things in the world, outdoors and right here in the Lux Radio Theater, too. But there's one thing that remains unchanged the year round. Whether nature wears the flowers of summer, the gold and scarlet of autumn, the white of winter, or the green of spring, the women of America keep right on attending to their own beauty with Lux toilet soap. And we haven't been able to discover any season when this audience falters in its friendliness. Because in summer, winter, spring, and fall, so many of your letters begin so cheerfully alike. For instance, we listen to your plays. We look forward to hearing your stars on Monday nights. And every day, in every way, we like Lux toilet soap better and better. And now here's the first act of our play. The curtain rises on Stablemates, starring Wallace Beery as Doc Terry, Mickey Rooney as Jimmy Donnelly, Fay Ray as Mrs. Shepard, and Noah Beery as Donovan.
Keep going, Lady Q. Keep going, baby. Don't stop this time. Show 'em what you've got. Give, baby, give.
In the cold light of early morning, a thoroughbred flies down the backstretch of a California racetrack. This is workout time, and aboard the galloping Lady Q is Jimmy Donnelly, an exercise boy. At the rail in front of the empty grandstand, Lady Q's owner is holding a stopwatch on the workout. A jockey stands at his side, and together they watch the horse speeding into the far turn.
How's she doing, Mr. Gale?
I can't make any sense out of that horse. She was the best 2-year-old I'd ever seen, and then she began stopping in the stretch. She cost me my shirt.
Say, she's moving along nice this morning.
Yeah, but wait till she hits that 5-ace mark. She'll start seeing red lights on every pole. Well, she better start showing something this morning, or she'll be glue this afternoon.
Come on, baby. You can do it. Don't stop now, honey. Keep moving. Keep moving, at it, girl. Show 'em, baby. Boy, she's still flying, Mr. Gale. Say, this ought to be pretty good time.
Yeah, here she comes.
Ease her up, Jimmy. Ease her up.
Come on, Cliff. I want to speak to that kid.
Oh, easy, baby. Easy. Take it easy now. It's all over, Lady Q.
Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy, how'd she seem?
Oh, great, Mr. Gale. Did she time good?
Yeah, it's a little hard to believe. She did it in 1:38.
1:38? Oh, didn't I tell you, boss? Didn't I tell you she was ready?
Pipe down. You want every railbird in the place to know it? Oh, if I thought she could do it again tomorrow, Cliff, I'd slip her into the 4th race.
Oh, let me write her, boss. She knows me and likes me. We understand each other.
No, I can't take any chances with you, kid. Hey, Cliff, do you think you can keep her moving?
Why, sure. If I have to tear her tail off. No, Cliff, don't use a whip on her. She doesn't work with a whip. Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me how to ride a horse? Lady Q's different,
Shut
Cliff.
up. All right, Jimmy. Go take care of her. Don't feed her much tonight. Nothing at all tomorrow. Give her a little water every hour or so and check her plates.
Yes, sir. Come on, Lady Q. Easy. Oh, that kid ought to learn to keep his mouth shut.
Hiya, Mr. Gale.
Yeah? What do you want?
Oh, nothing much. Can I talk to you a minute?
What about?
Your horse.
I'll see you later, Mr. Gale. I gotta run over to the barn.
Yeah, I'll meet you there.
Gee, she did that mile pretty good time, Mr. Gale.
Yeah, if you can call 1:45 good.
Yeah. I'd say it was closer to 1:38 or thereabouts. That ain't no guarantee she'll repeat. You gonna run it tomorrow?
What if I am?
Oh, I could insure winning.
How could you?
Well, a little service I've been rendering horse owners now and then. Works like magic.
Yeah, you mean a shot of dope? No, thanks. My plans for the future don't include going to jail.
Not a chance of that happening. Even the saliva test don't show nothing. It's my own special formula. Only cost to use about $10 on her nose for me.
Listen, I told you I'm not interested.
But look, you can't.
Morning, Mr. Gale.
Oh, hello, Barney. Would you like to meet the trap detective, mister?
Oh, no, thanks. I'll see you around.
Yeah.
Well, how goes it, Mr. Gale?
Oh, pretty good, Barney.
Say, who was the fellow who just left here?
Oh, I don't know. Just a racetrack bum. Anything wrong?
No, but I hadn't seen him around here before, and something familiar about him.
He just wanted the usual thing, you know, a tip.
Oh, you give it to him?
I could use one myself.
Okay, lady. You better get yourself a good night's sleep. You see, there's going to be a lot of people looking at you tomorrow when you prance into the winner's circle, and we don't want any circles under your eyes.
Does she sleep better if you tell her a bedtime story?
How did you get in here? What do you want?
Where can I find Mr. Gale?
Well, I couldn't say. He's liable to be any place. What do you want with him?
No, I got a little matter of business to talk over.
Well, he'll be here tomorrow. You can see him then.
Okay, I'll wait.
Hey, not in here. You come back about 7 in the morning.
Well, I'm a little bit strapped, buddy. It's cold out tonight. You wouldn't want me to sleep on a bench. You don't mind giving the guy a plop, do you?
Yeah, tonight I do. This horse is going to run tomorrow, and strangers make her nervous.
No, she won't mind me. I don't snore nor nothing. Anyway, I'm here to help her win tomorrow.
She don't need any help to win.
Not much she don't. All she needs is for all the other horses to drop dead.
You get out of here, or do I have to call a stable cop?
Does he know you and Seabiscuit are keeping house here together?
Now, get out of here. I'll brain you.
Oh, yeah. Put on that brake. Put it down. Oh, here. Now, look, buddy. Mr. Gale wouldn't like it if I told him you was rude to me, so if you'll calm down, I'll promise to keep my mouth shut. And I'll also promise not to break every bone in your body. Now, go on and make a bed out of that straw.
No, make your own bed.
Well, I was talking about where you'll flop. I'm going to flop on the cot there.
Hey, get off. That's where I sleep.
Real hospitality is when a host gives up his own bed to his guests, like you're doing.
Oh, I'll get back at you for this if I have to take
Oh, go on, pound your ear, fella, before I pound it for you.
Why, you dirty, rotten old tramp.
Now, that's perfect. That's nice coming from something like you. Where do you think you're heading for? Being president? You see me? Well, you're looking at yourself 30 years from now. That's what hanging around racehorses does.
Yeah, the best thing ever happened to me since I went over the hill is getting a horse to take care of.
Over the hill, huh? Well, you look like something fresh out of a reformatory.
St. Joseph's Home for Foundlings.
Something that was picked out of an ash can.
Yeah, well, I'm out of the ash can, see, and I'm going to stay out.
Go on. That's enough of that schmooze for tonight. Hit the hay and listen. Don't sit up worrying about that nag winning tomorrow. She'll be 8 lengths behind, coming down the stretch.
Ah, shut up.
All right, nighty-night.
And there they go. It's Lady Q in front, Betty Pat in second, Liberty Bell in third, Lumberjack in fourth. That's the turn.
Come on, Lady Q. Keep going, baby. Come on, Lady Q.
Lady Q in front. For a while, anyway.
Yeah, for good. Just watch, mister, and see how long the long guy can be. Lady Q's going to run home alone.
That's right. Alone. After all the other horses. I can call this race with my eyes shut.
Yeah, sure. Come on, Lady Q.
Watch, kid. I'll shut my eyes.
I'll shut your mouth, too. Don't do it, honey. Don't do it, baby.
Well, she's stopping.
What?
She's stopping. Lady Q's still leading, but, well, I figure about 2 lengths. I should say that Lumberjack is making his move. Liberty Bell is out of it.
Why, you rotten...
I'm right, ain't I? Not even looking. Lumberjack should be overtaking Lady Q. They're running into the stretch now, and your sweetheart is starting to wobble.
You're a dirty jinx, that's what you are. She'll still take it.
And into the stretch, it's Lady Q and Lumberjack going into the drive. It's Lumberjack going ahead.
See? Lumberjack should be leading by about a length now. Reckon it's Pitty Pat behind him, huh?
Lumberjack and Pitty Pat hand in hand.
Turn on the heat, baby. Turn on the heat, lady. Please keep going. You can still win. You can still win.
They're coming down the line of finish now with Lumberjack in front. Pitty Pat is second. Liberty Bell is third. And Arndell fourth in front of Sheriff.
Now, doesn't even 6.
Oh, say, why don't you shut up?
Trouble with that horse is she's sick. So long, kid.
Get her out of here.
I'll take care of her, Mr. Gale.
I won't need you anymore, kid.
You won't need me.
That's right, sorry.
But wait, Mr. Gale, Lady Q and I couldn't get along.
She'll get along where she's going. She won't need a swipe in the boneyard. Get her moving out of here.
Hey, wait a minute, what is this? You ain't gonna shoot that horse.
That's just what I am going to do.
Why, you can't do that, Mr. Gale. That's murder. It's worse than killing a person almost. She's just an animal. She ain't responsible. She never wanted to do nothing to you.
Nothing except rob me of every nickel I had.
Now, wait a minute. You owe me 6 weeks' salary. That's $30. Give her to me and we'll call it square.
What are you going to do with her? How do you expect to feed her, or do you expect to eat her yourself?
Well, that won't be no concern of yours.
All right. But don't let me see either of you again. Your jinx is both of you. I'm through. Now take her out of here.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Gale. Thanks. Ooh, don't you worry, lady. I ain't cutting you up for glue, not while I'm around. Ooh.
Hi, kid. Looky, how you like my new buggy?
Yeah? Where'd you steal it?
It cost me heavy sugar, kid. $5 down. She's only got 82,000 miles on her. Practically brand new.
Where'd you ever pick up $5?
I won a bet, see? Lumberjack 20-1.
Yeah. Oh, hey, that reminds me. Did you heist a buck out of my pocket this morning?
Huh?
A buck, you know. You took it when you cleared out.
Oh, was that yourn?
Yeah.
Well, just as I was leaving, I sees it right there on the doorstep, that buck.
Uh-huh.
From its position, I couldn't tell whether it was your dough starting to blow out or somebody else's dough starting to blow in. So being undecided in my mind...
Yeah. Come on. Give $1.
Yeah, here you are. I wouldn't jip you. Say, I bet Mr. Gale's sorry now he didn't listen to me. He'd be in the money like me if he had. Well, if he comes around asking you where I am, you tell him I got a lot of other plans now.
Well, he won't be around. Lady ain't his horse anymore.
Who's stuck with her now?
She's mine.
No, that's too bad, son.
No, never mind the cracks. Why, she's champy material if I know anything about horses. If I look at that rangy neck and that short back and the straight, clean legs, and see the way her shoulders slope and that space between her eyes?
Yeah, she sounds like money in the bank, but she's sick.
You keep harping on that. How do you mean sick?
Here, come here. I'll show you.
Hey, get away from her. She don't like strangers. She'll kick you.
No, I'll take a chance. Come on, baby. Give me your hoof. Atta girl. Give it here.
Say, you seem to know how to hammer. What are you looking at her hoof for?
Yeah. That's what I thought. Put it down, baby.
Well?
You heard of Thunderbolt, ain't you?
Who ain't heard of him? Holds the all-time record for a mile and a quarter, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Well, the way I figure it, she's got the same thing he had.
What same thing?
When Thunderbolt was a 2-year-old, why, he had a tumor just as big as a marble right under the left front hoof. Every time he put his leg down, it hurt him like I think it hurts her.
Then how'd he win all those stakes?
Well, there was a vet around there about that time. Young fella, smart as a whip. Best vet in the country. They got mixed up with some gamblers and got into a beef.
Yeah, so what?
Well, so this vet, he operated on Thunderbolt. It's a pretty tough operation, too.
Tough? How? How do you mean?
Well, first he removed the hoof. And then right there was that growth. Now the trick was slicing it off without injuring the nerve. If he cut 1/1000th of an inch too much, a $100,000 horse would have had to be sent to the glue factory.
Well, did he do it?
He did it. He nursed the animal through the fever that always follows an operation like that, and next year, Thunderbolt won more money than the owner could count.
Well, do you think it hurts Lady Q just to walk?
No, how does it feel when you got a pebble in your shoe?
Look, tell me, where's that vet now?
Oh, that vet?
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead. Well, I'll be moving along.
Oh, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm going over and get a beer or something.
Well, I think I'll trail along too, huh?
No, nothing doing. They don't sell them to minors.
Well, I can drink sarsaparilla.
Oh, guys. Just the sound of that makes me sick at my stomach. you are, Terry. Chaser? Yeah, thanks. Here, here's to you.
Make mine sarsaparilla, huh?
Coming up.
Say, I thought I told you to beat it.
Yeah, I know, but I want to talk to you. How are you making out, Doc?
What'd you call me?
That bet you were telling me about. You're him.
Shut up. Where'd you get such an idea in your head?
You got a set of vet's tools in your pack.
Oh, that ain't true.
I seen him. I went through your stuff this morning.
You know, going through a man's things is illegal?
Well, let's say that they was on the doorstep starting to blow in or blow out. I forget which.
Oh, I won them from a fella in a crap game. I'm saving them to hawk sometimes when things is real bad.
That's baloney. They're yours. You know too much about horses to be just an ordinary guy.
Well, I've been around horses. I've been following the races all my life.
And you knew what was wrong with Lady Q the first time you seen her yesterday morning.
Oh, no, I was kidding.
You knew she had a tumor under her hoof just like Thunderbolt.
Well, I was lying about Thunderbolt. He never had... Oh, he had
no...
why
don't you fake?
Oh, he had...
You go hire a hole.
Keep away from me, kid. Go on and jump in that sarsaparilla and drown.
Yeah, well, thinking it over, I guess I ought to apologize to you for calling you a vet and saying those tools were yours.
Okay.
Yes, the reason I thought that was because I got a lot of respect for vets.
Yeah, they'll be pleased to hear that.
You know why? Because they love animals, and a guy that loves animals must be a right guy.
Not the way you feel?
Well, sure, animals are swell. They need you. They never hurt you. And gosh, they love you to death.
Yeah, and they never ask who you are or what you are, do they?
You bet. And another reason why I respect vets is, well, being able to tell just what's wrong with an animal is hard. Well, when a man goes to a doctor, he sticks out his tongue and he says, ah! And then he says, I got a pain here, a pain there. It makes it a cinch to cure him. But an animal can't tell where it hurts. Positively, vets is as great as doctors.
You bet your pants they are.
And that's what I'm going to be someday. A great vet. Does it take a lot of studying?
Yes, it takes... Oh, how should I know?
Okay, Doc.
Hey, George. Dry that thing careful.
Oh, sit tight. I'm doing okay.
Yeah, you're a good kid, but you're dumb.
Look, how did you cure Thunderbolt's fever after the operation?
How I cure him?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I sat up with him for 2 nights, and I put ice and cold mud on him. That's how. Now drive me someplace where I can get another drink.
Well, that's what I'm doing. Here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Where? Hey, this is the stables. What's the idea of bringing me back here?
Come on inside. Somebody will see us.
Let me go.
Go on in. Nobody's supposed to be in the stables
Let go
at
of my
night.
arm, I said.
Go on in.
Let me go. Hey, what's the idea?
Doc, do it for me. Will you, Doc?
Do what?
Will you operate on Lady Q?
Oh,
Will you?
Get out of my way.
I'll pay you. How much do you want to do it?
Oh, about $2,000.
All right, I'll get it. I'll steal it. I mean it, Doc.
Well, while you're at it, you better steal a lot more. My price is going up. $5,000.
Yeah. Sure. That operation probably wouldn't be worth 5 cents. I wouldn't let you do it even if you wanted to.
All right, that's okay with me.
An old gin-soaked has-been like you, why, you'd probably kill her if you got close enough to blow your breath on her. The best vet in the country. Smart as a whip. Oh, that's supposed to be you? Boy, that's a laugh.
Yeah, I got a good mind to bust you in the nose.
You ain't got a good mind. Look who thinks he can do an operation. Cutting within 1/1000th of an inch of a nerve. With those hands trembling like jelly. Oh, boy, you're killing me.
Killing ain't a bad idea.
You couldn't operate a slot machine. You're a has-been. You're all washed up.
I could do that operation as good now as I did it 20 years ago. I'll show you if I'm a has-been. I'll operate on that old cripple.
Oh, Doc.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're pretty cute. That's the idea. Thinking you can get me mad enough to fix up that old horse. It almost worked.
Oh, gee, Doc. Why won't you help us?
Why should I? That horse ain't nothing to me, and you're even less.
But, Doc, you got a chance to do something great. She was good once. You can make her good again. Doc, it's like somebody's a big shot. See, he's riding on top of the world, and then he gets a bad break, and he goes down. Then along comes a good guy like you, Doc, and gives this fella a helping hand and puts him on his feet again. Gee, if you've ever had a tough break in your life, you ought to understand something about the break she's having. That growth must be killing her with pain, like you said, but she'll run her heart out for me if I ask her. I guess that's what you call it, thoroughbred. Only thoroughbreds got great hearts like that. And if we don't help her, gee, Doc, we ain't got any at all.
Shut up, you. run over to that drugstore on the boulevard and get me some chloroform and knock her out with. A great big can, a lot of bandages.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'll cure your horse. I ain't forgotten the disrespectful way you talked to me, though. After I'm through, I'm going to give you the worst licking you ever had. I'm going to beat up on you so you'll remember it the rest of your life. Get going now.
Oh, yes, sir. How we doing, Doc?
Well, she's out now. Keep that sponge under her nose.
Yes, sir.
Hand me them rubber gloves. There you are. There it is. There's the hoof. There's the growth, just like I said.
Gee, Doc, it'll be all right then. You can fix her.
Put that light out quick.
Everybody out?
It's the watchman. He's making the rounds.
Everybody out? Everybody out?
It's okay now. He's gone.
Turn out that light.
But we gotta have light. We can't leave her like that.
You want to land me in jail? Somebody catches me doing this without a license, I go to can.
Why? You ain't doing nothing wrong.
I got a good mind to scram out of here. What am I doing this for anyway?
Gee, Doc, you can't.
How do you expect a man to work in the dark?
I got a flashlight here. That'll help. Look.
That battery'll go dead any minute.
Well, maybe it'll last.
All right, I'll stand over there and keep it turning where I tell you.
Go ahead, Doc. What are you stopping for?
I can't do it. I'm forgetting how.
You can't stop now. You can do it. You're a great vet. You've done this before. You've made a champion out of a cripple. You can do it if you just try. Come on, Doc.
Oh, no, I need a drink.
I'll get it. Only don't stop. Please, Doc. Well, Doc?
I done it. I never touched the nerve at all.
Oh, gee, Doc.
Now we got to make preparations for fighting that fever. You get all the blankets you can. Get a lot of cold water ready. Dig up some cold mud. Cool.
I got the mud here, Doc.
Put it on her neck. Here, give me. Here. Oh.
Doc, what's the matter? Get up, Doc. Listen, you can't pass out on me this way. I don't know what to do. She'll die. Wake up. Quiet, lady, quiet. I'll take care of you. I'll fix you, lady. Oh, let her live. Let her live, Lord. I don't know the words, but I'm asking you to let her live. She's so brave and beautiful. She's all I got. So if it's okay with you, please, let her live.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Wallace Beery, Mickey Rooney, Fay Ray, and Noah Beery will bring us Act 2 of Stablemate. And now I'm going to find out just how good an observer Sally here really is. Oh, Sally, tell me, have you ever been in Claudette Colbert's dressing room over at Paramount?
I certainly have, Mr. Ruick. And you should see the simply gorgeous negligee she was wearing.
I'll bet you didn't miss that, Sally. But did you notice what soap she keeps there?
Oh, why, yes. Lux toilet soap, of course. And you know, Mr. Ruick, Claudette Colbert says she just never neglects her daily Lux Soap Active Lather facials.
Thank you, Sally. And now, for the benefit of those women who haven't yet tried them, will you explain exactly how to take an Active Lather facial?
My goodness, Mr. Ruick, I'll be glad to do that. Because Active Lather facials with gentle Lux toilet soap are such a wonderful beauty aid, I think every woman should know about them. They're easy and so quick, too. You just pat Lux toilet soap's creamy lather lightly into your skin, rinse with warm water, a dash of cool, and pat gently to dry. Then you'll notice that your skin feels softer and smoother, looks so fresh and nice. Well, it's really very simple, and yet every woman who uses this care regularly finds it a wonderful beauty aid, a real help in keeping skin smooth and lovely all the time.
Yes, Claudette Colbert, like other famous screen stars, uses this daily Lux toilet soap care. Active Lather facials give her priceless complexion the protection it needs. Active Lather is thorough, removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt. yet it's gentle as can be. Now, if you'll try Lux Soap Active Lather Facials for 30 days, I know you'll find they really work. Give your skin this care as a quick beauty pickup during the day, always at bedtime. Then see if you don't feel like joining the famous stars and the millions of lovely women everywhere who say,
Active Lather Facials are a wonderful beauty aid. A wonderful aid in keeping skin soft and smooth, the way it ought to be.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act Two of Stablemates, starring Wallace Beery as Doc Terry and Mickey Rooney as Jimmy Donnelly. Jimmy's prayer was answered. As the long night ended, Lady Q rallied. Her fever broke, and the doc knew that she'd pull through. It's a few weeks later. In a dilapidated horse trailer, Lady Q bounces away from the stable area, behind Doc's $5 jalopy. Doc is at the wheel, and beside him, Jimmy is in high spirits.
Are you sure, Doc, the seawater treatment you're going to give her, is that what you gave Thunderbolt to?
Yeah, that's it.
And you're going to run her along the beach in the water, huh? And that's going to make her all well again, huh?
Will you quit asking me the same thing over and over again? She grew a new hoof like I said she would, didn't she?
Well, sure she did, Doc.
That makes an old has-been out of me, don't it, huh? With hands shaking like jelly. You better get set for that beating coming your way. That's one I owe you. I'm going to pay off with interest.
Doc, look at her go! Oh, you lady, run it, baby, run it! We're a couple of flying fish! Woo-hoo! Doc, you asleep?
What?
I was just thinking. We got maybe another man of war, ain't we?
Yeah. The lady will be the death of more bookies than you can bury in an afternoon. We'll camp out here on the beach a couple of more days. She ought to be fine by then.
Okay, Doc. I'm ready.
Ready for what?
Come on, give me that beating. I guess I deserve it now.
Oh, no, not now. I got to get some sleep.
Oh, ain't you gonna?
Sure I am, but I got to get some sleep first. I ain't going to beat up on you while I'm tired.
Okay, Doc. But any time you say, you just let me know, huh?
Gee. Oh, I wish I had a drink.
Doc, someday I'm going to pay you for what you've done for Lady Q. Any price you say.
Oh, sure. When I read in the papers about her cup in the race, I'll send you my bill, huh?
Send me a bill? Ain't you going to Burlington with us?
What for? Oh, well, horse is okay, ain't she? You don't need me no more.
But well, I figured we were sort of partners.
No, I don't hook up with nobody. We'd only get in each other's hair like dandruff.
Oh, maybe we wouldn't, Doc. Maybe it'd be natural for us to be together, like ham and eggs or pork and beans.
Or frankfurters and sauerkraut, huh?
Well, you could be her trainer, Doc. If anybody can make a top horse out of her, it's you.
No, it wouldn't work out. I can't be hanging around a kid like you. I ain't dependable. Someday you'd wake up and find out I'd skipped out.
But, Doc, you can't walk out on us. We're going to make big dough together. If Lady Q wins, maybe I can go to school to be a vet.
You serious about that?
I sure am. I want to be a great vet, Doc, like you.
Well, maybe you will be. Oh, I'm going to get some sleep. Good night.
Then are we sticking together?
Yeah, well, we'll try it a little while anyway.
Okay, Pop. Good night.
Hey, what's that you call me?
Pop, got any objections?
No. I don't care what you call me, so long as it ain't disrespectful.
Say, it might not be a bad idea if we made it legal.
Made what legal?
You being my pop. I got no folks, you got no kids.
Oh, what would that get us?
Well, it'd make us closer partners, sort of.
You mean you really like having me for your old man?
Yeah, I would.
Well, give me your mitt. I, Tom Terry, do hereby adopt this kid as my legal son for better or for worse. Till death do us part. You say it.
Jimmy... I ain't sure of my last name.
It'll be Terry in a minute.
Okay. I adopt you, Tom Terry, for my legal father. For keeps.
Yeah, that does it. And now I'm your old man. Now, here's the setup. We'll put Lady Q in a race and make some dough. But after that, you're going to quit fooling around races and get yourself an education so you can be a vet.
Gee, you know, I'm a lucky guy.
Yeah, well, I hope so.
Say, you think we ought to try and make the racetrack pop?
You know, pop sounds good even out here in the rain. Sure, we can make it. It's only about 50 miles.
What happened?
That's it. I think we blew a fuse.
I heard something drop underneath.
Must have been the drive shaft.
Yeah. Well, maybe when the rain stops, we can get her going again.
No. I can tell rigor mortis when I see it. They don't build nothing to last these days.
Say, there's a barn over there, Pop. Maybe if I asked up in the house, they'd let us use the barn to sleep in, huh?
Yeah, they might say no. We better just use it without asking nobody. Come on, get Lady Q.
Come on, Lady.
First thing we got to do, we got to get her dry. Get them sacks over there, Jimmy. Hand them to me.
Oh, there's some oats in one of them here.
Well, you feed her while I rub her down, huh?
You think she'll catch cold, Pop?
No, she'll be okay. We keep her warm. Go on, pile some more straw in that stall.
Okay.
Down, lady. Come on, get down, down.
Who's ever in there, stand still.
Uh-oh.
I got a chop. Look out, Pop.
Here, watch out, lady, with that gun. Don't point it so high.
Don't make a move or I'll shoot. So, chicken thieves, huh?
Oh, no, ma'am. We wouldn't do anything like that. We just brought the horse in there out of the rain.
Oh, you're horse thieves, too, huh?
Oh, you got things all wrong. That horse belongs to us legal. We ain't the kind that steals things.
What about them oats? Them sacks I was saving, and trampling down the straw, and goodness knows what else. I'm going to call the sheriff.
No. You don't need to do that, ma'am. Oh, we'll pay for any damage we've done.
Oh, yes? Well, I figure it comes to about $3. Come on, cash.
Well, this moment we happen to be out of cash, but...
That's what I expected.
Well, you wouldn't put us in jail, ma'am. I can see you're a kind woman.
If that's what you see, you need glasses.
Well, couldn't we work it off, ma'am? We'll do anything. Why, look at my Pop.
Yeah.
He could do the work of any two men.
Hey, here. Stop that. Take it easy. Take it easy.
He looks like a tub of lard to me. Very well. You can plow a field for me tomorrow, all three of you. Don't know whether I should be doing this. I certainly don't like the looks of you.
Well, you can't always judge by appearances. We've been out in the rain. Say, I bet you look 100% different when you're all spruced up, huh?
I look just the same, wet or dry. I'll call you at 5 in the morning, and I'll expect you to be ready.
Hey, wait, lady, wait.
What's the matter?
She's locked us in. We're trapped.
Then we got to stay and plow that field?
Yeah, I guess so, no.
Doc, we can't hitch Lady Q to a plow. It'd kill her.
No.
Well, what are we going to do?
I don't know.
Hey, wait, I heard of people hitching themselves to plows.
What? Oh, you're too little.
That's what I thought. What we need is a big guy. Strong and,
yeah,
but like...
who could... Hey, here. Wait a minute.
Pull, Doc! Pull! Oh, you're doing great, Doc. Keep pulling.
Wait a minute. I got to rest.
Okay. Take it easy a while. How you feeling?
Well, I'm still breathing. Boy, with difficulty.
Yeah, it's this country air. It gives me pep.
Air ain't bad. Hey, maybe there's something to this early rising and working out of doors.
I'll say there is. Oh, look, Pop. Look at Lady Q over there.
Kick him up, lady. Kick him up.
Oh, she's having a great time, ain't she?
Hey, that's swell for her. Say, here's what I think we should do. Instead of entering her just in any race, we'll put her straight off into a stakes event. You know that Brewster handicap that they're running on the opening day?
Why, you think she's good enough, Pop?
Yeah, I think she is.
But we need an entry fee for that.
Yeah, $75.
What do? Do we stick up a bank?
No. Oh, no, I got away with women. Now, I think I could talk that Mrs. Picklepuss into letting us work here. You know, this farm could certainly use a good Simonizing job.
Pop, I think you had a thought.
That couldn't be mince pie, ma'am.
It could be, and it is.
That's my favorite pie.
Mm-hmm. Mine, too.
Even if it wasn't, that's all you'd get tonight.
Ma'am, you know, I've been thinking. It must be kind of lonely for a woman living out here all alone. Don't you find it so, ma'am?
Got a canary and a shotgun. Company and protection. All I need.
Well, don't you ever feel the need of human companionship? You know, man was not made to live alone, and that goes for women, too.
I don't call having had 5 husbands living alone exactly.
5 husbands?
That's right. One at a time. They all passed on. Mr. Flanders right in the middle of spring planting.
No.
Yeah.
Well, it ain't hard to understand your success with men, Mrs. Flanders. A handsome little filly like you. I bet you was a pretty little thing.
Never was, ain't now, and never will be. Now, suppose you quit buttering me and start on the bread. And if what you're getting around to is that you'd like to stay and do some work for me, well, I'll pay you for it.
Oh, gee, thanks. 63, 64 bucks. Say, Pop, that ain't bad for a month's work.
Yeah, what you better do is to hitchhike up to Burlington and get an entry blank. I'll raise the rest of the dough somehow. Go on, beat it.
Starting this minute. Gee, it'll be a great day, won't it, Pop?
Yeah, when she prances into that winner's circle and gets the wreath.
Oh, that'll be fine, too. But I was thinking of the day when they hand out those vet diplomas and you're sitting there. And...
Right in the front row.
The guy with that square hunk of cardboard on his bean says, Dr. James Terry, come up here and get yours. And if you try real hard, maybe you'll be half the vet your old man is.
Oh, go on. Get out of here. Go on.
Okay, here's that entry blank, son. But what you're going to do with it, I don't know. This is a horse race.
Oh, thanks, sir. Oh, we've got a horse.
Well, good luck, kid.
Thanks.
Hi, Jimmy. How's it going?
Well, if it ain't Sherlock Holmes himself. How's the snooping business, Barney?
Good enough. How's the stable boy racket?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I'm an owner now. Remember Gail's horse, Lady Q?
Yeah, the shortstop.
Well, she quit stopping long ago. She's mine now. We're entering her in the handicap.
Great stuff. But who's we?
Me and my old man.
Didn't know you had a father. Oh, say, ever run into that guy again? The one who was hanging around Gail's stable one day?
Well, Barney...
I finally remembered who he was. Looked him up in the wanted file at headquarters. Doc Terry, all right.
What?
Oh, that's his name. Thomas Terry. Used to be a vet. He owes the state about 8 years. Haven't bumped into him, have you?
Why, no. What's he wanted for?
You remember a horse called Grand Sheik?
Sure.
One of the greatest animals the track's ever known. Well, booze got Terry, and he mixed in with a bunch of grifters who wanted Grand Sheik to lose. So they got Terry to do the old sponge act.
Well, Barney, booze makes a guy do funny things.
Yeah, this wasn't funny. He put too much on that sponge. The horse dropped dead in the middle of the race. Well, we nabbed Terry, and he got a 1 to 5 year rap.
Then he served his time.
He skipped bail.
Oh. Well, I've got to shove on now.
See you the opening day.
Maybe not, Barney. Thinking it over, maybe her hoof ain't right yet. Maybe it's too soon after operation.
Operation on her hoof? Who did it?
Well, a vet, a guy I found, young fella. He's...
Terry did a marvelous operation on a horse once.
Oh, this wasn't anything like thunderbolts.
I didn't mention the horse's name. How did you know about it?
I read it someplace.
I thought you told me you had no folks. Where did you find your father?
I met him accidentally, like.
Hadn't seen him in years, had you?
Not since I was a baby.
Then how did you recognize each other? With that strawberry mark on your left shoulder?
Take your hands off of me.
Why are you lying to me, Jimmy?
I ain't lying. I don't know a thing. Go do your own gumshoe work. But lay off me, see? Lay off! Pop, are you here? Oh, where'd he go, lady? Gee, lady, we're in trouble. If Pop goes near that track, Donovan will nab him, sure. We can't let a great man like him go to jail no matter what he done. There ain't nobody like him in the whole world. Oh, what are we going to do?
Jimmy.
Pop.
Come on, son. Gee, I'm glad you're back. Now, hurry up.
What's the matter?
Throw your toothbrush in there and whatever else you've got. We're scrambling out of here fast.
Was something wrong?
Yeah, there's plenty wrong. Remember I told you I had a way with women?
Yeah?
Well, it's gotten out of hand. That widow wants to marry me tomorrow, whether I like it or not. Come on, get going. She's liable to be here in a minute.
Now, wait, Pop. I wouldn't do nothing hasty. That sounds pretty good.
Listen, it ain't you she's marrying. It's me. Think I want to settle down here in this hole with a 5-time loser? It ain't safe.
That's just what it is, Pop. Safe. I mean, Well, you'll be took care of the rest of your life. I'll bet she's got a lot of dough socked away.
No, I ain't married for money. Not her anyway. What about racing Lady Q and getting the dough for your schooling?
Oh, we don't have to race her. We don't need no dough. Why, you could teach me. I'll bet you know more than all the vet schools put together.
Listen, two things I ain't. Teacher and a husband. So shut your face, let's get packed. We can make Burlington before morning.
Pop, we ain't going to Burlington. I don't want to race Lady Q. I don't even want to be a vet.
So long as I'm your old man, well, so long as we stick together, you'll do what I tell you to.
That ain't going to work out either.
What ain't going to work out?
Oh, sticking together. I've been thinking it over, too.
You gone out of your head?
I've decided that you and me were a lot different, see? We don't belong together.
What?
Well, you said at the beach we'd give this partnership a try. Well, we've tried it out, and I don't think it's worked out.
It ain't worked out.
No, it ain't. I suppose you think because you done a little work on Lady Q, you own half of her. Well, you don't. You're not cutting in on any dough she's going to earn. You better stay here with a widow and cut in on her dough. And I'm unadopting us right here and now. Here's the dough we earned. Here, you can keep it.
Oh, you can't mean that. We said till death do us part.
Oh, that don't mean nothing to me either. You ain't going to Burlington.
Well, where you're going, I'm going.
No, you're not, see?
Jimmy, what's happening to you?
You and me, we're through. We're through.
Listen, you see this belt? I'm your pop, and if I have to use it on you...
Give me that belt. You ain't using anything on me, and if you don't let me alone, I'll use it on you.
Now, listen.
Get away from me.
Oh.
There. I told you. I warned you, didn't I? Maybe that'll show you that I meant it. We're through.
Okay, kid. Okay. That's the way you want it. So long, Jimmy.
Oh, gee. Say, Pop.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars Wallace Beery, Mickey Rooney, Fay Ray, and Noah Berry will return in Act 3 of Stablemates. And now, while we're waiting, here's young Betty Barton, who's going to be a bride in June.
Betty, just look at all those things. And that's real lace, too.
Nothing but the best, Sue. After all, it's the only trousseau I'll ever have, I hope.
Silly. But, Betty, what's that simply divine sachet? It smells wonderful.
Sachet? Oh. Look there, Sue, underneath that white satin slip.
Why, for goodness sake, that's a cake of Lux toilet soap.
Of course. Don't tell me you haven't found out about that little trick, Sue. You just put a few cakes of Lux soap in among your hankies and lingerie and things, and it makes the most wonderful sachet. Such a nice, delicate perfume. Isn't it good?
It certainly is. I'm going to get some extra cakes of Lux soap right away, Betty, and put them in with my...
Something tells me Betty Barton's sure to make a lovely bride and a clever wife. You see, Betty's what we call a Lux girl. She buys this fine white soap several cakes at a time and uses it regularly every day. Yes, Betty's a Lux girl. She depends on Lux toilet soap for help in keeping that smooth, young complexion of hers always at its loveliest. She uses Lux soap as a bath soap, too, because she knows active lather will make her sure about daintiness, sure of skin that's really fresh, perfumed with a delicate fragrance that clings. Betty's so fond of that perfume, as you've seen, she's delighted with the way she can use Lux toilet soap as a sachet, too. Yes, Betty's a Lux girl. A clever girl. A girl who makes men say,
"Gosh, Betty, I love to be near you. Your skin is so sweet."
And now Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Stablemates, starring Wallace Beery as Doc Terry, Mickey Rooney as Jimmy, and Fay Ray as Mrs. Shepherd. The day before the Berlin racetrack opens finds Jimmy in the Jockey Club, for it's here that owners come to enter their horses. At the entry steward's desk, Jimmy waits his turn. His face betrays his anxiety and his determination.
Well, good morning, son.
Hello. Say, is there any way a fella could get credit in this joint?
Credit?
Well, why not? Suppose a fella's got a great horse that belongs in a handicap, but he ain't got no money for the entry fee. What's wrong with letting him run her, and then you guys take it out of her winnings?
Well, there's always the small possibility of the animal losing.
Not a chance in the world with this horse.
Good morning, Mr.
Oh,
Taylor.
excuse me.
Well, hello, Mrs. Shepherd. Very happy to see you again.
You know my trainer?
Of course. How are you, Pete? How are you? Well, Mrs. Shepherd, what can we do for you?
Well, you can give me your condition book for this meet and point out the soft spots in it so my horses can pick up some worthwhile stakes. See, I'm a poor woman this year.
After all the money Miracle Lad made for you?
She gives it away faster than she gets it.
Well, here's the condition book, Mrs. Shepherd.
Thanks. We're going to work Miracle Lad in a little while. Come out and walk.
He's the greatest piece of horseflesh you ever peeped at.
I'll race my horse against him anytime, anywhere.
What?
All right, son. Run along now.
Wait, Stuart. Are you an owner?
Yes, ma'am, and my horse is as good as any at this meet. You bring on Miracle Lad, and she'll show him.
Well, I might do that sometime, but not right away. You see, he's just been shipped down from the farm. He's had a long, tiring journey.
Well, I walked Lady Q 23 miles last night to get here, so that makes us even. Oh, Mrs. Shepherd, I don't mean to be fresh or anything, but would you do me a favor? Would you let me work Lady Q out with Miracle Lad?
Well, I don't know. Stuart?
It's up to you, Mr. Shepherd.
All right. We'll do it.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Shepherd.
2:00.
We'll be there. Don't worry, ma'am. Hey, what's the idea there? Keep back. Go on, let that hothouse work it out. Now get back, you mug. Get back. This is Miracle Lad. This is Lady Q.
Come on, Miracle Lad. Come on, Miracle Lad.
Come on, whoever you are. What's the name of that other horse, Pete?
Lady Q.
Come on, Lady Q. Come on, Lady Q.
That horse sure can run, ma'am.
Can't she, though? Come on, lady. Well, that looks like a photograph finish, Pete.
Yeah.
Let's go speak to that boy. I want to ask him a few questions.
Atta girl, lady. That's showing him, baby.
Hello there.
Oh, Mrs. Shepherd.
Hey, young fella, where'd you get that horse? You want to sell her?
Oh, there ain't enough money in the world to buy her,
I
sir.
don't blame you. She's grand.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I hope you ain't sore. I mean, about running Miracle Lad into the ground like that.
You can't be sore at a racehorse, son.
Then will you do something for me, ma'am? Will you enter her under your own colors? I can't raise the fee, you see. And,
Well,
I got a reason for wanting to run, Lady Q. I owe a fellow some dough for an operation he did, and I think he might be needing it pretty bad.
All right. I'll enter her on one condition.
What's that?
That none of my horses have to run against her.
The Brewster tomorrow is the perfect spot for her.
That's the race we'll give her.
And I've got a rider, ma'am.
All right. Put her in our barn, Pete.
Stalls well, son. You know our stables?
Yes, sir.
Well, son, how do you like your riding silks?
Gee, they're awful pretty, Mrs. Shepherd. I ain't never seen them with so many colors. I look like a rainbow with pants on.
They've come home in front a lot of times the last few years.
They'll come home again today, won't they, son?
You bet they will, ma'am.
By the way, what's your name?
Jimmy.
Jimmy what?
Jimmy Terry.
All right, Jimmy Terry. Good luck.
Mr. Pizza.
Yes, Joe?
That horse, sir. That Lady Q, she ain't gonna run today.
Oh, what's the matter?
She lame, sir.
Lame? Why, she can't be lame.
She holding her foot up, all sore on the knee.
Her foot?
Let's take a look. Now, don't worry, Jimmy. Pete'll know what to do. Come on. How does she look, Pete? What is it?
Can't tell, ma'am. Might be anything. Now, it's too bad, young fella. If she can't run, I'd better go over to the steward's office and scratch her.
I guess so.
I'm sorry, kid.
I'm sorry, too, Jimmy, but don't take it so hard. We'll have her fixed up and run her some other time. The meet's just begun.
Well, she ought to run today. Some other time it'd be too late. Today's when she should be running.
She can run today.
Doc, get out of here.
Who is this, Jimmy?
Her hoof's a little bit tender, ma'am. That's what I figured might happen, so I brought along a bar shoe with me. That'll protect it. With this on, she'll run the pants off of anything in the race. If you don't mind, I'll just go to work now. It won't take me long.
Who are you, please?
Well, I used to take care of her for that kid there.
Well, if she's going to be all right, I'd better stop Pete. Thank you very much.
Well, that's okay, ma'am. Come on, lady. Let's see that hoof.
You get out of here.
I'll go just as soon as I fix her
Never
up.
mind her. You get out of here now.
Not till I'm through. I take an interest in my patients. She'll run when she gets this thing on.
I don't care if she runs or not. Now get out, I tell you.
If you're scared that I'm going to cut in on her winnings, why, quit worrying. I ain't bothering either of you again.
Who cares about her winnings? You got to leave her before that detective nabs you.
What are you talking about?
That Detective Donovan. He told me all about it when I came here for the application. Poppy's hanging around watching me just so he can get you.
Donovan told you? That's why you did what you did?
What other reason? I had to keep you away from here. Oh, I'd have rather cut off my arm than to hit you, Pop.
I thought that you was sore at me.
Pop, look. After Lady wins, we'll have a pretty good steak. You beat it out of here right now.
I thought you hated me and didn't want me around no more.
Will you listen? Then I'll meet you, and we'll get ourselves a little joint someplace, and they won't ever find you.
I kept on wondering what I'd done to make you so sore.
Pop, we ain't got time to talk. Go back to the widow's Staller, and I'll meet you there in a couple of days. Let your beard grow.
Oh, gee, wouldn't I look swell with whiskers?
Oh, you look okay to me. Now get going and keep off the main roads.
Son, I'd like awful much to watch you win that race.
Ain't you got any sense, Pop? I'm telling you that Donovan is here at the track.
I could stand someplace where he wouldn't see me.
Pop, if you don't get out of here right away, I won't even race her.
Okay, son, okay. I'm going.
I don't think so, Doc.
Oh, gee, Pop.
Unless you meant maybe that you're coming with me.
Oh, hello, Barney.
You ready now?
I guess so.
There's a train in a few minutes.
Barney, let him alone. Please let him alone.
Oh, easy, son. You better get going. You got a race to ride.
I can't, Pop.
Oh, sure you can.
No,
Sure
Pop,
you can.
Please.
Go on. Do you hear me? You got to ride.
And there they go. That Power's going to the front. Uganda is second. Cornbet is third. Jumping Star is fourth.
Come on, Doc. Keep going. We've got a train to catch.
Wait a minute, Barney. You mind if we watch the race? That's my kid riding.
Your kid? Don't make me laugh,
It's
Doc.
my kid, I tell you. It's the way I feel about him anyway. What do you say, Barney? Let me watch him win, will you?
Okay. Get over there to the rail.
Star around the far turn. It's Blondbet in front by one leg. That Power between horses is second by a neck. Uganda is third by a neck. Jumping Star is fourth by 2 lengths. Mr. Bundy is fifth. And here comes Lady Q. Lady Q on the outside is now fourth. Turning for home.
Come on, Jimmy. Come on, ride it, Jimmy. Come on, Lady Q. Run for Jimmy. It's Jimmy, lady. For the kid. Run for the kid, please.
It's Matt Power in front by 2 lengths. Jumping Star is second by 1 length. And Lady Q is third. Lady Q is going into a drive. It's Matt Power in front by 2 lengths. Lady Q is second by a head. Jumping Star is third. It's Matt Power and Lady Q. Matt Power and Lady Q. Matt Power by neck and Lady Q. They're neck and neck. They're head and head. It's a driving finish. They're coming down now with Lady Q in front by a nose. Lady Q wins it.
Oh, he did it. He won. Gee, he's a great kid.
Yeah. You ready, Doc?
Yeah, all set. Let's go.
I can't, Mrs. Shepard. I got to get out of here, please.
Jimmy, what's wrong?
Something's happened to my father.
Your father?
That was him that brought the bar shoe for Lady Q. He's in trouble,
really?
Mrs. Shepard.
What sort of trouble?
There was a detective after him. He was taking him to the train.
Detective?
Hey, young fella, there's a $2,500 purse waiting for you. Come on,
I'll let it wait. Help me, ma'am. Will you, please?
Of course, Jimmy. Come on, I've got my car outside.
How long's the train stop here, Barney?
Just to take on passengers.
Okay, let's get on.
Bob!
Hurry up, Barney.
Wait. No, Bob. I'm going with you.
No, I ain't that foolish talk. How can you be going with me? You ain't invited.
But I'll get myself invited. I'll do something so they'll send me up there. I'll still... You ain't going to leave me behind.
Jimmy, don't.
No, let me alone. I'm going.
Oh, stop that foolish kid talk. You got things to do. Why, you're all set.
Oh, I don't want none of that. I want only to be with you. If you're going to jail, then I'm going.
Now, say, listen. You think jail's tough? Wait till you start going to school and vet college. Why, I figure you'll be in for 5 years anyway.
Oh, Bob, talk serious.
I'm serious. Listen, Sonny, your stretch won't be over until June 1946. My rap will be finished in March of that year, so I'll be waiting on the steps when they spring you.
Gee, Bob.
I'll see he gets on all right, Mr. Terry. You see, he's wearing my silks now.
Thanks,
Good.
ma'am. So long, Jimmy.
Goodbye, Bob. Goodbye.
Not goodbye. Just so long.
Bye, Bob.
So long, son.
Jimmy and the Doc seem to have the future fixed up pretty well as the curtain falls on stablemates. Now Wallace Beery, Fay Ray, and Mickey Rooney are coming back to the microphone.
Thank you, CB. You know, we all had a great time here this week, didn't we, Mickey?
You bet, Mr. Barry. You're too big to argue with anyway.
How do you like that, Fay? I bring this kid up from a pup, and now I can't even get a little argument with him.
Oh, go ahead, Mickey. Make him happy. Argue with him.
Not me. How can I argue with a fellow that's been in pictures 25 years? He must be right. Why, Mr. Barry has been an electrician, a cameraman, and a director besides being an actor, and I want to learn a lot about directing myself.
Take my advice and stick to acting, Maggie. You'll have fewer headaches.
Say, speaking of director's headaches, Mr. DeMille, when are you going to decide on a cast for Reap the Wild Wind?
I decided on a leading man this afternoon, Fay. And it's Ray Milland. He joins John Wayne, Bob Preston, and Lynn Overman in the cast. Now all I need is 2 leading ladies and about 400 other people, and we'll be all set.
Oh, look, Mr. DeMille, if you'd rather be an actor yourself, I'll give you a part in the first picture they let me direct.
That's a bargain.
I don't want a part. Just give me a seat on the sidelines.
Don't let him kill the deal, Mickey. I'll take direction without a word. Besides, Wally's no man to talk about that. I had to tie him down once.
Oh, listen, CB. Why must you bring that up?
Well, now, I'd like to hear about that.
Well, something over 20 years ago, I had Wally in a picture. And in one close-up, I couldn't keep him in range of the camera, so we just tied his feet to the floor. Worked fine.
I was a little nervous, that's all. I think it scared me.
You were scared, Mr. Beery? Well, I guess I can go home now. I've seen everything. It's been swell working with you again, Mr. Beery, and I hope we can do it again real soon.
Now, just a minute, Mickey. Before we go home, there's something I'd like to say about the product behind this theater. Lux Soap. It may not be news, Mr. DeMille, because, well, I think I've told you before that Lux Soap has been my regular complexion care for a long time. I haven't changed a bit, except that I think I like it better than ever.
Just keep right on liking it, Fay. And that shouldn't be hard where Lux Soap is concerned.
What play are you going to have here next week, CB?
A story about Hollywood, Wally.
Oh.
The play is called Stand-In. And our stars are Warner Baxter and Joan Bennett. Walter Wanger made the motion picture from a story by Clarence Buddington Kelland. And next Monday night, you'll hear Warner Baxter as the banker who tries his hand at producing motion pictures, and Joan Bennett as the stand-in who stands out and becomes more important than the star. It's a play right out of our own front yard with plenty of thrills and excitement.
Well, I think you must have picked that one out for me, Mr. DeMille. I think it'll be a great, great show. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night. If wishes were actors, the producers would all have casts like you. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States has proclaimed the month of April Cancer Control Month. Hundreds of lives are saved annually by knowledge of the facts about cancer. You may enlist in this battle, a vital part of the national health defense, by writing to the American Society for the Control of Cancer, 350 Madison Avenue, New York City. Free information is available there, or from a unit of this society in your local community. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Warner Baxter and Joan Bennett in Stand-In. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Fay Ray is appearing in the Columbia picture Adam Had Four Sons. Heard in tonight's play were Verna Felton as Beulah, Griff Barnett as Steward, Lou Merrill as announcer, Sidney Miller as Cliff, Wally Mayer as Gale, Warren Ash as Pete, and Jack Carr as Groom. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You pilot ships out to open sea through currents that can run you aground, and the only map you trust is the one you keep in your head. Now comes Miller time. Time to head back for the best tasting beer you can find, Miller High Life.
When it's time to relax, we've got the beer, Miller Beer.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
You know, boys and girls, we're an awfully take-it-for-granted lot now, aren't we? Sure we are. We take the sun for granted, but what if it stopped burning and sending its beneficial warmth and rays upon the earth? We take God for granted. What if he should turn his face against us? What if he took away his counsel and guidance? Remember, from the books of Malachi to Matthew, God didn't reveal himself to man. God was silent. What if he were to be silent toward us today? Oh, but God wouldn't do that, we say. Or would he? There are a lot of tragic things that occur to man, but today we're going to hear about the most tragic of all. The man who lost God. A series of events took place in Knotty Pine that were very confusing, to say the least. That is, until we got all the parts of the puzzle put together and were able to fit them. It's a Sunday morning now, and church is over.
He comes right to the point.
Morning, Sven. Oh, hello, Mary. How's your father?
Bill. Oh, hiya, Sid. Glad you're able to be out. Bill?
Yes, Belle. What's on your mind?
Did you notice the man who came in late? He sat way back in the corner.
With the heavy beard?
Yes, that's right. He left right after the benediction. Even before the pastor got back to the door.
Yeah, he's a stranger around here, Henry.
I've never seen him before. I wonder who he is. Why he comes in late and leaves early.
Well, if he doesn't want to talk with folks, that's his business, pal.
Sure, but even old Hermit Harry talks to folks on Sunday morning. Well, this guy doesn't want to talk to a soul.
Keep your pajamas on. Well, go ahead and talk. It's your nickel.
Stumpy, I can see smoke on top of Rangerback Ridge.
You can, huh? There must be a campfire, because there ain't nothing to burn up there otherwise.
I'll say there isn't. Just the same, you know what to do.
Yep. I'll take care of it, young feller. I'll have the plane go over and take a look. That Gray Wolf is flying patrol right now.
Okay, I'll be talking to you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Stumpy the Gray Wolf. Range 1 to Patrol 5. Come in.
Patrol 5 to Ranger 1. Come in, Stumpy.
Tom reports smoke on top of Razorback Ridge. You better shay over and take a look.
I do right away. We'll call you back in 10 minutes.
I'll be waiting. Over and out.
Are you playing with the radio, old-timer?
Yeah, sure am. Ever since I was a boy, I wanted to play with the radio. This was my chance while you fellers were gone. Okay, old friend. What's up, if anything? Tom just called in about smoke on top of Razorback Ridge. I asked Gray Wolf to take a look. He said he'd call back in 10 minutes or so.
Well, there's nothing on top of Razorback Ridge to burn, unless you can burn rock.
Yeah, it's probably just a campfire. Routine check.
Moose McBain.
Hello, Moose.
Howdy, Moose.
Oh, boys, this is just like Moose come home again. You fellas warm up Moose's heart. She feels good to come to old friends.
Now, drag over a chair and sit down, Moose. Hey, you look like you're eating pretty good, Moose.
Moose eat very good. Traps work hard and give Moose good catch. Now, Moose, take it easy. Come warm weather. Fix up house.
How are your boys?
They grow big and strong like young tree. They're good Christians, too.
Well, that's mighty fine.
I take it by the look on your face, this isn't a social call, Moose.
You're right, Bill. Maybe Moose finds something pretty hot, maybe it nothing. Moose think he better come and tell you.
All right, go ahead.
Maybe somebody try burn up animals in mountain. Maybe animals have hoof and mouth disease.
Moose, You think somebody's trying to destroy animals that have hoof and mouth disease?
Yes. Moose find burned carcass of animals on top of Razorback Ridge.
You shouldn't have come in here. Then you might have it on your shoes.
No, Moose see smoke and go look. I stay far away because I think about hoof and mouth disease first.
Did you see man or men?
Nobody.
Let's get our rubber gear together, men, and ride out to Razorback Ridge.
There's place ahead.
Hold up, fellows. I'll get your rubber coats and hats, gloves and boots on, fellas. Moose, you stay here. Sorry I haven't got an extra set of gear for you.
Oh, that's all right.
Boy, somebody's going to be in serious trouble. If this is a hoof and mouth disease, they didn't report it. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready, too.
All right, let's go take a look at those carcasses.
Now, somebody butcher cattle and sheep here.
Remember now, don't accidentally touch your face after you've handled these carcasses. Let's look around.
Oh, what a mess.
Amateur work. These critters don't look diseased to me, sonny.
And they not have hoof and mouth disease.
I agree. These were healthy animals.
Oh, boy. Well, that's a load of grief gone.
You said it, pal.
What do you think's going on up here?
That's a mighty good question, sonny. A mighty good one. Well, let's go back to the horses and get this hot rubber gear off.
I guess old Moose didn't act so smart as he thought he did. Chase you way out here for nothing.
Not at all, Moose. You did the right thing. Suppose you had been right.
Maybe that one way to look at it.
I wonder what's been going on up there. Why you take off so sudden-like?
I wonder why, too.
Whoever's doing this butchering probably was watching us. Probably saw a moose come along, then hightailed it for town. Well, we ain't going to accomplish a thing. Can't track the person or persons over the rocks.
Moose think you're right.
Sure, he's right. What are you going to do, young feller? Just let it go? Have you got any better idea, Stumpy?
Maybe those are stolen animals.
I not see brand marks on cattle.
Atta boy, Grey Wolf. Gentlemen, there's not a thing we can do until somebody files a complaint. As far as I can see, nobody's broken the law.
You say right. There's no law against butcher animals as long as you not steal them. Or animals. Take animals out of season or over limit.
Do you suppose that's the fire that Tom saw?
Yes, I do, pal.
It doesn't add up.
Well, be patient. It will, sooner or later. How do you do, sir?
I'm Warble Fenton, private eye. Here's my credentials.
May I see them, Mr. Fenton?
Sure, feast your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Well, what can we do for you, Mr. Fenton?
No, forget the mister. Just call me Orv. I hear you're the big Johnny Law out this way.
Within my jurisdiction, I am. I am the chief ranger. Our job is to take care of the forests. Enforcing the law is secondary, but we do it with a vengeance when it's necessary.
You Wild West cops kill me. Big heroes.
Oh, see here, Mr. Eastern Dude. One more wisecrack like that, and you'll go flying out of here on your ear. We ain't no Wild West cops. We ain't no heroes. We get paid, and paid good.
Okay, Daddy-O.
Listen, you young whippersnapper.
Stumpy, calm down. It's not worth it to get angry with, man. Say what's on your mind.
Sure. A big family back east has got a middle-aged son. He's missing, and they seem to figure he might have had the urge to go west, young man, you know?
That right?
What's with the phone?
Just be patient. I'm checking with the sheriff. Cal, Bill, have you got a missing persons on a middle-aged eastern man? Mm-hmm. Thanks, Cal. Sure. Goodbye.
No soap, huh?
That's right.
I could have told you that. Family wants to keep this quiet, prominent name and all that sort of stuff, you know.
Why did he disappear?
I don't know. Everything was fine, and all of a sudden he just took off. Like that.
What makes you think he came out here?
No, I had my own private reasons.
Yeah, you want help, but you won't help us, huh?
Why we do job you get paid to do.
Yeah, and probably a pretty handsome salary.
Retainer, man. Retainer.
Hello, Bill speaking.
There's a fire on top of Eagle's Roost.
Burning rocks again, Tom?
Another one.
Could be. Larry's flashing me. He sees it, too. What do you want us to do?
Just sit tight. Report any more if they occur.
Yes, sir.
Where this time, Bill?
Eagle's Roost. This is getting the earmarks of a humdinger.
Do you suppose it was for the same reason?
We'll have to find that out.
Say, what are you fellas trying to do? Give me the double whammy? What are you talking about? You sound like a bunch of squares.
Personal secrets, Orv. You know how it goes.
Okay, I dig you. Well, let me go back to the hotel and clean up. I'll come back and level with you guys.
All right. Can you ride a horse?
Sure.
We'll take a ride when you get back. Make it snappy.
Right.
Bill, what about this private eye?
Well, what about him, pal?
Well, he seems to be pretty much of a wise guy to me.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't agree, Sonny. I'll back Henry's idea. Listen, fellas. It looks like we're going to have enough problems without one over Orville. He talks like that all the time. That's his language.
No, you're right, Bill. I feel that way, too, after he talk a while. We're just not used to his lingo out here.
Right, and he's not used to ours. I think he's all right.
Here I am. Let's go.
Good idea. Come on, fellas.
Look at that. The same thing.
A burned carcass of cattle and sheep.
I'm telling you, this is getting weird.
What's the purpose of all this?
It looks to me like somebody's flipped his lid or something. What kind of a clod would do this? Why do you guys drag me all the way up here just to see these smelly carcasses? Ugh.
You'll catch on after a while.
What are you doing with your glasses? You can't spot anybody up here.
I'm trying to pick out the next spot where this will take place.
Huh?
You sound like you got an idea as to what's going on, young feller.
Oh, I'll say he does.
Just be patient, fellas. I'll tell you in due time.
I don't dig this at all.
Keep your pajamas on, Sonny. You'll dig us sooner or later, and it won't take a shovel to do it.
Where do you think, Bill?
That flat ridge to the right of Straight Up Mountain. That'll be the next place.
Are you sure?
Yep. Well, let's get back to town. We've got to be over there before noon tomorrow.
I just don't dig you squares. Everything's a mystery.
There ain't no rope tied to you, Orville. You can skedaddle any time you want, since you ain't got much use for us squares.
Take it easy, Daddy-O. I've got an idea that number one ranger knows or suspects something that might have to do with what I'm after. I'd be the square if I left now. Isn't that right, oh Chief of the Secret Service?
Personal secrets, Orv. You know how it goes.
Why, my trolley must really be sagging down to hang around with you Wild West badge toters.
Be patient, Private Eye. Just be patient. You'll find out that us Johnny Laws out here usually know what we're doing.
Well, it's pain, man. Real pain. But I'll bear under it. These secrets are killing me, though.
So do yours. Let's get going. We'll stop here. Oh, boy! Oh, girl!
How far do we have to walk?
2 miles.
What did you bring the horses for?
Use your head for more than a hat rack, Sonny. We gotta sneak up on that flat ridge, Indian style, if we're gonna find out anything.
Indian style? I don't know anything about that.
You follow me and walk way I do. You learn.
All right, let's get going. We haven't got too much time.
Somebody's coming.
Great day in the morning. Look at that feller. He looks like an Old Testament priest.
You have 2 sheep and steer. You got wood strapped on back of steer. Look, he carry Bible.
Shh, quiet, everybody.
He's making a hot fire. Yo, look at that butcher knife.
He's making an Old Testament sacrifice. He's reading his Bible, praying.
That guy's crazy as a loon. He's really off his rocker.
Shh, you fellas.
You let him butcher steer, too.
He's not committing a crime.
Boy, oh boy. This is just like being back in the time of Moses.
Let's leave here quietly, fellas. Don't make a sound. That's an order.
We'll sit here until the horses drink their fill.
How come you haven't said a cotton-picking word since we left that crazy man up there?
You really think he's out of his mind, don't you, Harvey?
Oh, what a clod. Certainly he's crazy. He's nuttier than a fruitcake.
I'm inclined to agree with Orville for once.
That sure looks strange.
I don't know what to think. Who am I to say the man's insane?
I'm not afraid to say it. I think you ought to pick him up.
On what charge, Private Eye?
Well, he's a menace to the public.
How?
Well, okay. What's your explanation?
I think he's looking for God.
Looking for God? Man, what has religion got to do with this?
Don't you recognize the Old Testament sacrifice ritual?
Now, what would a shamus like me be doing with a Bible?
Bill, what you say make plenty good sense.
Like ducks.
Okay, but why the sacrifice?
I don't know. But, pal, did you recognize him?
No, can't say that I... Wait a minute. The beard.
Hmm?
The man in the back of the church last Sunday.
Right.
Well, knock me over with a feather. What now?
We'll meet this gentleman after church next Sunday morning. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Mr. Jefferson. How do you do?
You know my name?
Oh, yes. I also know what you want to talk about.
Oh.
Well, you see, I saw you and your men visit two of the places on the ridges.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, Mr.
Noah Thomas, Mr. Jefferson.
Noah? Hey, he's...
Henry, don't embarrass the gentleman.
Oh, it's quite all right. Under the circumstances, I can understand your surprise.
Noah, I'd like you to come to dinner with us. There's my mother, Henry, and myself, and two of my aides and personal friends. We'd like you to join us. It's our usual practice to invite strangers to dinner.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Let's make it Bill.
Well, thank you, Bill. I'd be glad to come.
Boy, that sure was good.
I appreciate this dinner invitation more than you know. I lead a rather lonely life, and my cooking gets tiresome. It's not the best.
Oh, you're very welcome. It's our privilege. Let's go into the living room and chat a while, huh?
I got the big easy chair.
Okay, Sandy.
Boy, am I full.
You speak truth, Henry.
You've been very kind, Bill. I'm sure you want an explanation about my actions.
Yes, we observed your third sacrifice, Noah, unknown to you, of course.
Sacrifice? Oh, but of course you recognized it. That doesn't surprise me. Bill, to be very blunt and to the point, I've lost God.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
All right. I'm a highly educated man, Bill. I have 5 degrees, 3 doctorates and 2 masters. When I was a teenage lad, the Holy Spirit dealt with me about my sinful soul. I turned him down. I was too young, I said. When I was in college, the Holy Spirit talked with me again at great length. I turned away. I'm too intelligent, I said, and too busy getting an education. 5 years later, the Holy Spirit dealt again with me about my sinful condition. He wrestled with me would be a better word. I didn't sleep for weeks, and I couldn't work. Finally, he left me. That was 10 years ago, and God's Spirit has never dealt with me since. Not one word has he spoken to me. Now I want to accept Jesus Christ as my Savior, and I can't.
How do you know you can't have salvation, Noah? For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved.
And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with men.
The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness, but is long-suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. If we confess our sins, he's faithful and just to forgive us our sins, and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness.
For great is the wrath of the Lord kindled against us, because our fathers have not hearkened unto the words of this book. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and ye perish from the way when his wrath is kindled but a little.
He that heareth my word and believeth on him that sent me hath everlasting life, and shall not come into condemnation, but is passed from death unto life. If thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved.
Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. The whole terrible truth is summed up in Romans 8:16. The Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God.
Then you feel, Noah, that you've done everything that the Scriptures instruct us to do to be saved, and yet you can't receive the witness of the Holy Spirit that you are a child of God.
Yes, that's right. I have truly lost God.
Oh, hold on there, young feller. Seems to me that you know an awful lot about the Scriptures. It appears to me that the Holy Spirit has dealt with you and illuminated your mind and opened up the secrets of the Scriptures to you.
That's right, Stumpy. But that was 10 years ago.
Why do you want so desperately to find God now?
My time has run out, Bill. I have only days left. I'm dying of cancer.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Bill, can you pray to God for me? Can you persuade him to send the Holy Spirit to me? Can you help me find God?
We will pray with you, Noah. Right now, until you receive the assurance of salvation.
Can't you understand that first I've got to find God? I've lost him. His Spirit has departed from me just like he did from Saul. Pray that God will send his Spirit back. That's no use, gentlemen. I have grieved the Holy Spirit. It happened in the Scriptures, and it's happened to me.
We prayed for 3 hours now. Perhaps you'd like to rest while we pray on, Noah.
I can't stop you from praying, but you're wasting your time.
Why have you gone to the Old Testament sacrifices?
A desperate man does anything he thinks might help. Moses talked with God on a mountain. Abraham went up to the mountain to offer his son. God was there. You know how many men of God have talked with him on mountains. The Lord Jesus himself drew apart from the others and talked with his heavenly Father in the mountain. And that's where I'm going. Back to the mountains. Maybe I can find God there.
That's Noah's story, Orville. I thought you should know because he's the man you're looking for, isn't it?
He sure is. He's wacky. Real wacky.
Well, I haven't time right now to convince you he isn't. Henry, call the pastor and ask him to come quickly.
Right away.
Stumpy, Grey Wolf, go to the neighbors and phone the deacons and elders. They must come at once, too.
All right, Bill.
I'll call Tom in from Tower 3, and he can take over headquarters until we're sure that Noah is safely in the kingdom of God. I'll answer it, pal.
Sure.
Hello?
Bill, I'm sorry to have to interrupt, but the seismograph shows earth tremors in this area.
Where in particular, Tom?
Around Eagle's Roost and straight up mountain.
Huh? Hey, that's where Noah's heading. We'll go right after him. Get Stumpy and Grey Wolf, Henry, and come along quickly. I'm heading for the office to get Orville. I'll have the horses ready.
Right.
We'll split up. Stumpy, you go to Razorback Ridge. Grey Wolf, you go to Eagle's Roost. And Orville, Henry, and I'll go to Straight Up Mountain. Fire 3 rounds if you find him.
Right.
Watch the ground so it don't open up under you. I can feel them tremors and they're hitting hard.
Now, we'll keep our eyes open.
I'm going ahead on Storm. Orville, you stay with Henry.
He's not here.
I hope we didn't miss him altogether.
Why don't we look out for ourselves? The crazy man will make out all right.
One more crack like that and I'll belch you on your private eye.
Hey, he's been found. Use your glasses.
It's Stumpy. Let's go.
Whoa, boy.
Is he dead?
Nope, but not far from it.
Noah, can you hear me?
He's opening his eyes. I knew you'd come before I went to meet Jesus.
Jesus? Then you found God?
Yes. I felt the power of your prayers. I asked God for a sign just to make sure. He's dead. Look at his face. He's smiling and peaceful.
Yes. He found the Lord.
What about the tremor? Was that a sign from God?
Who can say, Orv? I know the Lord isn't willing that any should perish. He'll move heaven and earth if necessary to bring one of his children home.
Gentlemen, I'm beginning to think that there might be something to this. It almost seems as if we're standing on holy ground and that God is here.
Perhaps someone listening today is searching for God. You're in need of salvation through Jesus Christ. You've looked for God everywhere and can't find him. Well, go to your pastor or Christian friend. They'll be glad to introduce you to our Savior and his cross, and there you will find God and peace. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Nikon and I made history last year. Now my new Nikon, the EM, is making history. Simple to use, easy to afford. Just focus. If the light's bad, it beeps. Just turn this till it stops. Got it. The new Nikon EM. Affordable and practically foolproof.
Why just buy a camera when you can buy a Nikon?
Two of my personal favorites. George Burns and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again, and that means another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, today we pick up Gracie at the beauty shop. She is chatting with her friend Tootsie Sagwell.
Well, you mustn't be impatient, Tootsie. That mud pack will do wonders for your face. Do you really think so, Gracie? Well, I'm sure it will. I remember I came home one rainy day and George had tracked mud all over the carpet. Well, after I scraped the mud off, the carpet looked much better.
Gee, I'm so encouraged. I wonder how much longer I'll have to leave it on.
Well, we'll ask Madame Yvette. Madame Yvette?
Oh, oui, madame.
Miss Sagwell would like to know when she can take the mud pack off.
Oh, that will not be possible for 10 more minutes, madame. Oh, dear, 10 whole minutes? That is what I said, madame. Oh, but couldn't we do something to hurry it up a little? Look, I'm telling you it's going to take 10 minutes. There ain't nothing we can do about it, madame.
Well, Madame Yvette, we understand and thanks.
Parlez-vous, madame? Oh, isn't she charming, Gracie? So continental.
Oh, yes, a real daughter of France. I must invite her over for camembert sometime.
Oh, do you like camembert?
Oh, yes. Of course, I never drink much. The bubbles get in my nose.
How cute.
The French have a quality that no other people have. You know what I always say? Only soir qui malipons. I wish I knew what it meant.
Oh, what do you care? It sounds marvelous. Gracie, if I ask you a question, will you promise to give me an absolutely honest answer?
Oh, yeah, I promise, Tootsie. Go ahead.
Well, I spend lots of time and money in this shop, and I really want to know now. Do you think I'll ever be beautiful?
Well...
do you think I'll ever be pretty?
Well...
Do you think I'll ever be just a little above average?
Well...
Do you think I'll ever be just a little below average?
Of course you will, Tootsie.
Oh, thank you, Gracie.
Oh, I'll bet I know why you're having all these treatments today. You've got a new beau, haven't you?
That's right. Oh, and he's divine. You know, I'm taking a course at night school now, and he's my instructor.
What kind of a course?
Automobile mechanic.
Why, that's wonderful.
I'm taking my third lesson tonight, and I simply must look my best. He and I are going to crawl under a truck together.
Well, Tootsie, I have to be going. I hope you make a big hit tonight. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Gracie.
I'm leaving, Madame Yvette. See you Thursday.
Parlez-vous.
Inky dinky. I'll bet you got a shock when I answered her in her native tongue.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. Where are you walking to?
Oh, down to Sunset.
Well, I'm driving that way. Hop in. I'll take you as far as my house.
Oh, thanks, Gracie. Gee, you know, Gracie, I'm getting a lot of lifts from girls lately. Only last night I had a funny experience riding in my girlfriend's car.
Really? What happened?
Well, I asked her to stop, so she did. And she kind of put her head on my shoulder, and I was whispering to her.
What were you whispering, Bill?
Oh, you know, Gracie, just cuddly stuff.
Well, like what? Like what?
Oh, you know, the same thing George whispered when he was courting you.
Oh. And did she lend you the money?
No, that wasn't it, Gracie. I said to her, Gertrude, would you give me a kiss? And she said no. And I said, would you for a big red apple? And she said no. And I said, would you for a bar of Swan soap? And she said, yes, because Swan is the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castile soap. Pure as an angel, mild as a warm spring rain.
So then you kissed her?
Well, I started to, but she slapped me.
Oh, well, you were naughty.
Oh, I'll say I was naughty. I interrupted her before she could finish saying that Swan is so pure it's always kind to your hands. No matter what soap and water job you use it for. Washing the dishes, washing hankies, hose, and undies. Any job that calls for loads and loads of mild, pure suds.
Well, what did you do after she slapped you, Bill?
Well, I decided to use caveman tactics. I grabbed Gertrude in my arms.
Oh?
I crushed her to me.
Yes?
A light came into my eyes.
You did?
Yes, it was a cop with a flashlight. Well, he said, all right, you two, break it up.
What did you do?
Well, we broke it up. She took half the bar Swan, and I took the other half. You know that's easy to do with Swan, Gracie. Just a flick of the wrist, and you get 2 swell cakes of soap. One for the kitchen for dishes and cleaning, and one for the bathroom for your hands and face.
Well, what finally happened, Bill?
Oh, I'd rather not tell you.
Oh, come on, tell me. What did Gertrude say?
Oh, Gracie, I'd rather not tell you.
Well, you'll have to get out now, Bill. You can walk home from here.
You guessed it, Gracie. That's just what Gertrude said. Well, goodbye. Tell George I'll see him later.
All right, goodbye. Oh, I wish George would take Bill aside and have a little talk with him. I bet George could learn plenty. Oh, you, George, I'm home.
Oh, dear. Did you have to drive the car today? The very first day?
What do you mean?
This is December 1st. Don't you know what started today?
George Washington slept here?
Not a movie.
Oh, of course. How could I forget? December 1st.
Well, sure.
The lingerie sale at the May Company.
Gracie, today is the start of gasoline rationing.
Oh, really?
Honey, don't you remember a couple of weeks ago I went to that school and came home with an ACOG?
Oh, yeah, and I was very proud of you.
Thanks. Very proud of you.
Well, although I did wonder what subject a man of your age was taking.
Gracie.
Oh, I laughed at that dumb Harry Morton. He came home with a B card.
Yeah, very dumb. It should happen to me. Gracie, that A card was for gasoline. That means that we only get 4 gallons a week. So we can't do any needless driving.
Oh, I remember now. I read in the paper that the car should only be used for things like driving the man of the house to work.
Correct.
My goodness. We're not going to use any gas, are we, dear?
Don't worry. Don't worry, Gracie. We'll be using it. I only wish I had that motor overhauled.
Overhauled?
That motor was in good condition. It saves gas, you
I see. Then it would help if a mechanic overhauled the car.
You bet it would.
Well, I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
Well, I have to make a phone call. Hello, Tootsie? Tootsie, this is Gracie. Tootsie, how many lessons did you say you'd had at that mechanic school? 2? Well, come right over. I want you to overhaul George's car. No, wait. First, I'll have to test you to see if you really know anything about automobiles. Tell me quickly, where is a car's radiator? Oh, is it? Oh, I thought it was underneath. Well, hurry, Tootsie. We've got work to do.
This is Paul Whiteman. From Irving Berlin's smash hit, This Is the Army, the boys in the 6 Hits and a Miss have cooked up a mighty military arrangement of This Is the Army, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephone. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the bugler commands. They're in the Army and not in a band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. And you and your baby went to town. Oh, she had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore.
garage door closed while we're overhauling George's car. I want it to be a big surprise.
Now, Gracie, remember, I've only had 2 lessons at that school.
Oh, Tootsie, you're just modest. To tell the truth, you've always looked like a mechanic to me.
Oh, you're sweet.
Gracie! Oh, Gracie!
Oh, dear, it's George. You stop working, Tootsie, and I'll be right back. I'm coming. What is it, dear?
Look, I just got a call from Harry Morton. He told me he'd be waiting for me tomorrow morning. What's it all about?
Well, you'd been talking about sharing rides, so I arranged a carpool.
Oh, well, good.
Now, tomorrow you pick up Harry Morton and Mr. Bracebridge and drop Harry off at the Douglas airplane plant. Then...
Wait a minute. Harry Morton's in the real estate business.
Yeah, I know he is. He only works at the airplane plant to make a living.
Well, that's a smart move.
And now the next day, you pick up Jim Bagley and Mr. Bracebridge, and you drive Jim down to the Venice amusement park.
Wait a minute. What kind of work does he do at the amusement park?
Oh, he doesn't work. His wife has joined the wax, and he gets an allotment from her.
Well, good for him.
Now, the following day, you pick up Harvey Fowler and Mr. Bracebridge.
Hold it just a minute. That Bracebridge has been with me now for 3 days. Where is he going?
No place. You see, he hasn't been feeling well, so his doctor told him to get plenty of fresh air.
Look, I listened to all these arrangements you made for me, and now I would just like
please, don't try to thank me, George. It embarrasses me.
But
I know how grateful you are, so let's just forget it. I'll see you later, dear. Oh, George is such a darling. It takes so little to make him happy. Oh, my goodness, Tootsie, you've done lots of work.
Oh, yes, I've been busy, all right. First, I went over the whole motor with a damp sponge.
Oh, wonderful.
But, Gracie, I had a slight accident. The sponge fell down inside the motor somewhere and got lost.
Oh, well, don't worry about it. Sponges are very cheap.
I took out some of the parts and cleaned them separately. Want to help me put them back?
Well, I'll be glad to. What are these little things?
Oh, those are spark plugs. My instructor says that spark plugs can waste 10% of your gasoline.
They can? Well, let's throw them away.
Oh, now we're making progress.
Well, what's this funny thing over here with the wires coming out of it?
That? Oh, but that's the... that came from... Gracie, are you sure that's part of the car?
Well, it's in the same pile with the other stuff you took out.
I guess I haven't reached that lesson yet.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. We'll just leave it out.
Is that safe?
Oh, perfectly. One little part couldn't keep a car from running. Why, we drove into a garage once for a checkup, and the man told George his motor'd been missing for days.
Imagine that.
Tootsie, I've heard repairmen talk, and I know there's one thing they always do. They tune up the motor.
Oh, I haven't reached that lesson either.
Well, who needs the lessons of that? There can't be but one way to tune up a motor. Hand me that hammer.
All right, here you are.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tootsie, but it's not right.
No?
No, it's badly out of tune. I couldn't even play a simple piece like White Christmas.
Oh, what a shame. Oh, you got grease on yourself, too. Well, I better get the tools and start again.
Well, Tootsie, I know what the trouble is. Just look at these tools.
What's wrong with them?
Wrenches, pliers, and screwdrivers. They're no good for us. What we need are a couple of hairpins.
You're right, Gracie.
I'll go in the house and get some.
Gracie, why do you keep running in and out of the house?
Oh, well, I've been out... who, me?
Yes, and how did you get that grease on your face?
Where?
On your face.
Which face?
You've only got one face.
Oh, George, let's not complain. There's a scarcity of everything these days. Well, I've got to go. Goodbye.
Come back here. Have you been fooling with our car?
The car? Oh, George, don't be ridiculous.
Gracie,
George, really, it's getting late and I'm in a hurry. See, it's 1 o'clock already, and I have a lot of things
to do. Gracie. Holy smoke, what was that?
I didn't hear anything.
Come on. We're going out to that garage.
Oh, now, George, please, keep calm. Remember your appendix.
I had my appendix out 3 years ago.
Well, I know, but it isn't right to forget it so soon. After all, it's part of your treasure.
Come on. Tootsie Sagwell, what's going on here?
Goodbye, Gracie.
My car. What's happened to my car?
Oh, now, George, don't get excited. Your car's all right. See, there it is right there. And there's some more of it over there, and some more of it
My
right
car.
there.
Oh, my car. What's happened to my
For his number tonight, Jimmy Cash has selected a song that will never die. Jimmy Cash singing Lovely Lady.
Reaching for moonbeams, oh heart of mine, finding just daydreams, you're so divine, so fate alone can decide it. Let's sing our love song, why hide it? Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you. It's a feeling beyond concealing. What can I do? Take my heart, it's yours alone to keep forever. Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you. Lovely lady, I'm falling madly in love with you.
Now, George, don't get excited. Tootsie's instructor is on his way over here to fix the car. He's a wonderful mechanic.
He'll have to be. Look at this mess. Parts of the car scattered all over the garage.
But they're in order, George. Tootsie and I put little tags on each part to tell where it goes.
Some help, that is.
Well, of course it is. See, the tag on this part says UN. That means underneath.
Underneath what?
Underneath the part that's marked OT. That means on top.
Gracie, you and Tootsie are geniuses. That was sheer inspiration.
Oh, well, it takes more than inspiration to be a genius. You have to work hard. Look at J. Edgar Hoover. If he hadn't worked hard, he never would have invented the vacuum cleaner.
Well, this is probably the worst thing you've ever done to me.
Well, our troubles are over now, George. Here comes the mechanic. Right this way, Mr. Mechanic.
Greetings, little lady. Are you the people whose car broke down?
It didn't break down. Your prize pupil, Tootsie Sagwell, tore it apart.
Oh, gracious me, I'm awfully sorry. I'd make her stay after school if she wasn't so ugly.
Well, can you fix the car?
Why, certainly. I'll have it ready to roll in no time, and my name isn't Llewellyn Ross.
Well, okay, Llewellyn, get to work.
Yes, sir. Gee, this car's really a wreck.
A wreck? Why, the upholstery is clean. I cleaned it myself.
That's great. All I do is sit on the nice, clean upholstery, step on the gas, and stay in the garage for 22 years. Now, come on, Llewellyn, get started.
Yes, sir.
Well. So you're Llewellyn, Tootsie Sagwell's boyfriend. I'll bet you're crazy about her.
No, ma'am.
Well, you know, you could do a lot worse than Tootsie.
Possibly, ma'am. After all, I haven't met everybody.
But Tootsie...
Gracie, will you let the man alone? Go on and fix the car.
Righto.
Llewellyn, Tootsie will make some nice man a wonderful wife.
Not this nice man.
Gracie, will you let the man...
Tootsie's a very sweet girl. What if she is a little bow-legged? If she were not neat, she'd wear out 3 or 4 pairs of stockings a week.
Gracie, will you let...
Stockings cost a lot of money,
Gracie,
you know.
will you let this man alone? I want my car fixed.
Yes, sir. And you must admit that Tootsie's features are well balanced. What if her eyes are too small? Her ears are too big?
Llewellyn, don't pay any attention to her. Finish the car.
Yes, sir.
Remember, Llewellyn, beauty is only skin deep. The girl you marry has to do more than just appeal to your eyes.
Well, if it'll help any, I'll concede that Miss Sagwell smells very nice.
Llewellyn.
Yes, sir.
You know, now, my mother wasn't the most beautiful woman who ever lived either, but she had something that no other woman had.
And I had to marry it. Gracie, once and for all, will you let the man do his work? I want this car fixed.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
Well, Bill, I'm glad to see you. Gracie, Bill looks chilly. Go into the house and get him a cup of hot coffee.
Oh, all right, dear.
Coffee? What's that?
Well, that's that light brown stuff that used to be dark brown.
Oh, yeah, it's a great drink, wasn't it?
Bill, I had to get rid of Gracie. This mechanic wasn't getting any work done on my car.
Yeah, she was trying to get me married. It's ridiculous.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. What's so ridiculous about you getting married?
Oh, no, Bill, not you, too.
Why, marriage is wonderful, Mr. Mechanic. Just picture a little white cottage with a little white kitchen. And by, a little white nursery.
Oh, please, you embarrass me.
Bill, I had enough trouble with Gracie.
And picture this. You peek into the nursery, and what do you think you see?
Does it start with a B?
Why, sure. It's a sweet little precious bar of Swan soap.
There goes my car.
Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. You can't buy a purer soap than Swan.
Bill, let the man go to work.
Mister, is that all that's in the nursery? A bar of Swan? Isn't there something else?
Oh, yes.
A little baby?
A little baby. And that's why Swan's there. Because Swan is just perfect for bathing that little baby.
You're right. That does it. Come on, Bill. Outside.
Hey,
outside.
George, let go of my
Come on,
arm.
outside. And Llewellyn, don't you open this door until this car is finished.
But, George, I didn't get to tell him that Swan's mild, pure lather is kind to even a baby's tender skin. And if it's good for baby, well, it's good for anybody's hands and face, tub or shower. And he ought to know it, so I'm going in and tell him.
Bill, he's fixing my car. Tell me about Swan soap.
Oh, George, you use it every day. I've told you about Swan dozens of times.
I know, Bill, but there was always somebody listening. Look, now the two of us are all alone.
Yeah?
How about giving me the real inside lowdown?
Well, George, if you hadn't asked me, I wouldn't have told you this in a million years. It's great.
It is, huh?
Oh, sure. And every bar of Swan saves you money, you see. Saves in the kitchen because it goes further than easily wasted packaged soaps. And it saves in the bathroom because Swan gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested.
Okay. Thanks, Bill. I won't let it go any further.
Oh, that's right. Don't tell it to a soul. I will... What am I saying? Tell it to everybody. I'll shout it from the housetops. Buy Swan. Swan's a great soap. Buy Swan. Swan, the new white floating soap. Buy Swan.
Oh.
Buy
That's really a guy.
Oh, George, where is Bill going? He left without his cup of coffee.
Is that coffee?
Well, no, I was out of coffee, so I heated up a bottle of beer and I put some milk and cream in it. It's all right.
Well, he'll be sorry he missed it. You know, Gracie.
Mr. Burns.
Yes, Llewellyn.
The car's all fixed. How do you like it?
Gee, it looks swell. Say, you really did a great job.
It'll run like a scared rabbit now.
Well, I'll get in and start the motor and see how it sounds.
Now, be careful of the upholstery, George. It took me hours to clean it.
I know. That's funny. It won't start.
Sounds to me like you're out of gasoline.
Oh, that's impossible. I had it filled last night just before the deadline. I've got a full tank.
Not now, George.
What do you mean? There must be gasoline in the car. I can smell it.
Yeah, isn't the upholstery nice and clean?
You didn't.
Yes, I did.
George and Gracie will be right back. Meanwhile, I'd just like to clear up one little point. Many of you women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity. So if a soap is pure as Castile, you naturally feel that that's really something. And you're right. Well, Swan is even purer than the finest Castile soaps. So try Swan. Try it for dishes, for every soap and water job in the house. See what it means to your hands and skin to use a soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
Oh, well, George, I'm awfully sorry about the car.
Oh, it's all right. But it wouldn't have happened if you and Tootsie realized one thing. There are certain jobs women do, and there are certain jobs men do. Now, overhauling cars, building ships, running steam shovels. Those are...
I know what those are. And what are some of the jobs men do?
Well, never mind.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. Remember, Swan also brings you Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou another night over another network. And now, till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
This is the motion picture that astounded us, that challenged us, that dazzled us. The motion picture that reminded us we are not alone. This is the road that took us to the outer limits of a brilliant filmmaker's imagination. The road over 100 million people have taken and will want to take again. The road millions of others will take for the first time. But now the road will take us all even farther. The special edition of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Director Steven Spielberg has filmed additional scenes designed to expand the total experience of the original motion picture. Now Richard Dreyfuss as Roy Neary will share with audiences all over the world the experience of being inside. When we saw Close Encounters of the Third Kind, we wanted more. Now, there is more.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling story San Francisco Adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. It was a warm, though misty evening when two soldiers sauntered through Marina Park to the water's edge and stood looking out over the rolling waters of San Francisco Bay. Before them, they could see the dim lights of formidable and forbidding Alcatraz. Off to their left was a more thrilling sight, the lights of the great Golden Gate Bridge, lights which through the mist seemed like strands of glistening pearls hung in the western sky to represent the bright hopes of many world delegates linked together by the single great desire for world peace. For a moment, the two soldiers gazed at the scene. Then suddenly one of them broke that silence with a startled exclamation.
Holy cats, Joe, look. They're on the beach.
What the... It looks like a body washed ashore.
Come on.
Yeah. Oh, it's the body of a man, all right.
Yeah.
Nobody'd ever be able to recognize him. Best thing for us to do is to get to a phone and call the cops. We'd better do it right now.
Yeah.
In a certain large city many hundreds of miles away, Britt Reed, man about town and young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, little knew that the incident on the beach of San Francisco Bay would cause him to meet Oliver Perry, the great American detective again, and risk his life and reputation. But that's getting ahead of our story. Britt Reed was in his office going over some letters with his secretary, Miss Case, when Michael Axford entered.
You can get these letters out right away, Miss Case, and I'll sign
Hi,
them.
Reed. Hello, Casey.
Axford, you shouldn't interrupt Mr. Reed like that.
Sure, and all I said was hello. If I didn't say hello, you'd be accusing me of not being polite, and then I'd be...
Never mind, Axford. Skip it.
Well, it's a good thing Mr. Reed's a patient man.
Ain't it, though? He has to put up with all the mistakes you make in them letters and all. Ha!
Is that so?
Sure. Say, Reed, I guess the Sentinel will be running headlines on that peace conference from now on. That'll be news everybody will be watching for.
Yes, Axford, the whole world's interested in what takes place out there in San Francisco. I hope our correspondent will be on his toes. Of course, we'll get the highlights over the press wires in the newsroom.
Reed, you should have sent me out there to get unusual stuff, you know.
Human interest stories that none of the other pressmen out there can get, I suppose.
Sure, that's it. Then Casey, why don't you beat it and stop making cracks when I'm trying to talk serious to Reed?
Well, I'm afraid I'll miss one of those pearls of wisdom that drop from your lips, Axford.
Reed, I'm telling you,
Hello?
Hello? I told that Sentinel operator to connect me directly with Britt Reed's office.
Oh, this is Mr. Reed's office. This is his secretary, Miss Case speaking.
Oh, it's you, Miss Case. I want to talk to that son of mine.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Reed. Just a moment. It's your father calling, Mr. Reed.
Dad, eh? Calling from San Francisco. Must be important. Hello, Dad. This is Brett.
How are you, Britt? Still managing to hold the Daily Sentinel together?
Well, after a fashion. What's up, Dad?
Listen, Britt. This conference is a big thing. A focal point for the eyes of the people of the whole world.
Yes, I realize that.
I put the Sentinel entirely in your hands, of course, son. But I'm still interested enough to want it to do a bang-up job for its readers.
Of course.
I understand that for the opening session of the conference, only hand-picked press representatives are to attend.
Well, what about it?
I managed to get your name through as one of the select, so you'll have to come out here at once.
Well, of course I'll come, Dad. I'll get there as soon as I can.
I knew you would, son. By the way, you'd better bring Mike Axford along with you, since he's a sort of a bodyguard. I'll feel better if he's along.
Well, just as you say, Dad.
Fine. Well, we've talked long enough. Can't hold up long distance. Goodbye, son.
Goodbye, Dad. See you soon.
There's something wrong, Mr. Reed? With your father,
Oh,
I mean.
no. He thinks I should go to San Francisco right away. You'd better do what you can about plane reservations.
You mean to say you're going all the way out there?
Uh-huh.
Hollywood. They're all them movie queens.
It's San Francisco, Axford, and all those peace delegates. Just a slight difference.
Huh? Oh, sure. That's what I was really thinking of. Reed.
Well?
Of course, it doesn't mean very much to me personally, but do you think you should go away out there alone?
Oh, but I'm not going alone, Axford. Make reservations for two, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Who you taking, Reed? Not that I'm curious, mind you, but I kind of like to know.
Why, you, of course, Axford.
Me? Me, did you say?
Yes.
Did you hear that, Casey? 'Tis me he's taking all the way to California. Whee! California! Oh, Casey! Me, I can't believe me ears. What do you know? I gotta tell the bunch. Oh, boy, wait till I tell him the news.
Oh, he'll never grow up.
Well, Dad told me to bring him as sort of a bodyguard.
Bodyguard? Oh, that's a laugh.
Yes, I hope I won't have to spend half my time on the West Coast getting Axford out of trouble. But who can tell? He might come in handy.
California, here we come.
Fasten your seatbelt, Axford. We're landing.
San Francisco. Suffering snakes. Did the old gent say he'd meet us at the airport, Reed?
Yes. Oh, there he is.
Rick! By Jove, son, it's good to see you.
Dad, golly, you're brown as a walnut.
Sure, it's good to see you, Mr. Reed.
Glad to see you, Axford. They'll put the things in that cab. The driver will take them to the hotel. Rich, you'll have to take my car and get to work.
To work?
Get over to the Veterans Memorial Building. There's a special meeting of newsmen. You'll have to hurry.
Get going, Reed. I'll take care of things.
I'll see you at the hotel.
Right you are.
All right, driver. Let's go. The Veterans Memorial Building.
And these have been checked very carefully. However, inasmuch as you men represent the press of the world, we have a grave responsibility. You all appreciate that?
Say, isn't that man a detective?
Yeah. Oliver Perry, you know him?
Oh, yes. We've met.
It's my duty to see that each of you is what you represent yourself to be. I'm taking it upon myself to have the fingerprints taken of all of you. These will be checked against the prints already on file here with the authorities. Now, with your cooperation, we'll proceed to take your prints. I'm sure no one will have any objections. Well, you're the last one. I'll get... Well, Britt Reed. I didn't expect to see you here.
How are you, Mr. Perry? I recognized you when I came in. I'm glad to see you again.
Well, the last time we met was back in your city, when I thought I was going to trap the Green Hornet. It was last December, I believe.
Oh, yes. I remember it very well.
Really? I didn't know my visit impressed you that much. Well, I won't have to take your prints, since I know who you are.
Just as you say.
Among the others, of course, are many from foreign countries. We can't be too careful to double-check on them. For the safety of the high officials from abroad who will attend the conference.
I understand.
Pardon, Senor Perry.
Yes, of course.
I am Carlos Medina. You have checked my credentials already.
Oh, yes, I remember. What can I do for you, Mr. Modena?
I have been thinking, senor. You will check the fingerprints and return in time for us to be passed upon for attendance at the conference meeting at 8:30, no?
I'll be back in plenty of time. Let's see, it's 5 o'clock now. I'll take a cab over to check the prints and be here 1 hour before the meeting to check you all in.
My car is at your disposal, senor. I shall be glad to drive you where you are going.
Thanks just the same, but I'll take a cab.
Very well, senor. I will be here waiting with the others when you return. Adios.
Goodbye, Mr. Modena.
Well, there's one chap who wants to be certain to get into the conference.
Yes. Rather a strange fellow. Represents a large South American newspaper, according to his credentials. Somehow I don't take to him very well, though. Not enough to ride in his car, anyway.
Independent cuss, aren't you?
Right. Say, suppose after I finish with these prints, I phone you and we'll have dinner together.
Fine. If I knew how long you'd be, I'd make it a point to be at the hotel.
Oh,
so
wait, on second thought, why don't you phone me in about an hour? I'll be finished by then. The number down there is Bayshore 213.
Bayshore 213. Fine, I'll call you then, and we'll meet for dinner. I'll call in exactly an hour.
All right. I'll run along now. See you later.
B-A-2-1-3. I wonder how long it'll take to get over there.
Bayshore 213.
I'd like to speak to Oliver Perry, please. This is Britt Reed. He's expecting the call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Perry's not here, sir.
He isn't? Well, did he leave a message for me?
No, sir. In fact, Mr. Perry hasn't been here today.
Are you sure? He started for there an hour ago, and I was...
Perhaps he was delayed, sir. If he comes in, I'll tell him you called.
Well, thank you very much. Goodbye. Oh, that's mighty strange. Oliver Perry's not the type to let himself be delayed on an important errand like that. Moreover, if he had been delayed, I'm sure he'd have called and let me know.
Hi, Reed. Whew, am I tired?
Well, actually, what have you been doing with yourself? I thought you were going to meet me outside the conference building.
I did hang around outside there, Reed, but I guess I missed you. Believe me, 'tis a relief to sit down.
Well, what makes you so tired all of a sudden?
Reed, I've been seeing the city. And what hills they got around here. Sure ain't a city for riding a bicycle.
Well, San Francisco isn't all hilly, Axford. Where'd you go, anyway?
Oh, I went up to Twin Peaks and got a swell view. Then I went over to Golden Gate Park and took a peek at the aquarium and museum. Then I hopped a cab and told him to take me to that there Barberry Coast I used to read about. I ended up in a rough part of town, down on Pacific Avenue, I think it was. Then I come up to the Civic Center to wait for you.
Well, you certainly covered the town, didn't you?
Sure, and there's lots of it to be seen yet, that there is. By the way, Reed, believe it or not, I saw somebody I knew right here in Frisco.
Really? Who?
You remember that famous detective that came...
Oliver Perry?
Sure, that's the guy.
Well, where did you see him, and when, Axford?
Sure, it was down there in that rough part of town, down on Pacific Avenue. I was just about to go into a bar... that is, I was passing.
Go on.
It was a dub called the Sailor's Cove. Right then I saw Perry getting out of a car with two guys. They walked close together and went inside the place. Not wanting him to see me around such a
Are you
place,
sure it was Oliver Perry?
Sure, I'm sure, Reed.
Well, what did the men with him look like? Do you remember?
Well, one of them was short, a dark mug. The other was kind of tall, wearing a grey suit, sort of.
I see. How long ago was that?
About, almost an hour ago. You going to eat, Reed?
Not right now, Axford.
Then if you don't mind, I'm going to get a bite myself. Then I'll mosey down and take a look at cops' headquarters in the city. See you later, Reed.
All right, Axford. Saw Perry all right, and with Modena. I wonder... Great Scott. Oliver Perry must have been kidnapped because of those fingerprints.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, to continue our story. As a sudden thought that Oliver Perry had been kidnapped struck Britt Reed, he instinctively reached for the phone and dialed police headquarters, giving them the facts and asking them to investigate. Then he took a cab and went to headquarters to wait for a report. It was almost 7:30 when the police sergeant told Britt Reed the result of their investigation.
Well, Mr. Reed, just like I thought. Nothing came of it. Boys went to the Sailor's Cove, didn't find Perry there, nor did they find out anything about that guy named Modena you told me about.
I see.
And also, we checked on Mr. Modena. Credentials are okay. Perry was supposed to meet you, and he didn't. I guess he had a reason.
Well, I guess you've done all you can.
Yeah, guess we have. You know, we got plenty of real worries these days. Got an unsolved murder on our hands right now.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Guy was found a couple of days ago, washed up on the beach. A couple of soldiers found him. Had a knife wound in his back. Wasn't identifiable. Been in the water maybe about a week. The only clue was a ring with the initials CDM on the inside. Still at the morgue.
Too bad. Well, I guess I'll leave now. I have to go to the hotel and get ready for that 8:30 meeting. Thank you for everything.
No, don't mention it. Don't you worry about that guy Perry. He's nobody's fool, you can bet on that. He's probably after a big catch right now.
A short time later, in his hotel room, Britt Reed sat down for a few minutes to think things over. His thoughts went back to the time Oliver Perry, famous detective, had come to the east to track down the Green Hornet. It had been an anxious time for Britt Reed then, for Perry definitely had suspected him, and only quick action by the Hornet had saved the young publisher from being exposed. But Perry had threatened to try again. Perhaps the showdown might come here in Frisco.
And that police sergeant said Perry always had a reason for doing things. Cato never did think Perry got over his suspicions of me.
If good Oliver Perry go to West Coast, Mr. Britt, better he not get after Green Hornet another time, or it result in finding out secret of Hornet's identity, perhaps.
Cato could be right. Perry's a smart man. Well, I'd better... The initials on that ring they found on the murdered man. CDM. Could be for Carlos de Modena. He might be the real Modena, and the man who was with Perry... That must be it. I've got to work fast.
Taking the Green Hornet mask and gas gun from a false compartment in the bottom of his suitcase, Britt Reed concealed them in a secret pocket of his coat.
When I get back, I'll have that suitcase shipped out immediately to Cato, just in case Perry comes snooping. Right now, I'm going to go out as the Green Hornet and find Oliver Perry, risk or no risk. And I've got to find him before the man known as Modena goes to that meeting.
Taking a cab, Britt Reed headed for the Sailor's Cove on Pacific Avenue. Meanwhile, in the dingy office in the rear of the cafe, the owner sat at his desk. Suddenly, he looked up as the rear door quietly closed.
What the?
Quiet, you. Don't make a move.
A masked crook, huh? Why do you come here? Who are you?
In the East, I'm known as the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? I've heard of you, all right. What do you want me to do?
Where's the guy who calls himself Modena?
Modena? Never heard of him.
Tell him or I'll... Oh, my arm. Talk. The real Modena's dead, and you know it. I want the guy who's using his name.
I didn't kill Modena, honest. Maxton did it. Maxton's the guy you want, Hornet.
Okay, take me to him right now.
Oh, let go. I'll take you.
All right. Let's go. No funny business.
It's through a trap door and a tunnel to another building nearby.
I thought as much. Lead the way and hurry.
In the hideout, Oliver Perry was tied hand and foot to a chair. The man who called himself Modena was preparing to leave. He gave last-minute instructions to his henchman, Shorty.
It's 8 o'clock, Shorty. I'll have to go right on over to the conference. See that this snooper doesn't get loose. It gets to be 10 o'clock. If I'm not back, let him have it. If I don't succeed tonight, he may come in handy.
You lost your accent in a hurry, my friend. This security conference will make certain you and your kind never have a chance at another victory or conquest. Nazi!
Even at this very conference, I shall have my victory. See this fountain pen? It isn't really a pen at all. It's a very ingenious weapon.
Weapon?
Of course. It's made to fire one bullet. Tonight I shall assassinate one of the foreign ministers of the Allied countries. Think how that will disrupt the conference for peace.
You'll never get out of there alive.
I don't intend to, my friend. I have a poison pill with me. I shall take it and die for our Nazi cause when my mission is completed.
Well, that's it, huh? And you stopped me from checking those prints because you knew you'd be shown up as a spy before you could get inside.
Exactly. We got Carlos Medina on his way from the airport. He's in the morgue, while I use his name to carry through our mission. Shorty will see that you don't leave here to disclose any of the facts.
You sneering Nazi rat. You and a few fanatics like you don't know when you're beaten.
Shut up!
Nazi. That word, my friend, will hereafter mean the lowest in bestiality. It'll be the most insulting word that can be...
Shut up, I said!
Look. Passed out, Maxie.
The swine.
You'd better get going, Maxie.
Yes. I'll go out the back door here. Someone may be watching in front of the cafe, so I won't use the tunnel. Wish me luck, Shorty. Tonight I will startle the world and let them know the Nazi cause will never die. The fall of Berlin won't mean the end, as they think.
So long. Yeah. They're all nutty, but they pay well. There must be Squint. Maybe the cops has been at the cafe again, looking. I'll let him in.
Get in there and be quick about it.
Hey, what is this, Squint? What's the idea?
He's a big shot crook from the east, Shorty, the Green Hornet. I had to bring
Green Hornet? Holy cats, I've heard of him.
Where's your pal who's using the name of Modena?
Oh, Magee? You're too late, Hornet. He
just left. That's all I want to know. Now take it. So that's it, huh? Well, you ain't going to use that gas gun on me. Right in the stomach, eh, dopey? So you don't want gas, eh? Okay, this'll do just as well.
Well, that's Perry tied to the chair. They must have knocked him out. I'll be coming to in a minute. I'll cut these ropes. There. He'll put these rats where they belong. He certainly has enough evidence against them. Now I'd better get to that conference on the double. I don't know what that Modena scheme is, but I've got to keep him from going into the auditorium until Perry gets there. He can carry on from that point.
With the disguise removed, Britt raced to the peace conference and hurried into the anteroom. Most of the newsmen had gone inside. Modena was walking toward the door.
Oh, Mr. Modena.
What is it, senor?
Oh, I'm here representing the Daily Sentinel back east. Since I know you're a famous columnist in your own country, I'd like to have a short interview.
Well, senor, the conference is about to start.
Yes, I know. Now, about your views on the Pan-American attitude on the voting of delegates, will you tell me in a few words how you think they'll react to the allotment of votes?
It's 8:30 right now. I'll be too late. They wouldn't hold him on my phone call. I've got to get there. I just got to. Can't stop the red lights, fella. If that assassin goes through with his purpose, anything can happen. I've got to get there in time.
And what do you think will be the effect on South American trade, Mr. Modena?
Really, senor, I must beg off from further questioning. The conference has already begun.
I know. But just one question more, and then you can go on in.
Harry, I'll get inside.
No, you won't.
I've got him. Thanks, Mr. Reed. That man's a spy. I have the proof. And he's here to commit murder.
You mean he's not Modena, then?
You fool. If you hadn't delayed me with your questioning, I would have accomplished my purpose. Of course I'm not Modena, as he knows.
Take him away, guard.
Yes, sir. Come on, you.
Well, what do you know?
Maybe I don't know as much as I really should at that, Britt Reed. Strange that you should delay, Modena. And, of course, most fortunate.
Glad I unknowingly helped, Mr. Perry.
Unknowingly?
Oh, here you are, Reed. I was going to wait for you to come out and hear the news.
What news, Axford?
About the Green Hornet saving Oliver Perry. Say, you're Mr. Perry, ain't you?
That's right. What was that you said about the Green Hornet saving me?
Yes, Axford. Explain.
I was at cops' headquarters when Perry phoned in for him to pick up a couple of guys on Pacific Avenue. When we got there, Mr. Perry had left, but we found the two mugs. They finally come to and said the Green Hornet busted in and knocked him out and saved Perry. And
but the Green Hornet's known to be in the East, Axford. There must be some mistake.
The Hornet was operating in the East, all right. in your city. Britt Reed, once last December, I told you I had suspicions concerning the Hornet's identity.
So?
My suspicions are stronger than ever. But since the Green Hornet has prevented an assassination at the security conference, saved my life, I'm going to forget my suspicions.
Hey, no. What does he mean, Reed?
I guess he means he's giving the Hornet a break.
It may be that even the Hornet subscribes to our late president's final written words to the world when he wrote, "If civilization is to survive, we must cultivate the science of human relationships, the ability of all peoples of all kinds to live together and work together in the same world at peace."
And perhaps like the rest of us, the Hornet takes to heart the closing lines of that same speech. The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. Let us move forward with strong and active faith.
Britt Reed, you're a very remarkable man.
Thank you.
But I want it to go on record that if I ever have to cross swords with the Green Hornet again, I'll do my utmost to show him up and turn him over to the law.
Perhaps the Hornet would welcome such an encounter in the future with so admirable an adversary as he's probably found you to be in the past, Mr. Parry. Who can tell?
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Community here, chock full of law and order. And we aim to keep it that way.
Oh, well, now, I'm all in favor of law and order.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Because if it wasn't, I might start remembering I never did like Rebs anyhow.
Now we can talk more sociable.
Copper Canyon, a valley of violence surrounded by mountains of precious metal, where hot lead writes every contract, cold steel signs every bargain, and the warm lips of a woman are the only seal that men believe in.
You've got to leave. They're planning to kill you tonight.
those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, many innocent men were convicted by the primitive law courts of the new territory. The masked rider of the plains fought the injustice of these courts just as courageously as he fought the outlaws and cattle rustlers who roamed the frontier. It was he, more than any other man, who preserved the true democratic principle that all men are equal before the law. Return with us now, those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Thad Packard has been released from jail. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! As our story begins, Thaddeus Packard is struggling through a swamp, pushing aside the reeds and rushes that grow higher than his head. Thick ooze grips his ankles as he wades knee-deep in water. His face is thin and lined, and the pallor, unusual in the frontier country, speaks of many years in prison. Packard pushed on, not knowing that grim and terrible death in the form of quicksand lay ahead. His bloodshot eyes were burning with a pent-up hatred, and he continually muttered the names of 3 men.
Whitlock, Timmons, and Judson. I'll get 'em. Whitlock, Timmons, Judson. Blasted swamp. It won't stop me. Nothing will stop me now. 10 years of waiting for Whitlock, Timmons, and Judson. Horsemen after me again. But they can't get me now. Go away. Leave me be.
Come on there. You're heading for quicksand.
I ain't coming out. I ain't being took back.
You're heading for quicksand. There's quicksand in the bog.
Stay where you are. Don't you come after me or I'll shoot. I'll shoot you.
You're a fool. I'm coming after you. Come on, Silver.
Get back, I tell you. You let me be or I'll get you.
Come on, Silver. I'm throwing you a rope, stranger. Come out before you're in the quicksand.
Let me alone. I'm stuck.
Come on, there, Silver.
I can't move my feet. The quicksand's got me.
Stand still. Don't struggle. You're going to be all right. A thin rope snaked out from the masked man's hand, and the coil settled over Packard's shoulders. Steady now. Don't try to struggle. Let me pull you out of there. Back, Silver. Back, boy. Come back. We have him all right, Tonto.
You can't take me back. You can't do it.
When we get on firm ground. Now you can wait again over this way.
Let loose this rope. Let me alone now.
Not just yet, stranger. I want to have a talk with you.
But I won't be took back. I'm a free man.
Take it easy, fellow. You're all right.
I reckon you did save my life, mister. I didn't know there was quicksand there.
You were going to shoot me, stranger. I don't see any gun.
I ain't got none.
That's what I thought.
But you can't take me back to jail. You can't do it. I'm a free man now. I got a full pardon. You can't take me back.
I don't want to take you back to jail. I just saw you were heading for that bog of quicksand and wanted to warn you, but you wouldn't listen.
So you come in to get me, huh? Save my life for me in spite of my arguments.
You need food and rest. You look as if you've traveled a long ways.
I don't need nothing. I'll get along all right now. Just let me alone.
Steady, fellow. You get him, Tonto. Let him sprawl on the ground, Tonto. He's just about exhausted.
That's right.
Find some food for him, and I'll try and give him a drink of water. Drink this. It'll help.
Whitlock, Timmons, Judson. I gotta get square.
What's that?
Whitlock, Timmons, Judson.
Tonto, did you hear those three names?
You heard me.
Here, fellow. Drink some more water.
I won't go back to jail. I won't. They can't make me.
You're not going back to jail. No one but Thaddeus Packard would be out to get Whitlock, Timmons, and Judson. But how 10 years have changed him. Why, he's an old man now.
You got some food there, huh?
Yes. Try to eat a little something while we fix up some hot broth for you.
Yes, You don't aim to jail me again?
Of course not. You should never have been jailed in the first place, Thad Packard.
You know me?
I've heard about you.
They framed me. I never stole a dime in my life. I wasn't guilty of that robbery.
I didn't think you were. After I heard all the details, I was sure you'd been framed.
I was.
But you confessed to the robbery.
Those three snakes. They told me if I'd confess, they'd pay me handsome. They'd pay me well. And gave me their word they'd see I didn't go to jail.
They wanted you to confess the robbery to save their own worthless hides.
Yeah, that's what they done. Then after I'd confessed to stealing the cash, they left me alone. Turned on me. Railroaded me to jail. I've been there 10 years. 10 years of my life. But now I'll get square. I'll get all three of them.
And go right back to jail?
Well, what's there to live for now? Likely my wife won't want me back no more. My daughter, she was only a couple years old when they took me away. She won't even know her pa. All I got to live for is to see them three pay up in full. Whitlock, Timmons, and Judson. And stranger, they'll pay.
2 days' journey from the quicksand bog, the wife and daughter of Thad Packard lived in a small cottage. The girl knew little about her father, and he was rarely mentioned in the house. But one night, Banker Whitlock called on Mrs. Packard, and the following morning, Sally said,
Mama, I wasn't asleep last night when Banker Whitlock was calling.
Well, Sally, I thought you were.
No, I couldn't sleep somehow. And I heard Mr. Whitlock talking.
What about it, Sally?
You were talking about my father.
Oh. Yes, honey. I guess that's about the first time in 10 years he's been mentioned in my house. I vowed never again to think or speak about him.
Wish I'd known him. Mama, was he really as bad as Mr. Whitlock was saying?
Yes, dear. He wasn't a good man. He stole money from the bank.
Did he really shoot a man?
Yes. Why, dear?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose I ought to feel the same as you do about him. I ought to hate him.
You mustn't hate anyone, Sally. When we make a mistake about a person and find they aren't the sort of man they seemed at first to be, the only thing we can do is just forget them. Try to forget them. Drive them out of our minds.
But I don't see how you could make such a mistake.
Now, Sally, don't think any more about it.
Well, if I loved someone, I'd love him. Don't seem that you could care so much about him if he was as bad as Banker Whitlock was saying last night.
You're young, honey. You'll understand that sort of thing when you grow up.
Mm-hmm. Mama.
Yes, dear?
You think a lot of Mr. Whitlock, don't you?
Sally, what makes you say such things?
Well, don't you?
He's a fine, upstanding man. He felt terribly bad when your father turned out to be dishonest. He's been good to us ever since. Oh, I don't know what I'd have done if he hadn't made it possible for me to work a little and earn enough to support us.
Oh, gee.
What's the matter, dear?
Oh, I suppose I'll have to like him then.
Don't you like him?
No, I don't.
Why, Sally, what's Mr. Whitlock ever done to you?
I just don't like him, that's all. He said that Pa was out of jail now.
Yes.
And that he'd likely be coming back here to see me. And that if you said so, he'd have the sheriff drive him out of town before he could get to the house.
Sally, I told Mr. Whitlock that I never wanted to see Thad Packard again. There's no longer a place for him in our lives.
I suppose you know best, Mommy.
Now, don't you think any more about it. There's too many nice things to think about.
Even if you don't want to see Pa anymore, he was a lot nicer-looking man than Mr. Whitlock. Nicer than Mr. Timmons or Mr. Judson, too.
Sally, how do you know what he looked like?
Why, I found a picture of him. This one.
That old tintype.
That's you and him, isn't it?
Yes, we were so happy then. But it mustn't be here. Give it to me, Sally.
But, Mama,
I don't have pictures of him in this house. 10 years, I thought I'd forgotten him.
But, Mama...
Now, dear, it's time you did your studying. You leave that picture with me and go to the other room. You must study so you'll grow up to be a smart woman. Go now.
Yes,
I mustn't think of him. Mustn't let myself. He was a thief. He confessed to it. Nothing but a thief. I won't throw this out, though. Put it here beneath the shelf.
Oh, boy. Pull this over.
Mama, who's that man outside? Look, Mama, it's a robber. It's a masked man.
Please don't be afraid of me.
What do you want? Who are you?
I want to speak to you about your husband, Mrs. Packard.
About my husband?
Yes.
There's nothing to be said about him. I lost my husband 10 years ago.
No, you didn't. I want you to hear
Why have
what...
you come here anyway? Who are you? Why are you masked?
Your husband has just been released from prison. He's paid his debt as the law demanded.
I never want to see him again. If he sent you to me, just tell him that. I never want to see him again. He's a thief. He might as well have been a murderer.
He was convicted of a crime, but perhaps he wasn't guilty.
Of course he was guilty. He had a fair trial.
Has the money ever been found? The money he's supposed to have stolen?
No, they couldn't make him tell where it was.
After he was sentenced to prison, he didn't admit stealing the money, did he?
No. He confessed it before the trial, though, and that's why he was convicted.
What did he say afterwards?
Tried to lie out of it. He said that Mr. Whitlock, the banker, was a crook, and said that Mr. Timmons and Mr. Judson, both witnesses, were crooks as well. Stands to reason everyone can't be crooked.
What else did he say?
He swore he'd get square. But he hadn't better come round here. The men won't let him in town. If he shows his face here, they'll drive him out.
Mister, do you know my father?
Yes, Sally. I know him.
Oh, tell me about him. Is he as bad as folks say, or as nice as his pictures look?
Sally, you go at once and call Clem. Tell him to come here and drive this man from the house. Tell him to hurry.
All right, Mama. Clem! Hey, Clem, where are you?
I'm not finished, Mrs. Packard.
You better go before Clem comes. He'll shoot you.
What was the evidence against your husband? There must have been a lot of it.
There was evidence aplenty.
Yes?
2 men, Judson and Timmons, saw him stealing from the bank. They saw the guard there try to stop him and saw the shot.
And they identified him?
Yes.
What about the guard?
But he wasn't sure who it was. He didn't get a fair look at him. But Mr. Judson and Mr. Timmons did. And Mr. Whitlock suspected Thad Packard from the start.
Why did he suspect him?
Because, well, it seems Packard owed money to him. Now, will you go before there's a fight?
We're coming, ma'am. I got others with me.
Mr. Timmons, Mr. Judson, what are you doing here?
We're just coming to see you, ma'am.
You keep your hands up, stranger. Ask him.
You'd better get and be quick about it, or we'll arrest you.
You must be named Timmons.
So he is.
That's my name.
And you, Henry Judson.
I am.
That's what I thought from the way you'd been described.
You'd better leave, stranger, before the law's called in to arrest you.
I hope to have a look at you two. I'd like to see Whitlock as well.
Who is he, Mrs. Packard? What's he doing here?
I'm Thad Packard's friend.
Packard?
Does that mean anything to you?
Another crook like Packard. Masked at that. Well, you tell Packard to keep a plenty distance from here.
He won't do that. He's coming back here to see you two.
What for?
He has some unfinished business with you. I'll tell him I saw you.
You tell Packard he'll be tarred and feathered if he comes back here. Now, you tell him that.
He'll be carried out of town on a rail. That masked man threatened us. Claim he should be jailed.
What do you mean by Thad's unfinished business?
Mother, do you know I like that masked man? I feel like we could trust him in spite of the mask.
A friend of Packard's and masked. A thieves' companion.
I still like him.
Before the next exciting scenes of our Lone Ranger story, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. On the evening of the day that the Lone Ranger appeared at Mrs. Packard's home, Whitlock's friends, Abe Timmons and Hank Judson, were seated with the banker in the latter's living room. Timmons said,
I've got to have another drink. That's what I need, another drink.
Have your drink then, Timmons. We must arrive at some decision.
Why must we, Judson?
What's that, Whitlock?
I say, why must we arrive at some decision? I've told you both that Packard can't prove a thing against us. We don't have a thing to be afraid of.
If it was just Packard, I wouldn't be afeard. Tain't that dim-witted idiot that bothers me. Nothing he could do would make trouble.
Well, then, why this meeting?
It's that masked man. I tell you, Whitlock, his eyes met mine square. I never seen eyes like his'n. They was gleaming from behind his mask, cold and steely, and seeming to go clean through me. Well, Clem drawed a gun on him. He didn't pay the slightest specky heed to it. Just didn't bother to look at it.
I'm not concerned about it. There ain't any way on earth that Packard or the masked man can prove anything against us. And besides, gentlemen, Mrs. Packard thinks right well of me.
You've been mighty good to her, Whitlock.
She's a right handsome woman. Maybe if something happens to Packard so she's free of him, we might get married.
Always looking for your own welfare, ain't you, Whitlock?
Why not? Mrs. Packard will side with us if Packard comes around and starts talking.
Yeah, I'd feel a heap better if Packard was dead.
Perhaps that's an idea. There could be an accident.
There might be.
Who's that? Who's that at the door?
Take it easy, Timmons. What are you so scared for?
I'll see who it is. Probably one of the men to tell me that Packard's finally arrived in town.
I'm going to have another drink. I need it.
Well, what is it? I'm busy this...
I want you, Whitlock. It's Packard.
Packard, look at him.
You're coming with me.
Let go of me, Judson, Timmons.
Stop him.
Let me go, boys. Help me. Make him let me go.
The rest of you, stay where you are.
Man.
Stay back. This is abduction.
Call it what you like.
There's a redskin here, too.
Help this
me.
along.
Help me,
The law will
boy.
be
Help
worked
me,
my
boy.
way now.
Don't
The first
take
man
me
to open
away.
this door may stop lead.
Judson, did you see it? They got Whitlock.
Open the door. Go for help.
You'll go yourself. I ain't risking my neck. Judson, what's it mean? What's it mean? Are they coming back for us?
You better stop drinking, Timmons.
I can't. I'm scared. Did you see him? Did you see Packard's face? Them eyes way back deep in his face. Dark rimmed, his cheeks sunk. He looked like death, Judson. Death for all of us.
Stop it.
But I...
Whimpering like a kicked yellow dog won't help matters. Packard's shown us his hand now. He's shown what his plans are. He's going to try and get us that way. Well, now we know all we have to do is see the sheriff.
Look.
What the?
An arrow. It come clean through the window.
I saw it.
It most struck me.
It wasn't aimed at you. There's a note fastened to it. I'll see what it says. Probably a message telling us what to do to get Whitlock back.
Hurry. See what it says. What's it say, Judson?
So that's his scheme.
What is it?
Listen to this. It says, confess the truth or meet the same fate as Whitlock.
The same fate. The same fate. That means he's dead. Oh, what do we do? What do we do, Judson?
Well, there's more here. Judson has 1 hour. Unless he confesses in the meantime.
1 hour. That means you're next. Does it mention me?
No, it doesn't say anything about you.
Good. But you're the next.
1 hour, huh? All right. That makes it easy. The fool. Right before the hour is up, we'll have a guard here that'll keep an army away.
A guard. That's it. A guard.
Why, this is just what we want. This puts Packard right in our hands.
It does?
Sure. He's the same as confessed to killing Whitlock. That means he'll hang. That means he's going right back to the hands of the law. Come on, we'll go where there are lots of men ready to grab him.
All right. Let's get started.
About an hour later, Timmons and Judson sat in the cafe. Their table was in a corner beneath a window, but they felt quite safe from another attack that might result in the capture of Judson next on Packard's list. No one noticed a tall stranger who sat alone near the door.
We're safe enough here, Timmons.
What time is it now?
The hour's about up. I'm not worried.
Here comes Clem.
Well, I reckon you ain't nothing to fear, Mr. Judson.
I'm not afraid of what a man like Packard can do. I'm only afraid he won't show up.
I just hope he does. We'll be ready for him. I spoke to the sheriff, and he's ready with plenty of lawmen. See him over by the bar?
Yep.
I wish it was over, though. I won't get a night's rest till Packard's catched and strung up for Whitlock's murder.
We'll get him, Timmons. Well, the hour's up, Judson, and there ain't a thing happened.
I tell you.
Stand where you are.
That stranger at the door. Look at the mask.
What's this?
Put down them guns, stranger.
On your feet. You, Judson Timmons. Stand up.
Oh, sakes alive.
Do what he says. He can't shoot his way past the lawman.
Sheriff won't let him get you.
That's it. Back against the wall, Judson.
You can't shoot me down like this.
Get back against the wall.
I am.
This is a personal matter. Don't anyone try to interfere. Timmons, you're the next. You have just 1 hour in which to confess.
No.
Confess to what?
He knows.
Look at that window.
A redskin. He's got a hold of Judson.
Don't slap, brother.
Put me down. Make him drop me.
Drag him out, Tonto. He got him.
He's dragging me away.
Stand where you are. Make a move and I'll start shooting.
Look here, mister. You ain't going to get away with this.
Timmons knows what he got away with. For 10 years, he's been a free man.
Now she here.
But you're living your last hour, Timmons. You're the next on Packard's list. The only way to save your worthless hide is to talk. Confess. Tell everything.
What's to happen to Judson?
The same has happened to Whitlock. The same as will happen to you unless you talk. I'm leaving here and warning all of you not to try and come through the door after me.
Get him! Stop it! Shoot him! Get after him!
Get that door open.
Open the door! Let me get a shot! Shoot! He's getting away!
Get him! Drop him! Where's the law? What's the matter with you?
He's got away. Doggone it, Timmons. Who'd ever suspicion that he'd have that redskin grab Judson through the window?
You gotta protect me. You gotta do it. You can't let him get me like that.
Gosh, we thought we was protecting Judson. But we sure enough didn't. What she wants you to confess, Timmons?
Nothing. I don't know what he was talking about. It's Packard's scheme to get even with us for sending him to jail.
You won't dare try to come like that again. Gosh, I wonder how he'll get you.
He won't. He can't. You gotta guard me. You gotta protect me. You gotta protect me. You gotta protect me.
Another hour went by, while Timmons grew increasingly nervous. The liquor he drank seemed to have no effect on him. He sat pale-faced and tense in a small room at the rear of the cafe. Clem was with him, sitting at a table with eyes fixed on the clock.
It's getting to the end of the hour, Timmons. I don't know, but you do well to confess. If there's anything that you can confess.
No, there isn't. I ain't done nothing.
No?
I don't see how that masked man can get me here. Do you?
I don't know. He sure has ways about doing things.
What do you mean?
I wouldn't like to be in your shoes. There's a dozen ways he could get you.
I don't see how.
Well, I don't neither, but... Look out! Stand back. Let me get that critter.
What is it? What is it? What's the matter?
I just happened to see it in time. That spider was dropping down right on your neck.
Spider?
A poison one at that. Gosh, maybe that's the way Whitlock and Judson was done for. It's awful being bit by a poison spider.
It ain't human. You can't do that sort of thing.
Time ain't up yet. May as well sit down again.
I don't know what else I could do. There ain't nothing else. We beat him, Clem. You seen that spider? Now, there's nothing to fear, is there?
Hour ain't up yet.
But what else is there?
Duck! That was a close one, Timmons. That arrow didn't miss you by 2 inches.
I can't stand no more. I'll tell all I can. Why shouldn't I? I didn't have no part in it. It was them other two. Don't let Packard get me.
What are you talking about, Timmons?
Whitlock and Judson. It was Whitlock's scheme from the start. It was? Tell the sheriff I'll talk. I'll tell him what I know about it.
Hey, Sheriff, come here a second.
What's happened, Clem?
Sheriff, don't let Packard get me. I'm ready to talk. Whitlock stole the money from the bank. He stole a lot of cash. He and Judson planned it all. I owed him cash, and they made me swear I seen Packard robbing the bank.
You and Judson both swore.
We had to. Whitlock made us. It was Whitlock that planned it, him and Judson.
What about the guard that was shot?
Whitlock shot him. He shot him his own self. Then he told Packard that we all told Packard that if he'd admit to stealing, we'd pay him handsome for it. Somebody had to be blamed for it. Packard needed the cash bad, so he agreed.
Go on, Timmons. The hour's up.
I'm confessing. I didn't have much to do with it. After Packard confessed, Whitlock let him go to jail. He broke his promise. He promised Packard he'd go free, but he busted his word. He let him get jailed.
And you claim you didn't have much to do with it?
I didn't. I swear it.
That's all we need to have. Put him in, boys. Timmons is confessed.
Whitlock. Judson.
You weak-kneed yellow rats squealed, eh?
You ain't dead?
No, we ain't dead.
Squealer, trying to blame it on us. Well, you was in it as deep as we was.
Boys, does that clear me? It sure does, Packard. Slickest scheme I ever took part in.
A put-up job. The whole thing was free.
Reckon it was, Timmons. Something had to be done to trap you, so me and the sheriff agreed to work along with the masked man and see what had happened. Packard, you'd better get for home. The masked man is there right now, sort of explaining things to your folks. Come on, Packard. We'll give you a rip-snorting escort to your house. Come on, boys. Let's make it up to Packard for what he's been through. Get these 3 snakes on a rail and ride them along to Packard's house.
The men made a celebration of Thad Packard's return. Torchlights flamed to light the procession, and 3 scapegoats with their hands tied rode on rails as almost every man in town went to the little home of Packard's wife and daughter.
There's your place, Packard. Go on inside.
I don't know if I should go in or not.
Go on, I tell you.
Mary said never to speak to her again. I don't know if
It's all right. The Lone Ranger told her about things. Go ahead, doggone it all. Quiet down now, boys.
Mary, my wife. Sally. I wonder.
Thad.
Mary,
Oh, Thad. Thad, I've heard the whole story. Your poor darling. Come in.
You want me here now?
Oh, Thad. For 10 years I've been trying not to want you, thinking you were dishonest. And all the time my heart's been crying for you. I guess I just about stopped living when you went away.
So did I. If it hadn't been that I wanted revenge, I don't know as I'd have lived through it. The Lone Ranger found me. He believed in me.
And so did Sally. She believed in you, too, I guess. Thank heaven for that. But, Thad, you're back. Now we can live again.
Mama, what were all those men outside cheering for?
Sally, come here, dear. Your father's come home.
Father.
Sally.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. There's adventure on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
you don't have to act with me, Steve. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything. Not a thing. Oh, maybe just whistle. I'm no good, of course, but I have my points. If a man could stand the strain.
It might be worth it. If you had the time.
He'd find the time. If he wasn't a fool.
Your job is finished.
I leave it to you to sell out or no. I can trust myself. And I do not trust you. I intend to complete the mission myself.
Why should anyone want to shoot at you?
I told you I'm not a good person to know.
What kind of a man are you? What are you going to do?
I've been beaten, robbed, shot at, betrayed. I failed in my mission. I've had enough. But that child was murdered, and for this somebody's going to pay.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hand. H-A-N-D.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Louder, please. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. Who's first, George?
Well, Groucho, we have a young married couple for you. They volunteered just before the show started. So, Lieutenant and Mrs. Pusis, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Lieutenant and Mrs. Irving Pusis, eh? Lieutenant, what kind of a name is Pusis?
It's a Polish name.
Oh. What part of Poland are you from?
I was born in Portland, Oregon.
Is that behind the Iron Curtain now? Mrs. Pusis, what is your first name?
My first name is Kelly.
Kelly, Kelly Pusis, Is that anything like Kelly Pool?
Well, I don't know. What is Kelly Pool?
What is Kelly Pool? Well,
yes.
That's something that you play with little numbers, and everyone gets a number. And if you hit the ball that corresponds to this little number, well, that's Kelly Pool.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. I used to be a bum on Vine Street, that's how I remember. How old are you, Lute?
29.
29. What branch of the Army are you in?
I'm in the medical corps, Groucho. I'm a doctor.
Oh, you're a doctor,
Yes.
huh? I should have known you were a doctor. Isn't there some symbol on your uniform there?
Yes, you can tell by my caduceus.
Well, if you keep your head tilted back, nobody will notice. Now, what is the caduceus?
Well, the caduceus is a symbol that stands for a physician.
Oh, I see. I've seen that symbol. It's a picture of a man in a white coat endorsing cigarettes, isn't it?
No.
Actually, that man you see endorsing cigarettes is an actor, you know, whose medical background consists of a card, an actor's equity, and 2 aspirins. Now, tell us, what does a caduceus look like?
Well, you can see it here on the lapel. It's a staff with the wings on the top and 2 serpents entwined around the staff.
That's all very plain. Next time I see a caduceus, I'll run for my life. I notice you've got some ribbons on your clavicle. We stole that from Fibber and Molly. That's their favorite word. Could you tell us what some of them are for, those
The
ribbons?
red one, Groucho, is the Bronze Star. The middle one is the Korean campaign with the 3 battle star campaigns. And the end one is the United Nations ribbon. The top is the Combat Medics badge.
No. You got the Bronze Star, right? Well, Kelly, I know most veterans are fairly modest. Would you tell us why he got a medal?
Well, the Bronze Star was given for his tour of duty in Korea. One of the incidents was the work that Irv did on Pork Chop Hill, where he worked 3 days and 3 nights without sleep.
You know, there are a great many heroes in battle in addition to the men who do the shooting. And I think we got one of them right here. Put it there, kid. Well, you're a charming couple, and I wish you lots of happiness. And now let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, we've added an additional gimmick tonight. If at any time you feel that you have enough money or that you have more money than you feel the other couples are going to get, you can quit without jeopardizing what you have left. Is that clear? You selected sports, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
50.
50. Who is called the Dean of American Sports Writers?
That be Henry McLemore?
No, he's a good one, but it's Grambling Rice.
You lost half of your original bankroll, which was $100, so you now have $50.
Now, which question do you want?
60.
60. What team won the 1952 and 1953 professional football championships?
Detroit Lions.
Detroit Lions is correct.
You now have $110.
Now, which question do you want?
70.
70. What do you call the man who calls the cadence on a rowing team?
Coxswain.
That's right.
You now have $180.
Now, you can quit now. You can go ahead.
You take the 80.
80. All right. Who holds the world's pole vault record?
Paul Richards.
No, I'm sorry. It's Cornelius Warmadam.
And you wind up with $90.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the Minnesota Plymouth Deal. George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some women who work for a specialty store to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Ruth Mitchell and her partner, Mr. Paul Searles, as an interesting occupation. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Ruth Mitchell, that's you. Where are you from?
I'm Magnan Company in Los Angeles.
Oh, Magnan's, huh? You were born in Magnan's department store? I didn't know they delivered, huh? I presume you were born in the infants department, huh? I meant, where are you from originally?
Well, I came here from Denver.
Denver?
When I was 3 years old.
Oh, I see. Huh? Do you have a husband?
Yes, I do.
You do.
Been married to him for 31 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't look old enough to.
Oh, I'm a
I thought you were 31. You were a grandmother.
Uh-huh. I have 3 grandchildren.
Is that so? Gee. I didn't know that. Then you must have had children of your own, huh?
That's right, lovely son and daughter.
Mm-hmm. Paul Searles, huh? That's right. I better be pretty careful how I talk to you. You must be over 8 feet, aren't you?
Oh, no, only 6'3".
Is that so? Huh? Where's your home, Paul?
In Washington.
Washington? Another homeless Democrat, eh?
Oh, in the state of Washington.
Oh, well, Washington's in an awful state right now, you know. What part of Washington are you from?
From Tootle, Washington.
I beg your pardon. What was that again?
From Tootle.
Well, why do you tootle? There's nobody on the track here.
Oh,
Nobody's tootled at me for years, you know. Well, stop tootling, Paul, and tell me where you're from, huh?
I'm from Tootle. We have a population up there of about 50 men and hundreds and thousands of deer and elk.
Is that so? What sort of work do you do up there?
I work for Weyerhaeuser Timber Company. I'm in the saw sharpening department. We sharpen the saws to cut the trees with.
Oh. Is that a pretty big outfit, the Weyerhaeuser or whatever it's
One
called?
of the biggest in the world.
Is that so? Never heard of them, huh?
You haven't heard much.
No. You know, there's a quiz later, you know. You're jeopardizing this woman's grandchildren, huh? How did you happen to become a lumberjack, Paul? Were you fond of toothpicks as a child?
Oh, no, I am fond of saws. I started with a saw when I was just a boy.
Are you pretty handy with a saw?
Oh, I think so. I've held the world championship with a hand saw for the last 21 years.
Wait a minute. You said Here's $50 for you and $50 for you, Paul. You said the secret word. I forgot. What was it? What was it?
Hand.
Hand. Oh, I hand saw. Congratulations. Well, tell us about this saw thing, huh? You say you won the world championship with a hand saw?
That's right.
Oh, that's quite an achievement, isn't it, huh?
Well, we think so. That is our...
How long does it take to saw one of those big logs in two? And what is the circumference of one of those logs?
My best record this year was on a 30-inch log. It took me 1 minute and 17 seconds to cut that in half.
You sawed it in 1 minute and 15 seconds?
1 minute and 17 seconds.
I sawed a putty cat the other day. Huh? That's pretty fast time, Paul. You're not Paul Searles. You're really Paul Bunyan, aren't you? I want to ask you, why do you keep cutting the trees down if you're so crazy about them? Riddle me that.
Oh, so you'll have a chair to sit on?
Well, I have a chair to sit on. Why do you have to keep on cutting the trees down?
Well, you've got to have a house to live in. You've got to have paper to read. You've got to have doors, windows, everything that's made out of wood. You've got to have them. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have all these articles.
I live in a cave.
Well, you've got to have a door. We'll make a wooden door for it.
No, I use a rock at the front door. And I write hieroglyphics on the wall, on the stone. After a while, I'll show you my bear skin, huh? Not you. I'm talking to Paul over there. You keep out of this. You're a grandmother. Well, you may be a lumberjack, old boy, but I'm far from stumped. Now, what are you doing for conservation? Isn't it true that our forests are being denuded?
No, it's
Correct?
not. It is not. Absolutely not. We are going all out for conservation. We plant trees as we cut them. The wind blows the seed all over.
What do you mean? You plant the same tree that you cut?
No. We plant seeds, or natural reforestation comes from the seed of trees that are still standing. We cut in blocks. We'll leave a block of timber standing, and that will be reforested on what we have cut. If that doesn't do the job, the squirrels, they help us out. They'll go out and pack a little seed around and dig down and bury it, so they'll have something next winter. Sometimes they forget it, and that grows into a tree.
A squirrel grows into a tree?
Well, I don't think so, but his seed does.
And they think those squirrels are nuts, huh?
Right.
Well, Paul, I'm glad to know that the big lumber companies are doing something to preserve the forests for the future. And it's a very important part of our whole heritage, and we should take good care of it.
That's right.
I would like to go on talking to you two, but it's time to win some money. Now, you win more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,500, Lieutenant and Mrs. Pusis won $90, and the secret word is hand.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. 60?
60.
All right. What is the name of the small lizard that is able to change its color to match its surroundings?
Gila monster?
Talk it over.
Chameleon.
Oh, that's right. Chameleon, I think, is the way it's called.
You now have $160.
Now, what do you want?
60.
And remember, this time before you talk up, one answer between you.
Okay.
Or I may have to chop you down.
Okay.
What is it, 70, did you say? Mm-hmm. All right. What is another name for the one-humped camel?
A dromedary.
That's right. A dromedary is right. You now have $230. Now, what is your pleasure? You can quit? You can go ahead.
Come on,
80? Okay. What is the word for the young of geese? What are baby geese called?
Goslings?
Goslings is right.
You now have $310.
100?
100? All right. What kind of animal is a merino? M-E-R-I-N-O. Come on, time's a waste. If you don't know, take a guess.
It's a reptile rat.
No, it's a sheep.
Sheep? Oh.
Yes.
Well, you lost half of your bankroll, so you wind up with $155.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth deal.
Thank you, Doctor.
George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have an Irish housewife and a man with an interesting occupation for you now, and they're coming in right now, I believe. Mrs. Abby Donovan and Mr. Ward Kimball, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Abby Donovan, you're the Irish housewife, eh?
That's right, Groucho.
Which part of Brooklyn are you from?
Well, I'm from County Cork, Ireland.
You're from County Cork, eh?
That's right.
Well, I haven't pulled one of those out of a bottle in a long time. How long since you left the old sod?
Well, it's about 30 years.
30 years, eh? How old were you when you left?
I was a little girl, Groucho.
Full of the old Irish blonde, yeah. I've got a little Irish in me myself, you know, huh? I had an Irish stew for lunch today.
Oh, that's
Let's see, who are you again?
Ward Kimball.
Ward Kimball. Where are you from, Ward?
Originally from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Somebody out there from Jacksonville, huh? Why did you leave Minneapolis?
Well, it got too cold for us, so we came to California.
Well, I came to California because it got too hot for me. Who do you work for, Ward?
Walt Disney.
You work for Disney? Oh, I thought your face was familiar. Are you the duck or the mouse?
No, I'm an animator and director out there.
Oh, a director? Oh,
real director.
Keep my mouth shut. I may want a job out there. If you ever need a rat, why, give me a ring. What does a cartoonist do in his spare time? Do you have any hobbies, Mr. Kimball?
Well, one of my hobbies, Groucho, is trains.
Trains, huh? Electric or wind-up?
No, I have 3 full-size Baldwin locomotives and 4 big coaches.
In the house?
In my backyard.
You must have a pretty big backyard, huh?
Well, not too big. It's about 3 acres.
Well, you say you have steam engines out there?
Yes.
Well, can you go to Chicago?
No, my railroad is only 650 feet long.
Well, what's the idea of having a full-size railroad that won't go to Chicago? I don't understand that.
Well, I tell you, one of the railroads was selling one of its passenger coaches, which was 40 feet long, for $50, and so I bought it. You see, I can't resist a bargain.
You paid $50 for this coach?
$50.
You know what Notre Dame just paid for their coach? It's called the Irish Mail. They have a coach there, too. But tell us about some more about your railroad, Ward.
Well, we call it the Grizzly Flats Railroad. My wife calls it the White Elephant Line, but she goes along with it.
But you couldn't go to Chicago in this, huh?
No, we couldn't go to Chicago.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to just go on the train and go to Chicago than have all this stuff in the backyard?
Well,
how much money have you got tied up in this folly out there in the backyard, huh?
Well, I paid $400 for the big locomotive. That's 40 feet long, and I paid...
You know what? You can go to Chicago in the Santa Fe for about $70. You'd have saved $330 right there. And your wife would have had some respect for you, and you'd have been in Chicago. I just don't understand you at all. What do you do for excitement in the... Now, you have a full-size railroad.
I play the trombone.
I was only trying to be funny. Don't pay any attention to me. Do you play in a band, or do you play for the amusement of the neighbors?
Well,
I assume by this time I've fairly decided opinions about you. You play it on the train, or...
No, I play with a jazz band. I'm the leader and first trombonist of the Firehouse 5+2.
That's a very famous musical outfit, isn't it? Why do you call it the Firehouse 5+2? I never did understand that.
Because there's 7 of us.
You know, and everybody thought the Marx Brothers were crazy. Well, I must say you're an extraordinary young man, Ward, with a lot of talent. And since you play the trombone, could you whip out a little Dixieland for us here?
Well, I don't know, Groucho. I could try.
You don't
I
have
didn't
a
bring
trombone
my horn.
on you, huh?
No.
George, you think you could swipe a trombone from the orchestra out there? Don't wake any of them up. Be careful when you go out there.
I'm surprised you only have one trombonist in your orchestra.
I'm surprised any of them show up. Now, Abby, do you think you could contribute anything to this extravaganza we're getting up? Do you sing or dance?
Well, I could dance a little Irish jig.
An Irish jig?
Maybe the Irish washerwoman.
Have you ever played the Irish washerwoman?
That's a tough one. That's like playing the bee or something. A trombone.
Well, you see, if you'd have gone to Chicago, you'd have picked that up. Well, warm it up a little. That's enough. Could you give us a reasonably accurate facsimile of the Irish washerwoman?
B flat, boys.
If the boys played with you, huh? All right, downbeat, Mr. Kimbo, huh? Send us to Chicago, huh? Boy, that was wonderful. And Abby, St. Patrick would be proud of you if he was here today. With that firehouse music and that Irish dance, we just chased all the snakes out of Los Angeles. Well, I'd like to pursue this conversation. The time has come to make some money.
In the race for the $1,500, the lumberjack and his partner are leading with $155.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected a movie quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. All you have to do is beat our other couplers, and you get a chance at the big money. And you can quit any time you want to if you think you have more than the other couple.
How about now?
You can even quit now if you want. Oh, don't forget, you have a starting with a bankroll of $100.
I'll stay.
That's your nest egg. All right, now, what question do you want? A $10 one, 60, 80, 100? Take your choice.
Well, I think we ought to start about halfway. $50.
All right, Olivia de Havilland has an equally famous sister. What is her name?
Talk
it over. Remember your partners.
Well, let's see. Boy, I know it. She's American. Yeah.
Well, it's Joan Fontaine.
Oh, yeah.
And if you'd have got out of that backyard once in a while... Can't pick up things like Joan Fontaine riding around a fake engine in a backyard. I tried it. Now what do you want to go for?
You lost half your bankroll. You now have $50.
Boy, my kids are going to sure laugh at me.
I hope they laugh at me. They don't. I'm in a fine fix.
$40.
$40. Who played the monster in Frankenstein?
Boris Karloff.
That's right, Boris Karloff.
You now have $90.
You now have $90. And what do you wish to try?
We'll take a crack at that 61.
You take a crack at the 61? Yeah. It is very nice. Walter Disney... Oh, you dirty crook.
That's all right. I won't know the answer.
Walt Disney made a feature-length cartoon that included such characters as Jiminy Cricket, Figaro, and Stromboli. Figaro! What was the name of this picture?
That's so easy, I hate to mention it. Pinocchio.
Pinocchio is right.
You now have $150.
You have $150. Do you wish to continue or do you wish to cease?
Let's try that $70.
70? Bate Lancaster made a picture that was filmed in the Fiji Islands. What is the name of it? Talk it over.
Crimson Park.
No, His Majesty O'Keefe.
And you wind up with $75.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
That means that the lumberjack and his partner with $155 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Friends, most people like to do things the easy way. That's why you'll enjoy driving a new DeSoto automatic, equipped with DeSoto full-time power steering. When you turn the steering wheel of a car equipped with ordinary steering, it is actually your muscular strength hauling your wheels around. But DeSoto full-time power steering takes over to do literally all of the work for you, to make turning those wheels a lot easier. And I hope you've noticed I say DeSoto full-time power steering. That means it works for you all of the time. Not just some of the time, as some other power steering units. But DeSoto full-time power steering goes to work for you as soon as you start your engine. Doesn't cut on and off, as do other types. Wait until you park with DeSoto full-time power steering. You'll find it actually makes parking a cinch. So visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow and try DeSoto full-time power steering for yourself. It's another one of the many reasons why we say DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto automatic.
Remember, the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth. Now here's the winning couple, Groucho, the lumberjack and his partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Well, Paul, here's your chance to chop down $1,500 here. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Let's see how well you remember recent history. In January of 1952, a freighter sank off the southwest coast of England after a heroic 12-day effort by her captain, Henry Carlson, to save her. For $1,500, what was the name of Captain Carlson's ship? Talk it over.
Don't you remember reading about that?
I read about it.
In England, off of the bay there, they tried to moor it and set fire.
Remember all about it. All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
It's a Norwegian name.
It's
of the
the
boat.
Flying Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Well, that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, Joe?
Well, they won $155 in the quiz.
Well, congratulations, and thanks
Thank
to
you.
both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic. Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Traffic control begins at your wheel. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
believe in ghosts, and I don't believe in the supernatural. I don't believe that people live on in life after they've left it. But I saw Catherine today, or somebody that was like Catherine.
How do you know it wasn't Catherine? Why do you go on torturing yourself with these doubts? Sometimes a thought can be like a malignant disease and start to eat away the willpower.
I suppose you'd like me to step out of the picture. Well, I'll never do that. Never.
Love has been man's inspiration for centuries.
You came back because you wanted to be with me.
No, Dick, I don't love you.
You love me, but you haven't got the courage to face it.
But it could never be, Dick. She'd always be there between us.
Driven to desperation by the scent of an exotic perfume. Trapped by the conflict that obsesses every killer. But who would want to murder the wealthy Catherine Mason? Was it Evelyn? Was it this ex-convict? Or was it...
He's lying, I tell you. He either kidnapped her or killed her himself. He knows a lot more than he's telling.
Alright, folks, rather than updating you on our latest adventure, Matt and I would just like to say a very special thank you to the good folks at Control Alt Repair, Milford, Delaware. If you followed our community page, you would know that us doing more episodes of this show was highly endowed before they made very timely and affordable service. That's right, they were very professional. This is not sponsored. I just wanted to say a thank you on air to them because without them, this show would not be possible. I know quite a bit about computers, but I couldn't figure out what was going wrong with mine. But I turned it in late Friday afternoon. They had it fixed by midday Monday. That is the whole reason we are here. So thank you very much to everyone at that shop, and if you ever need computer repairs in Delaware, just check out Control Alt Repair in Milford. Yep, thank you very much, guys. You have kept my dreams of one day having a professional Hollywood career alive. And until next time, good morning and God bless. Yep, God bless.